How many players?
I'm not too sure how many there are. Is that is that my boy Nick Spence?
Possibly.
Oh, it's the Doctor. All right, so I guess we're live now, so we might as well introduce ourselves. Hey everyone, Jordan Nelson Fussell here, back again for doing another commentary for Dice Jar Games. Joined here by Mr. Right Time Gaming, the GOAT.
How's it going? Yep, Ian, right time Kinderdine here. I am looking forward to doing some commentary with you, Jordan. Always a fun time. You always have an interesting insight on how you on what's your official card rating? Good or sucks? That's the
Card
two ends of
sucks.
the.
Card either sucks or it's okay.
Right, fair enough. No
Right.
gray area there, right?
Nah, nah. There's no 50-50s here.
Right. So Classic Constructed. This is the first sort of
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. A
yeah,
lot of
this
new
is the
cards to get showcased.
first big event with Monarch in people's hands. So, are you expecting to see people bringing their tried and trusted old decks with a few tweaks, or do you think a few people are going to jump right into the deep end and bring
Well,
out the prisms
well,
and stuff?
as we can see here, we got a new matchup straight off the bat: Prism versus Chain.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, yeah, exactly. So
We got we
this
got
is interesting, right?
Dr. Dan McKay on the left, and we got Jason Knight piloting Chain on the right hand side.
Right. Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting. Like I am very interested to see, if um if people have had enough time to test sorry.
Yeah, well, everyone's in a tough spot right now. With the cooling coming up with sealed and then skirmishes and stuff being blitz, there's a lot of different gameplay formats everyone needs to be testing for.
Oh, of course. And I think what really is a big thing. I know everyone thinks they're going to make day two at the coin. Everyone backs themselves and seal, but the harsh reality is that 250 tickets have been sold and only like 32, 34 people make day two. So there's
Yeah,
going to be
I
a
mean,
lot of people playing Classic Constructed.
it's all luck based. Like if you open up like a trash pool, unfortunately, there is just not much you can do about it.
Oh,
And
exactly.
so if you try and force what people perceive to be as the best limited deck as, which is obviously Prism, and you get paired against other people playing Prism, which they just have a better pool than you, like it's going to be tough. So
Yeah.
there are going to be a lot of new faces making day 32. I expect like a lot of people making top eight probably be one of their first tops.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's such a new set. It pulls up a lot of interesting variables that because it has been like it's been so long that we've been playing just with like Crucible, Arc, and WTR. So it really is feeling like we're all starting over again at the moment.
Yeah, it's almost like a brand new game.
Yeah, totally.
We need to get this link shared out.
Yes, we do.
I'll make a post on the fan page.
Alrighty. Great sleeves there. Dan McKay's got.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the different sleeves. I mean,
Yeah.
if I was Jason Knight, I'd be calling a judge straight off the bat. You know.
Yeah, it is something that has definitely changed. Of course, that is only really an
Yeah, it's only
issue
really relevant if you're playing
if
Livia. But
Livia, yeah.
you know me, I got to get those dubs.
That's
I'm
right.
going. I'm calling the judge.
That's right. By any means necessary, just like the
Yeah.
Nation of Domination. There we are.
No,
First wrestling
no,
reference of the day.
Damn, and no one's even played a demo crew. All right,
All
excuse
right.
me. I'm just getting a post up on the fan page.
Sure thing. So it looks like Jason here is playing Chain. It looks like he's playing with the old school weapon, the Ebony Blade.
Yeah, Nebula Blade. Yeah, I
Nebula
believe
Blade, I
that's
should
the
say.
way to go because you just have a lot of things that turn that weapon on. You got your seeds, your skies, your howl from beyonds.
Yeah,
It just
totally.
I'm surprised that he's playing the carry on the husk here. I mean, the A for Iron instead of the husk. I don't know if that's maybe he just doesn't have one yet, or if
And that
he's
is and
valuing the
that is
resource.
that is a total possibility. Is the actual lack of having that having those cards is something when you're in a tournament just a couple of weeks out from release. Legendary cards. Not everyone has the
Nah,
means to get them
unfortunately not.
straight
But
off.
so he's opted to play Skies here, play the Ursa. So did he banish the Demigod to give it go again, or
Yeah,
did he just?
I would I would believe that he did banish it using Ursa's ability to then
Hmm.
play it, which
I mean, is there really a reason to play the Skies then if you're going to give your attack go again anyway? I guess he just wanted to threaten the arcane chant on hit.
well, no, you have to. I believe that the other card you had to have played non-attack action to be able to play it
Yeah,
from the banish
but
zone. But yeah, I see what you're
there's no
saying.
reason to not go Shadow Versa with go again, then play the Skies. You play the Demigod with go again, and then if you have the resource, you can pitch and swing with the Nebula Blade. But
Sure,
we
sure.
see Phantasm Clasm here. We get a good clear view of his hand.
What a
And
hand.
Dan has the option just return any card to the bottom of the deck, or does it have to be an attack action? I'm not too familiar with that card.
Yeah, again, I am also a little unfamiliar with some of these cards because I haven't pulled them myself yet.
But
But
he will have the chance to redraw a brand new card here, but
yeah,
there isn't much that Jason can draw into that can actually break the phantasm here, unless he's opting to run Consuming Aftermath or Command and Conquer. So he
yeah.
drew the red rift bind there. So I mean, I guess you're not too happy. Oh, well, he doesn't have a soul shackle, so he wouldn't have banished it.
All right. Yeah. Well, there you go. So
So
maybe it was
he's
just stopping
just
trying to
blocking
use
nine.
soul sugars.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yeah. He just wants to block nine.
Save
Probably
that
just
health,
he's going to pitch that eclipse.
of
Come
course.
on. You got to make a soul shackle now. You can't wait too long. You need to get the gas flowing. Yeah. So he's opting to make the soul shackle. So we'll just
Yeah.
swing with the Nebula Blade for one. Go again. Threatens the rune chant on hit.
Yeah.
I don't know. So it appears that Dan's just opting to take one,
Yeah.
get a token on board. And we'll see if he has anything to follow it up from the arsenal or if he's just going to pass.
Oh no. Yeah. I think what he's doing is he's gone back and he's
He
actually he's
grasped before he.
grasping before he attacks with the blade.
I mean, yeah, that's fine. I mean, Dan essentially just probably still doesn't care, just takes two.
Yeah.
I don't see a universe where he cares about that unless
No.
he
Yeah.
does, unless he has a below average hand.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a huge threat. Oh.
Hey, so I've just had Nick Butcher message me. Apparently, there's no sound
There's no sound, what, on our end, or?
for the stream.
Oh, okay.
Can we get someone to confirm that?
I mean, because I can hear you and you can hear me, so I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be a bit awkward if we've just been here talking to ourselves, patting each other on the back.
Uh, I mean, if you haven't been hearing us, we've been doing a stellar job.
Yeah. I'll just open it up on my phone.
Yeah,
Okay, I mean, there's definitely sound, so
yeah.
he
Maybe
must
it's
have
just
meant there's no sound on his end. Maybe he got it mute. All right, so we've got Herald of Triumph, I believe, which is a pretty sub-car card in this matchup. It decreases the attack of a defending card by one.
yeah,
There aren't many things that threaten to break it anyway, but
yeah. No,
again,
totally.
he's throwing away his hand here. And that's a Herald of Protection here. because he has the yellow card on his pits, the weapon does give his attacks go again.
Again, of course.
So I'm
Oh,
not sure
and
what Jason Knight's pattern of thinking here is. If he was, maybe he just wants to block as much as he can until he gets to about 3, 4 soul shackles, and then to start taking damage to the face and swinging back.
possibly, possibly, yeah, possibly he's just trying to preserve as much life as possible for later in the game. But
So
he's still
those
leaking through damage here, though.
heralds hit, so they should be in his soul. They
That
should be in
is, yeah, that is
Dan
correct.
McKay's soul. I'm pretty sure every herald just goes into the soul on hit except the go again one, Chimera, and Wartune. I
Yes,
think even Wartune might go.
yeah.
No, I don't think Wartune, but so if it's a herald, it goes into the soul.
Yeah, no, that is a key point that that might come back to haunt Dan later in the game if he goes to make some shields and realizes that that
What's he?
soul's not there.
He's he's made the second shackle. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're seeing Dan playing the old Welcome to Wraith defense react. Sink
Right.
below. Interesting card. Good old fan favorite. You get to refresh in your hand a little bit.
Exactly. It does help you to help you adjust your hand.
No
I'm not
reason to
sure it's
play Rise Above.
no, well not in a Herald deck at least. I mean Rise Above I think is more for your leviers and your chains where
So we see
you
that
want.
he's pitched the Cataclysm. So he's definitely going to regret not having that Herald in his soul later on.
Oh,
He's playing those
absolutely.
cards.
Yeah.
There we go. Just Wartune Herald. Just vanilla damage. Go again.
Yep, so good. That
Yeah. Very strong.
really is strong.
And
And that
just,
is that the third Ursa's now.
I believe so. Yeah. So he's.
Oh no, did he pitch one? No, he played it
No,
the
I'm
first
sure.
turn.
No, I'm sure he's played like one every turn or
Yeah,
blocked it. So
that is a shame that all those cards have gone so early in the game because they're
yeah,
so versatile late.
would have liked to see him pitching them and just swinging off the Nebula Blade and setting up some good banishes late game. So here we
Yeah.
see him
Do you think?
banish something. So he's banished 2 cards there, Neville with Blood Debt.
Yeah,
Not what you really want to see, but I'd like to see him pitch that Seeds in hand.
yeah.
Just swing off the Nebula Blade.
He needs to get something going here. Like he can't just keep three card defending or 2 card
No.
defending. The power of
You're going to
Prism
run out
will
of
just run
you're
over
going to
you.
run out of cards in your deck if you keep blocking and have to draw
Yeah.
up, and then you're also banishing cards every turn.
I wonder. I
Even if,
wonder.
even
I
if
wonder
he's
if
playing,
Jason's playing Remembrance. If that's why he's been so
I mean,
blasé
that'll
with
be
what he's
a
doing. It's a
that'll be a good
bold
card,
move.
be a good strategy. But I mean, the chances are you just banish the Remembrance, and then your plan goes out the window.
Exactly. Although then
So,
again, he's been pretty um
so he's
reluctant to make
cracking the
something.
Ebenfold here. Okay,
Yeah.
so he's just going to play the Siege and then play the Riftbind from hand. I don't believe the Riftbind gets any buff because it's being played from the hand.
Yeah, correct.
So this will be, if that's a yellow one, it should be what, 2 damage, 1 arcane.
Yeah.
Dan just opting to destroy the shield to prevent the arcane.
Yeah.
Now 2 damage will go again. He probably just takes the 2. 2 damage here, and then he'll want to maybe block 1 card on the Nebula Blade, leak 1. Oh,
Yeah.
he's choosing to block it. Okay. Interesting.
Again, Dan taking very little.
He doesn't have
very little
refill
damage.
playing.
Yeah.
I mean, if he picks the blue, there has to be a yellow skies. Because if it was a blue, you can't afford to do Riftbind Sword.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just saying another presumably yellow get pitched, another Herald coming in, smacking him in the face.
Yeah. I mean, and this is just what Prism can do when you're not putting a huge amount of pressure on his life points. You know, they can just hold on to a couple of cards and like throw a Herald at you. And it really is a tough early game for Jason Yeah, I don't know. I
Yeah,
think he's
like
been
this
defending
is one of
too
those.
much.
This is one of those interesting matchups because Chain has the possibility of just going so wide and putting a lot of damage on the board, but you don't have any way to break those phantasm attacks outside of
Exactly.
command and conquers or maybe the tech consuming aftermaths.
Like maybe you sideboard in the what was it the Lunar Soul Tide?
Plunderer, yeah.
Yeah, Lunar Soul Plunderer, which
Yeah,
maybe you sub it in for this matchup, but again, you you're making your deck just a little worse by doing that.
yeah, exactly. Now that is a card I'm very high on. That Aether Weave. It's
So
essentially a
good.
hardened cross strap with Battle Worn one.
Yeah, yeah.
Because it's so easy to just play out of seeds for zero and not. Oh, speaking of seeds, nice
There we
banners.
go.
Oh, Vice, Riftbind, Seeds.
All right.
Combination.
So now this is where
So
Jason needs to be.
yeah, well, now that Dan sees that Seeds, he's gonna have to respect it enough to prevent the arcane damage from it to stop that Shadow Vice from getting the +2 attack.
Yeah.
So if you get into chain, you can't pitch and then chain. You got to chain. Yeah, there
Yeah.
you go, Jason. Good
Yeah.
boy.
Again, I think today's going to be a little bit of there's going to be probably a few technical sequencing
Yeah.
misplays that I
Oh,
think
for sure.
most people will be happy to let those play back because they don't
Oh,
overly
well,
affect the
I
game. But
wouldn't.
yes,
I wouldn't. I learned my lesson at all those pre-releases going chain into seeds and realizing I've just given seeds go again, and I'm just like, oh, great
yeah,
value. So
yeah,
did he just take the arcane damage there? Damn, he's
yeah, he
not.
did. He's still on 34 though. I mean, I think he
Yeah, so
still feels like he
he
can.
might just double block this then, and like, so are you blocking? You blocking the Riftbind and letting one leak? Okay,
Yeah, I think that's
and
what's
then the
happening.
Shadow Vice should be coming in for 6, but that doesn't seem right to me that he has 3 cards in hand and only took 1 damage from 4 and then 6. But
Well, unless was it a blue rift
that's
bind
that's
maybe.
a tough card. On
Yeah,
hit, stops your opponent from playing cards from their banner stone.
yeah,
But
that is the nightmare card for a chain
yeah,
player.
yeah, this is a turn where you really want to see your like commands or something because
Yeah,
either
he,
way you're in a bit of trouble here. If you let it hit, you can't play any of your
yeah,
stuff. You're going to banish, but if you block too much to respect it, you're going to be stuck with all these cards that you banish, and you might not be able to afford to play them out and start
yeah.
taking blood debt.
It's interesting. Yeah, playing the. I was wondering if he was going to play the
The defensive
Art of
art of
War.
war play.
Now, it'll be interesting. So he's discarding to draw 2. Oh,
You
sorry,
can't.
banishing to draw
You,
2.
you can't banish seeds because seeds
No, no,
is an
Seeds is
attack
an
action.
attack action. No.
Yeah. You have to, yeah.
Yeah, there we are. There we are.
Yeah, good spotting from Dan there on his
Yeah.
behalf, saying that.
I don't know if that put him in any better spot though.
Honestly, I don't think so either. But what's he drawn into here? He's drawn into a Shadow Vice and another unknown card, Shadow Puppetry.
Yeah, which obviously isn't going to help.
No, so he's going to block here for 4 and block the grass. So that'll block 6.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
the tunnel! We got some
heartbreaking.
spice, boys. We got some spice.
Nice.
Tunnel. What a card.
And
What
he's
a
been
tough
sitting
spot.
on that for so long too.
Yeah, well set up. So this is just backbreaking. Now you got to discard a card. You're going to be
Yeah.
banishing 4 cards. You're not going to be able to play any of them. Damn.
Yeah, and a spectral shield just to just to rub
The
it in.
cherry on top. Yeah,
Yeah.
nice pummel from Dan McKay.
Yeah, that is, and well timed is that
Now,
too.
now,
Like
now for Jason here, do you want to banish blood debt stuff, or because you can just save it for a future turn, but you're also going to
you
be getting
can,
paid.
yeah, you're going to be getting pinged. I mean, I guess seeing good stuff, um, you know, like hopefully
Well,
that you can sort
okay,
of,
so he's banishing
oh,
double rift bind.
uh,
I'm not. I don't know that card's
that's a
name.
dimensional
Okay,
gateway.
he should be banishing one more, right?
He no,
That's.
he banished one first. I think it was a Morvrian Skies was the first
Oh,
card he
okay.
banished that didn't have blood debt. So
Yeah.
two blood debt. So he's taking three here because he can't play anything
So you're
from
pitching seeds just to play
the
gateway.
gateway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the
So
yellow one, what
opting
you get to opt to and reveal a card. You
and
definitely. Oh, that's a
and
mutated mass. I thought that was a shadow puppetry, but
all right. So he
so
gets to show one, and if it's a Runeblade card, he gets to do one arcane damage, and if it's a shadow card, he may banish it if he wants. So it is a Runeblade card, so that is one arcane. So it'd be interesting to see if Dan just lets
yeah.
it pop the
Uh,
shield, which I think he
yeah,
will.
he's loses a shield here.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So Dan's in a very good spot here, but
Is he
Jason
gonna
like just needs
choose
to
to
take the
banish it?
next.
No.
Yeah, I think he just needs to take the next turn off and eat whatever gets thrown at him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Starts coming back.
Yeah. I mean,
The
I don't
Nebula
mind this
Blade
play
is
here.
live here. Yeah, the Nebula Blade is here, so that's 4. So he's just going to take it, get a rune chant on the field.
Yeah.
We're at even live here, but Dan is so far ahead.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
definitely. I mean,
Oh well,
and
not even live now. Blood debt
yeah,
triggers.
exactly.
But we
Oh, Dan's calling for a judge, and I wonder if he's just realized that he should have those herald shields in his
possibly. I mean, I'm pretty sure they are mandatory triggers, but
yeah, but
if both players have missed it, and
it's been
it's
a
three,
number of
4 turns
turns.
later.
Yeah, yeah. Not sure what he was because we don't have audio from the match, so I'm not sure what he was asking.
Maybe just checking
A
a
ruling
ruling or something. But
Yeah.
we are going to have access to the players for a quick interview after the game, so like we can just ask them after the game.
Alrighty.
So we got a Herald of Protection here, and looking at Jason's hand, I see the Demigon that he revealed, so we know that's on top.
Yeah.
Thing is, does he have enough pitch value to just eat everything? Oh, so he's taking that. Yep. Yep, Luminous. Yeah, you just get the swing for 0 cost for 1 damage.
Nice.
Make another shield. Swing again for 1. It's like a Kadachi almost. You know,
Yeah, like Kadachi's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
you
imagine
must be loving it.
well, imagine if this deck had a Mars. It's just like, yep, auras. Oh, yeah, I get a card. All right.
Speaking of which, Dan's playing the skull cap over the Halo. Do you like that play, or I mean, I guess more so.
Yeah, I think it's the right play. I mean, the Halo's a powerful, limited card, but
Yeah.
I don't think in constructed you're getting enough value out of it in such a long game.
Probably not in Prism, yeah. Like I think maybe
No.
for Bolton to get a key thing in your soul to start your go agains and
Yeah,
stuff.
but all the Bolton attack actions put a card in your soul anyway.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
he's dipping very low in life here, below 10. So there's a 20 life point differential.
So he has decided that
good
this is the
banishes.
turn. Yeah, he's
Okay,
decided
so-
that this is the turn that he's gonna
Oh,
take
Steeping
off.
Shadow.
Here we go. Oh,
unfortunate.
Art of War.
Double out of war. Dan's look, you can see the smile on his face. He's happy about that. That's all 3 Art of Wars gone now. 2 banished and 1 used before.
And all 3 of his Ursus in the graveyard as well. This is a tough road for Jason to come back from.
Yeah, definitely. But I believe he does have 1 rune chant from the Nebula Blade, so that should help push one of the shields away. So he's going to play
Only
the
with the
Seeping
seeping.
Shadow.
Yeah.
Expensive card, but this will give the Demigon +1 and go again. I believe the Demigon gets +1 for its own effect, so that's looking about 4. Oh,
Yeah.
well, it looks like he's just blocking with one card. So Demigon base is 2 if it's a yellow, 1 if it's a blue, but it looks like he's just one card blocking here.
Yep. So it must be the blue then if he's just one
Yeah,
card
it must
blocking.
be the blue. So now he's going to play the seeds, chain, play a Riftbind, and that'll be coming in with +2 from the 2 non-attack actions, and then
Yeah.
also the 1 arcane damage. Well, what happened with the null rune damage that should have happened from the rune chant? And
Yeah.
that should have been the shield gone, unless he didn't hit with the nebula blade. But I'm
Oh no,
fairly
he's
certain.
yeah, maybe he didn't hit with a nebula blade.
Okay, yeah. I mean, there's no dice on the chant at
On
all, so
chance, no,
it
exactly.
possibly isn't. So he soaked up the 1 arcane damage with a shield here, and now he's just
Yeah.
thinking, do you want to block it? So yeah, you block
Yeah,
with the
blocking with
skull
a
cap.
helm. Yeah,
So
that's a good play.
that riftbind must be. It looks like a red to me. So it's
Yeah.
at 5, and
Yeah.
the skull cap's only blocking for 1, right? Because he is at. Oh yeah, so he's just soaked up the one
Yeah.
leaking damage with a shield here.
Yep, that's exactly
Now
it.
this riftbind will be coming in for 4. Yeah, you can give it go again, and then
Yeah.
possibly nebula blade here, but
Yeah, and you look at this turn, right? He's done so much for so little actual actual damage,
yeah,
and that's what having 3 shields on. It just soaks up so much of that spill
yeah.
through damage.
And Dan's going to be able to just swing with like a big attack,
Yeah,
and
right.
then Jason's right back where he started off. You know, if you take damage, you have to try do a big push. If you try block it, you're going to die from blood debt if you banish too many things.
Hmm. Oh, is that an eclipse? Is he setting up an eclipse? Is that what he's trying to do here? No, surely
I
not. He
mean,
doesn't.
he's got one. He's played 5 cards of blood debt this turn.
Right.
I remember him banishing. I mean, not
It was
banishing,
super
catching.
early, yeah.
Yeah,
Catching that super early, so it wouldn't be back in his hand yet.
don't think so. I mean, I know he's got 2 demigons in hand, and
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of calculation, a lot of things getting red at the moment is what it looks like.
do we not have a chat anywhere, or is it chat through YouTube? Because if people are chatting, we can't actually see anything. I don't know if maybe no one just loves us. No one's talking to us. All right, and now I'm going to see the Nebula Blade coming in for 4. Dan just takes it to the face. Yep.
Yeah, like I mean, Dan's got so much life here that he
Yeah.
doesn't even care at this point. I mean,
Yeah.
Jason's just so far behind.
Yeah. Exactly. He does get the rune chant counter, but at this point, splitting hairs.
Yeah, right. It looks like he's forgotten to put that counter on the rune chant as well.
That's unfortunate, but oh,
Yeah.
here we
Oh.
go. So 6 dominate go again. Draw 2 cards on hit. There's no husk to block it.
No, no. He's
So tough spot.
I mean he's got what 1 left on his grasp. Because he's only got 1 counter on grasp, so yeah,
You can't. It's dominated, buddy.
yeah. I think he
Yeah.
just found that out.
Finding out the hard way.
Yeah. I mean, and look, like Dan's full setup of equipment's barely been scratched as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's had to block with that footsteps once.
No, no, he's blocked with a helm once, and that's it. It's been it really has been pretty
Only
one-way traffic in this
one-sided,
game.
yeah,
Yeah,
which is just surprising because I came in to the start of this event really high on Chain, but
yeah. Well, I,
I
th
might
I
be
think
I might be convinced
Chain's got
otherwise.
I think Chain has got a high ceiling to learn how to play it properly, and it's about getting reps in. So I would imagine even within this, if we watch the later rounds, I think Jason will probably improve as the day goes on as well, getting those
Yeah,
lines a bit better
exactly.
and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might just be a tough matchup.
It
Like,
is, oh yeah,
Prism
yeah,
get Prism
totally.
gets rolling. It's hard to catch up. That pummel turn sent him back behind
Yeah,
way too much.
and especially with the go again, like it's such a hard matchup with the majestic weapon for Prism because he gets the go again, and you've got very little to bust
Oh, so
with the Phantasm.
he's played the time and actually he's hit a non-attack action and an action. So
Well, that's at
that's
least
a little
something.
bit. Yeah, that's something.
Better to be lucky than good sometimes.
Yeah, I mean that's essentially just some more resources from the pitch away to try to get
Exactly.
stuff out of his Bannerstones. Because he's got
Yeah. So
a
I mean,
Seeds, two Rift Binding Demigod. And there's no way without the Art of Wars to play everything out. So he's gonna at
yeah,
least take two. One Blood D, play the Seeds and double Rift Bind. He'll take one.
yeah.
But,
So seeds
I'm sure
there.
I'm sure Dan's just fine. The shield just soaks up the arcane damage.
Yep,
It just
totally.
makes an attack next turn.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think this team's going to worry Dan all that much.
Nah, definitely not. I mean, there's a what was that like a 15-point life differential,
Yeah, yeah,
and there's actually multiple ways Dan can win from this spot. He can even start playing defensive and
yeah,
letting Jason just fatigue himself, or you know,
totally. I
just
mean,
pick his spots where to block, and then just
I mean,
come back with a free
you
card
start
hand.
you start looking at Jason's deck as well. It's getting very thin
Yeah,
now.
it's dwindling away. But the one bad thing about that strategy is if he manages to banish maybe a couple seeds and an eclipse and manages to get that out, that could be the difference maker.
Yeah,
Because I
and
believe the Ursa token has go again while attacking a
yeah,
light hero or a hero with a card in their
and
soul.
this soul, yeah,
But if worse comes to worse, he can just quickly make a spectral shield before the
yeah.
attack dissolves, so it
That's
won't have to
exactly
go
it.
again.
Yeah, and that's how
Uh,
I want to. That's how I won a game in pre-release where someone thought they had me
Yeah.
uh,
Wait, so you're
with the
telling
go
me
again.
someone pulled an eclipse and managed to play an eclipse
No, no,
and
not the Eclipse, but the classic. They thought they had me with the go again because I had a card in Soul, and I just turned it
oh,
into
okay.
a prismatic shield
Well,
and
what
ended their
what card,
turn.
do you remember what card that was? What else does go again if they attack a hero with soul?
Uh, uh,
What card would that
I
be?
can't remember.
Is it one of
It
the
wa-
one of the generic ones?
I think it may have been one of the generic ones. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, we see here. Ooh,
Oh no,
Springboard
no, it
Submissile.
wasn't go again. It was the yeah, I can't remember.
Oh,
Anyway, it's not
it's
important.
just some interaction.
My pre-releases were pretty average, so no one really cares
So
about
we're
them.
seeing that Dan McKay is pitching a yellow springboard somersault, which I think I really like that card choice here because it does a lot of good things for this deck. It blocks the four from the arsenal or just feeds your luminous yellow triggers.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
So we see Herald of Triumph just coming in for, if that's rare, that's about 7 damage here. Go
And
again.
that's really interesting too. That that's where deck building is very interesting. Is where you go back and look at those old cards that help you
So,
in
uh, maybe that
unknown
card
ways.
is
Oh,
that the
there we
card
go.
you're referring to, Ian? Soul Reaping. If that card attacks a
Yes,
hero,
I believe that there's yes, that is the card. It
powerful
was the
card.
card.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a very powerful card. You want to see it a bit earlier, so like, you don't want to
yeah.
be thrown
Again,
ahead.
it's got the legendary. It has the legendary keyword, so you only have one in the deck. So
Yeah,
yeah, it shows up
which
when it
break,
shows up.
which breaks that whole kind of you can play however many card you pull in limited. It's,
Right, exactly.
I think Tom Penny found that up the hard way. He pulled 2 Soul
Yeah.
Reaping, and unfortunately, you can only play one. And then, he starts having a little bit of a stink about it. And I'm like, bro, you just pulled a library. Like, come on. Who cares? Like, who cares? They've already won pre release. Just,
That's right.
just
That's
shout the
right.
boys Wendy's or something. So here, I'm going to start seeing some banishes. Yep, Seeds.
Yeah.
He's at 1 life and he's got 2 attacks. So I don't think there's any way for him to play this out. He would have to.
Yeah. He has
Yeah,
to basically he has
the game's
he has to do
over. He's only got
he
1
has
red
to
in
do the
hand. He
13
can't pay
damage.
everything. Nah,
Yeah.
the game's over. Well played by Dan. That
Yeah.
pummel turn is just what really set him so far ahead.
I'd be very interested to see Dan's list as well, like whether or not that is like a cheeky one-off pummel as well.
Yeah, I'm sure that's something he'll want to keep discreet.
I'm
So
sure. I'm
he's
sure.
not going to play the Shadow Puppetry Demigorgon. Yeah, I mean, Dan, just take it. Just take it. He dies at the end of the turn. Like, it's whatever. There's nothing he can do. He's got no cards
Yeah.
to pitch anymore. Yeah.
Yeah. It's got no surprises in Arsenal or anything.
Oh, we'll finally see a Phantasm Footsteps block. Great. Yeah. Cool. Interesting that he's playing the Illuminate here. I guess he just wants more cards with the light. I did forget about Ironweave, but
Yes.
it's still whatever. He can't play all those attacks.
Yeah.
Like, he's dead at the end of the turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's what Dan's just trying to do. All Dan had to do was block out and survive and I think
I don't think there was any way he was going to deal 13 damage with
not. Yeah, like I mean, he also whiffed a number of times on the cards that were banished, so like he didn't even get the tools to do it all.
I'm sure he'll be thinking about dropping those gateways and just unnecessary non-blood deck cards, that you just don't need. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Footsteps is only once per chain. I don't think the combat chain had closed, but like it's whatever. No. Classic Dan McKay doesn't want to give the handshake. We get a fist bump instead.
That's I mean, COVID and everything. That's it's still a thing, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's no germs on your knuckles, right?
Yeah, well, apparently not. Less germs.
Yeah.
So there we are.
Well, Prism got its
New
first
heroes
win for the game.
Yep. So 1-0 Prism v Chain, which I'm sure we'll see.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a lot of that. So it looks like we'll be joining Dan McKay. Hey, Dan, what's up?
Oh, hey, mate. How's it going?
How you doing? Yeah, we're good. Yeah, well done on that game, mate.
Yeah,
congratulations, Dan.
Who's that other person I can hear? I don't recognize their voice.
It is me, Right Time Kinderdine, Ian Kinderdine from Right Time Gaming and Radio Reflex. So I'm here to just make sure Jordan doesn't get too out of hand.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, one thing we were quickly talking about while playing is there was a little bit of a judge interaction there. Was that due to you forgetting about one of your Herald triggers?
No, it wasn't due to me forgetting any triggers.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's a bit hard for us to see what's going on with our audio. But
did I miss a Herald trigger?
Yeah, I believe so. One of the Herald...
the Herald hit, and you just at the end of the turn you just cleared it away instead of it going to your soul. So
oh, really?
I mean,
which
in
one?
the end, it didn't really matter. Like
maybe
in the first or second turn.
One of the triumphs.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Or maybe like the second one on turn. Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, but I mean, it didn't end up affecting you in the game. So that pummel turn, that just set you so far ahead, didn't it?
Yeah,
The pummel on
I was basically just trying to set up a pummel on Herald of Judgment because like
yeah.
I mean Herald of Judgment like basically I wasn't playing any of them, and last night I was testing against Jason and I was getting completely crushed because he built like quite a scary chain deck and I'm like, oh, I think I need to pack like quite a bit more hate for this matchup because like I think it's gonna be reasonably popular and like real not keen to just like 18. Oh, go away.
Yeah, it's a good meta call. I'm expecting a few people playing Chain. Quite a easy deck to streamline, but yeah, that one turn to set you so far ahead.
Oh, so I think
How-
it's kind of a tricky deck to streamline because there's a lot of cards in it that kind of seem obviously good, but I think in practice are like less good.
Yeah, I mean those ones
Yeah.
like Unhallowed Rites, Demigod, where you need to play the non-attack and sometimes get stuck in the blood debt if you don't see seeds.
Yeah, I was more thinking like Shadow Vice, Rep Through Reality, whatever the Torment one is, like all the stuff that basically like is hard to have going.
The limited cards.
Yeah, limited all stars.
Yeah.
Everything that's
we were also saying, Dan, we're very, very impressed with some of your yellow line choice, like the springboard somersault.
I hate
that seems like.
I genuinely hate the card so much. It keeps finding its way into all my decks, and I hate the card so much. It's so bad all the time. But like, I mean, obviously,
it's good on paper though, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's yellow, so it's probably fine, right?
Exactly, and that's what we were saying when you played it. Is that going back and looking at some of the older sets just to find a color as opposed to an actual card use. It's more just this is a card that has the color I need for the situation.
Yeah, well, I was like cutting Sink Belows, which like I've got two, but I was cutting at least one against my opponent there. I'm like, well, I don't actually want to be on like a defensive plan because if I'm getting on a defensive plan, I'm gonna lose. Like,
That's right,
you have to build chain really badly in order to fatigue with it in Classic. So like, yeah, I think you need to be on like quite a proactive plan and quite like just trying to get in damage early and then like get off either like an Arclight Sentinel or like a Hero of Judgment or something and just like make them take a turn off basically to just kind of take blood debt and like do nothing.
Yeah, you put on a lot of pressure early game. Didn't really give him much chance to set up. Is there any specific deck that you're worried about going into today?
Yeah, Brute. I think basically Rhinar is disgustingly good against me. Like it depends a little bit.
Got some tools.
It depends a little bit on the player and the list, but like I think it's such a bad matchup for me if they even sort of know what they're doing. And I was playing against like Jason, and I almost like stopped playing this deck and just got onto Brute because like I'm like I don't think I can win this matchup like ever. And the prize today is so top heavy that like they're like, well, you kind of want something that can potentially win the event. And I think Jason Long's really good play. He'll probably be in top 8.
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, like,
I'd be surprised to see him miss out.
Yeah, like, yeah, but then he got off of Brute, and also like we tested Brute against Chain, and we just got absolutely annihilated. We're like, oh, this is so bad. I don't want to play this. I would probably be playing Jason's Chain list. I think it's awesome if I like had the time.
So Jason is playing Chain today.
Yeah, he's on
nice.
a real spicy chain list that I really like. This feels really good.
Sounds exciting. Hopefully we can get him on the stream, showcase that.
Yeah, I should think so.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how they're doing these feature matches. Is it just table 1, or are they picking and choosing them?
I think they're picking and choosing, because I was on table, like, 13.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
But it's round 1, so all the tables are the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, yeah. I think it was quite nice to get have this Chain Prism match as the first matchup as well, because obviously 2 new characters from Monarch, and I think they are sort of
hold on just a second.
out of the gate.
One of the judges just asked me something. What's that, sorry? Say what? Say what? I'm picking and choosing. Yeah, they're definitely picking and choosing tables.
Oh, yeah, cool.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm not sure
Maybe
what
we can have a chat, Greg.
Yeah, have a chat. But like, get Jason on the stream. His deck is sick.
Did they know what you guys were playing before they picked you? Maybe they just wanted to showcase the new heroes.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think so
I mean-
because I hadn't I gave my deck list in at the stream table. So
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
So
although I was
they're
looking,
targeting you.
I was looking for like all the legendaries for Chain this morning so that Jason could play his deck. So maybe they're like, oh, maybe he's on Chain.
Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely good to showcase the 2 new heroes rather than some Welcome to Wraith classics. I'm sure the stream's a bit disappointed they didn't get to see old Control Dash on the spotlight again.
I'm real excited to see what some of the heroes from Welcome to Wraith and like Ark and stuff pick up for their toolkit from this, because obviously like there's a ton of cool brute cards.
Yeah,
like Smash
totally.
with Big Tree, Pulping. I guess Tear Limb from Limb is a card that is maybe playable.
I mean, it's just a decent blue at worst.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't
Not
block.
blocking kind of hurts. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Tear Limb from Limb is going to be one of those ones where if you can work out the deck to set it up, it'll be great. But I think there's going to be a lot of people who throw it in the deck and are disappointed with it initially.
I think
Are you speaking from experience, Ian?
No, I haven't tried Classic Constructed yet.
yeah, I'm currently playing
Tear Limb
one.
from Limb for me. Yeah, one seems good.
I'm on one that I can maybe like set up for an Alpha Rampage late in the game if I have to, basically.
Yeah. To be fair, Tear Limb from Limb, when I saw it, I was more excited about putting it in a KO deck for Blitz. I think that's going to
Of course you were.
be super funny.
Yeah, it's gonna be real sick when you get to come in for like 9 off your whole hand.
Yeah.
Just eat it.
Now we've talked about the other things. Have you practiced the Prism Mirror that much? Because I'm guessing you're probably expecting to see a fair few Prism players today as
I haven't
well.
practiced much of anything, and I'm real annoyed about it. Basically, I haven't had the chance. Like people have just had like schedule conflicts and stuff, so I haven't really got that much chance for testing. I have played a bit of the Prism Mirror, and I've learned some cards that are complete garbage, and I definitely want out, and some cards that are quite good, and I want in. And I was kind of like fiddling around with like what my mirror tech is and stuff, like this morning. But
I feel like the sideboard for that matchup is going to be very important as well.
Yeah, I mean, I managed to fit most of the cards into my list that I wanted. The problem with Prism is that you want like a 90 or 100 card list. Like, there's just so many cards you want. Like, I'm like, man, I really want like a million cards that are totally different against like Guardian and Brute and So like I'm trimmed way down on my equipment. I have 7 equipment total.
Right.
So yeah, I've trimmed way down. Like I basically came in and asked the Wizard player if he was playing Wizard, and he said he was judging. So I was like, oh well, there goes my null rune. Get those out of here.
Yeah.
That's 2 more slots.
Right. Nice.
Yeah, I'm not too sure anyone should be worried about Wizard and Constructed that much.
Yeah, I mean, I know some people who are pretty good who reckon there's like a pretty good Wizard list, although they don't know how it runs at the moment. It might be a bit awkwardly positioned currently. It might be a bit like awkward into Chain.
Yeah, because I feel like Chain will just eat that deck up.
So I'm not really sure. I guess it depends. Like they have a lot of blues and they can play like a ton of null rune without really costing them much. So if they have the null rune in, it's probably pretty hard for Wizard because like putting on lots of pressure and having lots of null rune is kind of the nightmare scenario.
Yeah, the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, because like if they put on pressure but don't have null rune, obviously that's really easy. And if they like have lots of null rune but aren't putting on much pressure, that's really easy.
Yeah, definitely.
But like that's not really what anyone does because those are bad plans.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if you sit down at the table and you see that, you're just jumping for joy.
I would not be jumping for joy at the moment if I see Wizard. Or that may not be what you're saying. So real life people are just coming by. I assume you guys don't have any more questions, and I'm just
No, sweet as dude.
We're just filling the blanks.
All right. Cheers.
Yeah. So if you need to go,
next few rounds.
Just someone's about to ask me a question. I'll talk to you if I get on stream again.
All right.
See ya.
Cheers,
Yeah,
and best of luck for the rest of it.
What's up?
Those cards you borrowed from Jared,
Yeah.
you should give them to Greg because there's a chance that
So there we are. Yeah, first win for Prism. Yeah, I feel like Jason just fell behind in that game and
Yeah,
never
definitely.
really had a chance to get back into it. So
Yeah, I mean, we can just go back to that one pummel turn where that just pummel on
so big.
the Herald of Judgment. Yeah, the discard, not being able to play stuff, pretty much set you back a turn.
Yeah, like and as I said, it'd be very interesting if Dan does make the top eight and once they post up the deck lists just to see how many pummels are in fact in that deck because again I really like as he said he was really just setting it up for to play off that one herald so it is quite possible that he may have actually just been playing the one and just happy to wait for the opportunity to
If
use
he
it.
did play the one and got to see it that early with the right Herald, he's pretty happy.
Yeah, totally right. You know, when perfect plans align perfectly, they're always perfect. So
Yeah. So I don't know if we're waiting for the next round to start, if people are still playing, maybe.
I believe,
Or
I mean, I'm looking. We've got a round timer here I believe there's still 3 minutes in the 3 minutes 30 left in the round. So I'm not sure if there are still people playing. But that's probably what we're waiting on there. But yeah, no, it's interesting that chain deck. Uh, I know Jason was still looking for Morvian Skies last night. So,
oh,
so
okay.
I'm not sure how much time he's actually had to practice with the deck and whether or not he's been theory crafting or not. But yeah, as I said, Chain definitely is a deck that you get better putting in reps with, much like Viserai, as well. In the old format where yeah, there's a lot of decisions that you have to make, and a lot of things have to fall in line to go well. Like I think he got trapped a little bit with the banishes, like you know, seeing both those Art of Wars get banished off the top is a bit backbreaking as well, because
Yeah,
obviously they are a
he
key
didn't
point
have the
of go
best
again.
luck. Yeah, double out of wars, early Shadow versus.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he was just
So
in a tough spot to begin with. But wishing Jason
and
the best
how
of luck for his next few rounds. Hopefully,
yeah.
he can claw his way back into the top eight contention.
Yeah, and how good is that Luminaris majestic weapon for
Oh,
Prism with that you know just the amount of like if you don't have the 6 attacks to break the Phantasm, it just puts so much pressure on you.
yeah, exactly. And I'm pretty sure even with the footsteps, you can choose to. What is it? You get like an action point
I
if they
believe so.
break through
Yeah,
a phantasm attack. So
yeah, yeah. So yeah, like it is just so much like and you know
yeah, it's
those big prism herald attacks are so cheap as well. So you're not even having
yeah,
to
nothing costs over
spend so
two.
much. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it seems like a deck that can just do a little bit of everything. It can control with the auras and set up, big aura
yeah,
turns, and then also just swing with big semi vanilla damage. There's only a few of the heroes that actually threaten on hits. A
yeah,
few of them are just big bodies.
yeah. So with Monarch coming out, we've seen a fair few people lucky enough to pull the library. Do you reckon we'll see anyone with the guts to play it
Lee?
today?
I mean, I know that we've seen on the Dice Star Games Armory event last night. We saw Matt opting to run it in the Prism Mirror match, which I don't agree with. But
Yeah,
I would be very surprised if Matt is actually playing Prism today. I'm pretty sure that was just like a bit of a smoke screen, to throw people off last night. I'm expecting him to be on chain.
yeah. If Chain definitely feels like something Matt would like to play. Like it plays into his methodical
Yeah,
style.
the methodical Matt Rogers, eh? Yeah.
All right. It looks like we in the background there. It
Everyone's
looks like most
yeah,
people are
everyone's
milling around.
scrambling to find where
So
they're
look,
sitting at.
yeah. So this should be interesting. Now, I yeah. now, as Dad said in that post match, I am really interested. I hope we get to see a Brute v Prism matchup because I think that's going to be a very interesting match. And he's right. As he said, it seems on paper that it should totally favor the Brute player, but the Brute player still needs to play
Oh,
well to win that
are we
match, I
getting
think.
Kale on the stream? There he
Oh.
is, the legend himself. He doesn't look in good shape, does he? He slept 2 hours on the flight. That's it.
Yeah,
So
a little bit of backstory. Kale, and now I feel like Gary Lynch is slowly becoming just becoming a living meme
what the?
of flesh and blood.
What's happened to our screen? There's a big Bravo.
There
They
we are.
just
They're
put Bravo over the
setting it
press.
up.
I love it.
And so, for those that don't know, Gary got drunk the
Yes.
night before the Rhodes events down in Wellington and booked
Skirmishes, right? Weren't they?
yeah, skirmish
Season.
events. Sorry,
Yeah.
skirmish. And booked flights the night before the doubleheader weekend. Before he actually checked that there were any tickets available, and
Spoiler
they were
alert.
both events.
There weren't.
Yeah, both events were sold out, and so Gary spent $800 to get to Wellington with no way of getting into the tournaments. Luckily, he just sort of
Oh, he's
showed
not
up and
anyway.
then went on the wait list and managed to
Managed
scrape
to
in. But
Work his way in. Did he end up
yeah,
playing both
but,
the events?
he did, and he top eighted
He
the first
topped
day,
one,
and then he
so-
scrubbed out the second day. Yeah.
So he got a free trip to Wellington pretty much with the cold foil hero.
Yeah. And
Basically.
apparently Kale has done a very similar thing last night. Got drunk and decided that at the last minute they're booking a flight and flying down
Yeah.
this morning.
He messaged me
was a
at
good
1:30 a.m. drinking, and he was like, "Gee, should I book a flight to Dunedin?" And of course, I'm dead tired. I'm about to go to sleep, and I'm just like, "Bro, yeah, let's do it." And I convinced him to do it, and we went over his deck a little bit, talked about some strats. Obviously, he knows a lot more about Guardian than me, but we both agreed that there's some cards in his deck that he's not going to play until top 8, so people don't know
Right.
about them. And I'm assuming these players have both won their last round. We don't want losers on the feature table. So we got Kale McCreef, the best Guardian player in the world. Well,
the
best-
top
best-
XP player in the world.
Best non-LSS Guardian player in the world. I know Jacob Pearson would have something to say if I'm going around calling him the best Bravo. And we've got the South Island
Nick
local, Nick Spence, the mat collector, rocking one of those kitchen table exclusive mats. So
The
we've got
the Patreon mats. Yeah, shout out to Louis at Kitchen Table TCG if he's watching. Does a lot of great stuff for the community.
So we've got a bit of an old versus new matchup here. We got the OG control deck with the big weapon Bravo versus the new blood just in your face chain, which sort of will be like almost like kind of like a ninja, just a lot of attacks.
Yeah,
Okay, so we're
and
seeing
we're
Nick
leading out
Spence here.
early.
Yeah, he's playing two
Soul
really
Shackle.
powerful red cards really early, pitching a red Seeds to see later. So, yeah, Kale's obviously going to try and just prevent as much damage as he can here. He's
Yeah,
unfortunately
turn
going to leak one and give Nick the rune chant. But something to mention about that player is that Kale's pitched the pummel to see it later, late game. 'Cause you know when Kale plays Bravo, everything that seems so simple actually has a lot of thought process behind it. From the outside looking
absolutely.
in, it's just such a linear deck. Oh, you just block for 6, swings for 6, but
Yeah.
he has a lot of
It's a real interesting case study of what staying loyal to one hero can do. You like because you're not
sure.
chopping and changing back to learn a new style. Is like Kale really got it dialed into exactly his play style and exactly he knows exactly what he wants to do in most situations. Oh, there we are. Crippling crush
Okay,
straight off
so
the bat.
yeah, so a dominated crippling, and now the thing that I was going to mention is that carry on Husk can be quite a deterrent in the late game if he manages to just save it. But the
And I
thing
think this is
here is
exactly as what Kale wants to do is he wants to get that carrion
he
husk
wants
out
to get
early.
rid of the Husk. But honestly, Nick, it's so early. Nick can be happy to just block, take some damage, throw away some cards, save the Husk for
Oh,
later.
hang on. I don't think it is dominated. Looking at the way Nick's looking at his cards. I mean, and
That should be
Kale's been known to do that where he doesn't put the dominate
okay.
because he wants to get the cards out of your hand. He wants
Okay.
to force you to and
Because
this is not a terrible idea against a chain because if you can
definitely
get it
not.
in, if you can get cards into their graveyard, that way they're not getting back into the deck to be banished later on. So
Yeah. I'm assuming one of the key cards that Kale wants to crush is going to be the Spinal Crush to just stop them from being able to play out all their blood deck cards.
oh yeah,
So
like
we're seeing Nick, he
and pro-
managed to banish the Invert Existence, and he's
yeah,
going to be able to threaten one arcane damage here. Obviously, Kale has no rune one, so he can only prevent one from the two.
yeah.
And I'm assuming he will just. Oh, so he just takes it. I thought he'll try and prevent it, seeing as there's not much of a follow up. That Nebula Blade is for one, as the
Yeah.
existence is an instant, not an action, so it won't be
Yeah.
a buffed Nebula. So he's opting to take all the damage here, let him have the token. So I'm expecting to
Yeah.
see another big attack coming.
Yeah, I mean,
Kale looks like
you
he's
see,
realised.
you see Kale with that little cocky shake of the head.
Oh,
Oh, look at
so
that!
there's one of the
Around,
new toys there. Rouse the Ancient 7, go again. It's one of the new
yeah,
toys Kale was excited about. You know,
yeah.
his Guardian
The
has
card that
got
he kept
a
saying was made for him.
lot. I mean, all the signs point to being a pretty clear call. That
It's
so
it's a
this is
great card in
interesting.
Guardian, but
Yeah, so
I also think it's a pretty solid card in the new Brute as well because you do have like the trees and the Alpha Rampages in your deck, so getting that go again off it is pretty easy. And now just coming into the club,
yeah, well, hammer. This
yeah,
isn't brilliant. So
yeah,
he's
sorry,
taking a lot of damage here.
hammer time, yeah,
Unfortunately, banishes a Morvrin. He's getting no value there, but we can see.
yeah. He's gonna get fairly quickly to a point where he needs to decide when to use that carrion husk because you
Yeah.
know another couple of big turn where
Okay. So Nick Spencer's playing the Arcanic Cracker, which will do one arcane
one
damage
arcane.
with the one
Yeah.
chance, so he can prevent both of those with the one single null rune piece because they're two different sources.
Yeah,
And then
and
I
that's
believe
what he
he
did. Pitching an Art of War, not an Art of War, Forged in War.
yeah, and then just blocking the Cracker with a last ditch effort. I guess he doesn't expect this game to go to the long game.
Yeah. It'd be interesting, yeah, like interesting to see that he's back on the Forge of War card, which we saw him use to good effect in the dash matchups and the Arcane Rising format, where you
Yeah, it basically
put the
time
tokens on.
the dash,
Yeah, exactly.
or pistol dash at least, because for those
Yeah.
who aren't aware, you can block with like a Snapdragon Scalers that won't get a Battle Worn or anything, and using the effect of the chamber to put it, oh not the chamber, the gun to put a counter on it will close the
Yeah.
combat chain. So if they attack again, you'll be able to block with your equipment
Reopen.
again. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep. So I guess he kind of wants to do the same thing here with his null rune boots here, but obviously there isn't a lot of ways for chain to close the combat chain unless they play like seeds mid combat
Seeds,
chain is
yes.
obviously
Yes,
one way they
seeds.
can do it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, or
unfortunately, it looks like he's banished another two cards that are of no use to him.
Yeah, and this is the thing. This is 2 games in, and both chain
Yeah.
players have had pretty average Soul Shackle returns so far.
So
So we're at 3 Soul
so
Shackles. Oh, a ghostly visit
he's
from
just playing
hand, and then
he's just playing Ghostly Visit. I'm not too sure why he's pitched 2 cards. Did he make a grasp or something?
I believe he may use grass to make the Soul Shackle. Maybe, I mean the Rune Chant. Sorry,
So he's just playing double Ghost Visit,
double
which is
ghostly. Yeah, God,
vanilla
he would have
damage there.
hoped that. Yeah, he would have hoped
So
that. Oh, there we are. So
I mean, it's early Snapdragon play. I mean, look,
it
Chaos is
is.
taking it all. He must have another
Yeah,
big turn. 'Cause-
yeah, and
so,
that's not going to be. Nick's not going to be happy seeing Kale just not not blocking
yeah,
here.
it's not what you want to see. I mean,
Yeah,
he's not even respecting it enough with like some equipment blocks. He's just taking it all to the face.
yeah.
So he's
It'll
got
be
a full
interesting
card
that.
hand plus a card in arsenal. So
Yeah.
is
It'll be
is this
interesting to see what happens here
possibly?
because again, Kale has also not had a lot of sleep. Oh, here we
Yeah,
go.
I'm just wondering when we're going to see that husk block. Because obviously you want to save it
It's
for
get, it,
a spinal
it's getting
crush,
to
but
a
if
it's getting to a point where he's going to have to do it because he'll get under
yeah,
13 and it'll
yeah,
just pop
you
itself.
don't want it to go to waste, but you obviously want to
Yeah.
hit the spinal.
One floating, 2 cards in hand. There's a good chance that Kale's got a pummel here, or at least is presenting like he has a pummel. All
Yeah,
right,
so he's just blocking with
still not going
two.
with a husk, and it's interesting too because the
Yeah,
helmet's
well
only giving
there
him
it is.
one. Yeah, I told you. I've played Cal enough to know when he's going to pummel.
Yeah,
Oh,
I,
that
I,
is tough because
we can't actually hear the players, but I'm assuming he said, I'm going to pummel this, so
yeah,
the classic line, moments
yeah,
before disaster, and 2 out of 3 cards there are not any good
yeah,
for Nick there. The one
yeah.
seeds and I believe double Morven Skies.
Yeah, I mean, and that's tough because that's the go again, right? That's I mean, we saw it
Yeah,
last game with Jason losing the losing his Art of Wars. Now Nick losing the Morven Skies. It's sort of that extra go again that you need for those last turns to really play out all the cards from the Soul Shackles, and seeing them get banished early is really quite backbreaking.
yeah, it's a lot of bad things. It's you're losing some gas. You're not really doing much here because you're just playing seeds
Yeah,
off a demigon. It doesn't
yeah. I
get
mean, and
any buff
that's the
because it's
difference, right?
played on
Like.
the hand.
Yeah, and this is
Kale
just
just
the damage outlay
it's
from Kale compared to Nick is what really the story of this
yeah,
game is. Like
this is
Nick's doing a
really
lot to
different.
not do much.
This was really different to how I was expecting the matchup to go. I thought Kale would be playing a lot more defensively, but he's just eating a lot of damage here and being able to swing back for so much. Now this has to be
Yeah.
a Husk turn. He's
Oh,
not
this is
saving it for top 8. Oh, what happened to the plan? Out
that's
muscle.
out muscle. That's the
So
radio reflex preview card there. Like
that's it. I remember
it's
commenting card sucks, but the card
yeah,
definitely does not suck.
it does
So
not.
it's
And
it's
there's the
made it
husk.
the Husk. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gotten the Husk out.
And now
And
just
now
the club coming in. Yeah, and see,
Hammer.
and Nick had to do it there
Hammer. There's no
yeah,
club.
you see he's at 12. Yes, Hammer,
Yeah.
sorry.
All right. So
Everything's a
again,
club when you live the brute life.
the brute load. So that Husk is going to be pinging him for 1 damage now every turn.
Yeah. He's
He's
so on the
finally
clock.
managed. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure now that Husk is gone, Kale can just take whatever Nick throws at him and just return with a dominated attack, not having to worry about the Husk soaking
Yeah,
up
or
the
even just
majority of it.
swinging or even just blocking and swinging the hammer now, right?
Yeah. Block 6. attack for 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. So he's electing to let him hit with the Shadow Puppetry, which on hit allows him to look at the top card of your deck. And I believe you may banish it. If not, you just leave it at the top. So it looks like it's an Unhallowed Rites. The thing here is he already has an attack to play from the banish zone. So unless he's got like an Art of War in hand, okay, so he is opting to banish it, maybe because it's a red and the other attacks are blue. He just wants to maximize his damage output. Well, we could also
because
see
Kale is on 15. Like Kale has taken a lot of damage, but
yeah, definitely.
I still feel like he's in the box seat here. Yeah, and you look at the difference between the graveyard size and deck size of the two players, and I think Nick realizes that this is
And another Red Existence. I'm not really big on that card, if I'm being honest. I think it's a blue that doesn't block, essentially. That you can play it out, you can cheese an arcane damage, but like you're just rather a threat. So
yeah, I feel like it's one of those cards that, like, when you're just looking at the positives of when you pull it off, it seems really good, but you've got to think about how it is as an overall card in your deck, and like when it's not going off, is this helping you?
Unhallowed Rites is a really good card. When you play it from the banner zone, it pretty much says you can put a Seeds of Agony from your graveyard back to the bottom of the deck.
Pretty much.
So this Unhallowed Rites is, I believe, 4 with the 1 arcane damage, and Kale's life also starting to dwindle away. Just choosing arcane damage.
Yeah.
And he does have goal again because he chained it, so he will have at least 1 more attack. So he's just eating. He's eating everything.
Making the rune chant and throwing it out with the rune chain.
So that Rifted Torment was from Arsenal, so that will not be dealing arcane damage.
We'll still get the arcane damage off the soul shackle, off the rune chant.
The rune chant, yeah. I mean, Kale's taken 2 there. I'm not sure if he realizes that Rifted Torment doesn't actually trigger from the arsenal, but it looks like he's got a 3-card hand, maybe 4. I don't know if he did block. Okay, so we're seeing a Stonewall Confidence.
Yeah,
it's the hammer. Okay. Did Nick take any damage from the husk that turn? Was he at 10?
I'm not sure. No, I think he was at 12 going into that. So yeah, he's taken 2 damage. Yeah, he was 12 going into that turn. So,
all right. Okay.
So there is.
And now this is a tough spot for Nick, because if he takes us all, he runs the risk of just dying from blood debt next turn.
Exactly. If he can't play it all out, yeah.
The Snapdragon's gone, which is why I like trying to save that Snapdragon for like spots like this where you can just take damage and play out everything.
Well, exactly. I mean, like Nick's got to be thinking, surely I should be able to do 8 damage.
Also,
but of course, with that Stonewall Confidence.
Yeah, and also interesting to note that Kale let himself go lower, so he can't soak up some damage with the Skull Cap this turn.
Yeah, exactly.
And now this is a moment through. Oh. Okay.
Alrighty.
I'm not a big fan of that Tome of Torment. I don't like having to use a Soul Shackle just to get 1 more card. He has to do a lot of damage right now, and Stonewall Confidence is allowed Kale to do 1 card block for 5, I'm pretty sure, with his 3 or higher. But he does have a Shadow of Ursa, so he can do a couple of attacks.
That is solid.
Oh, Shadow Puppetry.
Is that Shadow Puppetry?
This is huge. This is huge. So he's playing the Soul Reaping. So what? That's 7 go again, and he gains a resource, and he hasn't chained. Oh, he chained the Tome. So so Kale can block for 5 and 1, or 5 and 2 with the equipment, or 5 and he blocked with the Kratos and the plating, so it avoids the Shadow Puppetry on hit trigger here.
Yep.
And now he can
That's
play the
step
Shadow
one.
versus banish
A shadow
best,
card.
best case he banishes seeds.
Yeah.
I mean, unhallowed rights here. That's 2 damage. Next will go
And
again.
Kale just takes it.
Yeah. So now the unhallowed rights is coming in. Did he chain? I hope he chained. Oh, no, he's already chained the tome. So this is the last
He
attack.
chained the tome, yeah. So this is the last attack.
So
Kale goes to 2.
controversial dropping the 2 there.
Yeah,
Double
and then
inverted distance would kill him.
yeah,
But
that's dominated. Like Nick's
dominated.
on 1.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I've
yeah. Yeah, Cal's got his of 1 stance. Let's see. I don't think
waiting for
Nick's got anything can do. Unless out of the blue he's got the
Oh,
Guardian.
he did it.
No,
He
he
did it.
didn't dominate.
Oh,
Oh,
we got the
pummeled.
pummel
There we
anyway.
are.
And
Yeah.
hail away. He must be happy because one of the things we were talking about was he doesn't know how to play against chain.
That's interesting. That is a very a closer match than it appeared on the life points, but really I
Yeah.
feel like Kale was in control of that match all the way through.
I'm looking forward to this. He's being joined with the drunken master.
Welcome, Gary Lynch. I mean, Kale McCreath. How are you going?
Mate, I'm bloody
How you
seething
feeling,
as shit.
mate?
How
How do you
is the
feel?
flow down?
I don't remember too much of it, eh? I was asleep for
You
most
just
of
kind of woke up.
it. Yeah.
woke up and deleted.
It's not the first time.
Yeah. So congratulations on the win there. You played that a lot differently than I thought you would. I thought you'd be playing it a bit more defensively, but I guess you had the openings to go push early damage through.
Yeah, well, apart from that mistake turn 1, I think I tried to be a bit aggressive with it. Rouse and outmuscle were pretty good.
Interesting to note that you went to 2. Did Nick have access to 2 invert existence there?
Well, there was 1 left on the deck, but once I know that he
there was only
blocks,
one.
but once he blocks, then he can't pitch to pay for the other one.
Of course, yeah.
Yes, I mean, it was a case of if he had 2 of them and then had any card to pay for it, well, it was dead, so I couldn't really play around it.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And of course, we saw the classic Kale plays two turns where you played Pummel there. We didn't have audio. Did you tell him you were going to play Pummel? like you tend to do against us?
Nah,
I'm going to pummel this too. Yeah. We were talking about that.
Try to use the dice to represent resources to do it. But,
Yeah.
sometimes it works.
So how do you feel about those new cards? We saw that you played Rails and Outmuscle, 2 new cards from Monarch.
Yeah, I feel like in Guardian kind of needs that push at the moment because you can't sit there and block out chain. They'll just run over you.
Yeah, for sure. So the Outmuscle basically got out the husk, and as soon as you see the husk gone, you're just free to do whatever you want, right?
Yeah, I can use the life as a resource there. But,
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed or not, but early on in the game, I've seen 2 Forged for War. But having to pitch them so early, it's like I had to start burning my equipment as a resource because I knew I wasn't going to get back around to them. That's at that point when I seen the second one is when I had to go really aggressive with it.
Fair enough.
Did he streamline 60 or did he play a bit more?
Eh?
Did he play the streamline 60 cards or did he play a bit more?
60, mate. I'm an aggro deck.
So I noticed early on, sort of your classic plays with the equipment crash and stuff. You didn't dominate them. You didn't have any thought about maybe trying to dominate them to draw out the carrion husk off those big turns, or are you just more importantly to get the cards out of his hand, make him defend with those cards, and make sure they can't come back later on out of the deck?
Yeah, basically by playing it undominated, I'm forcing the hand, which means I can afford to set up more. This matchup is really important with me getting like a Stonewall or a Forge Spore into the arsenal. By undominating the crippling, he gets to save the husk, but it means he doesn't have the hand to come back at me. Which, if he does that, then I've got the ability to effectively save a card to arsenal it. Because, I mean, this game only goes 8 turns, I think. So.
Yeah, and to be fair, much like we saw in our first game as well with another chain player, Nick had some unfortunate soul shackles where he wasn't getting best value out of soul shackles.
Yeah, well, I mean, some of these chain decks are still pretty fresh. I mean, I'm pretty sure people haven't really got to the refined builds yet. But if you're only playing like half your deck is blood debt, then you are going to miss like a significant amount.
A good chunk of the time.
Sounds like a sealed deck.
Yeah, it's like a sealed deck with all the good stuff, right?
So was this one of the matchups that you were a bit worried about coming in today? The chain matchup?
Up until this morning, I'd played that matchup once and didn't know what the hell I was doing. But,
did you have a proper testing partner, or was it just sore?
Nah, nothing. To be honest, I sat there at work on Thursday after getting beat by Matt on Wednesday, and I was like, fuck, how do I beat this matchup? And because I only had like 3 customers, I had like 8 hours where I did nothing. So
Good day at the office then.
I was like, okay, with all the games I've played, Forge War was a card, Stone was a card, I was like, good enough. So.
Are there any other of the decks like Prism that you're a bit worried about, or you think that's an easy matchup for you?
I don't know. I don't even know what the deck looks like. Like, I found out about this tournament on Wednesday. It was 1:30 this morning when I was talking to you and decided to come down. So, like, my preparation is like 0. But no, like, I think there's a really cool combo deck running around here with a chain. Jason Long's playing some weird OTK deck that can pump out like 60 damage in a turn.
Oh, okay. Yep. We had Dan McKay join us after his game last round, and he did mention that. So hoping we get to see that deck on the stream.
Yeah, I heard the real spice is blue unmovable wing.
That's the card.
And chain, mate, it's OP.
So how did your first round go? What was your round 1 matchup?
I played against chain, but I was kind of learning what I was doing halfway through the game.
Right.
So
coming into this with no preparation and being paired against 2 chain players off the bat.
Yeah,
how does that make you feel?
I feel like
feeling a bit rough.
I'm feeling like I'm learning the matchup. Like, I mean, that game there, like, I messed up on turn 1, taking bloody damage there where I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
I think it's like, I'm getting a feel for it, but it's kind of weird because I don't have time in the matchup. I just kind of have to burn through my deck and just set up like 1 or 2 key cards and just push at the right time.
Yeah, but also both of you are on the clock. They're on the clock to try and maximize value out of the husk before it just dies.
Yeah.
From dropping too little.
The husk is a really good win con for me.
Yeah.
Getting to a point where I can just block out for like 2 or 3 turns and not die, and then they die to their husk.
Yeah. They just die. Yeah, the unavoidable blood debt, and also things like the Demigon and the Unhallowed Rites, and sometimes get stuck in the banner zone for a turn or 2 if they don't have the seeds or a shadow puppetry.
Yeah. It makes you wonder if some of these aggro chains should be running like a Vest of the First Fist or something.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you'd be jumping for joy, you sit down and see them not playing the husk.
Yeah. You know me too well.
Yeah. So,
what else have you said? Have you had a chance to have a look at the rest of the field? Is there? I mean, we've already seen 2 chains so far.
Yes,
is there a lot of chains? Is there a decent mix of other stuff, or is it very sort of chain prism focused at the moment?
Believe it or not, there's about just as many Bravo as there is chain and prism.
Wow, that is very interesting.
It's like 4 or 5
definitely
other
something.
People, like 4 or 5 other people that don't know what they're doing as well. So, yeah, but no, it's good. Like, I think looking around the room, there's like a good 5 or 6 decks that are like pretty evenly split.
Nice.
Are you able to give us a bit of an inside scoop on what Matt's decided to play? I'm assuming it's just chain, right?
Yeah, it'll be chain, and he'll be regretting some of his cards by now.
Yeah.
You'll be
As we saw on the...
Nick, and Nick will be telling him, no, this is bad, play this.
Yeah, we saw that on the Dice Star game, the stream last night, he was playing a pretty badly built Prism deck. Do you think that was just to throw off the locals there? Or...
Oh, 100%. 100%.
He opted to play the library in the prison mirror match.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea.
Yeah.
Man, I'm so hungover.
Well, you can't be hungover if you keep drinking.
Yeah, but I had to fly.
They're not served beer on flights anymore.
Mate, have you been on Jetstar?
Nah.
I mean, I'm
I don't
surprised I
think I
made it
have.
here. Nah. All good, bro. I'm gonna go and try and get some food, guys. But do you want me to grab the?
Sweet as,
do you
dude.
want me to grab Nick or something?
Nah,
Well, I think we might.
it's fine.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more, and then we might just take a break before the start of the next round. But best of luck with the rest of it, and hopefully we'll see you again in the top 8.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah,
Cheers,
all
guys.
right. Good luck for the
Yeah,
next.
go get a
game.
coffee.
Yeah, fuck, I need it.
There's no coffee van there, Ian.
Yeah,
Yeah,
drove to
wow.
Dunedin, mate.
Yeah,
On
pass.
demand.
Yeah. All right, see you guys.
All right, see ya.
So yeah, there we are. So that's interesting that he says there's 5 other Bravo players.
Yeah,
Because this is something that
I was expecting to hear.
Yeah, probably not that many, but I was expecting a few players to look at because the generics and Monarch there has definitely been some stuff that really does help out some of these older decks, and I guess now is a perfect time to see whether or not they actually have the gas to stand up against the new decks before you go into something like the
Yeah,
core.
it's like a bit of a test, right?
Yeah, totally. I mean, as we were saying earlier, it's been so long since our competitive classic constructed play has been a thing that I mean, it's been so much just Monarch with Monarch calling being sealed, a lot of seal practice, a lot of blitz with the skirmish seasons and stuff. So I think there's probably a few players that they're just trying to dust off the cobwebs and shake off the ring rust for classic constructors.
Getting ready for the day 2 scrub side event constructed.
Well, yeah,
find out what doesn't work now.
Well, now that they've announced the Pro Tour is a thing that's coming up as well. Winning a PTI invite is a lot more enticing, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know about you, but I've already got mine, so I'm chilling.
What, your PTI?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Yeah, so some of us just grind and don't play meta decks. So some of us have to rely on ratings.
Be nice if those PTIs that got taken up by players like Kieran and Jacob that they've just stacked up and now they can't use as they just work for LHS. Be nice if they got redistributed or something.
Yeah, they might get fired.
4 or 5.
No, it's going to be interesting. Like, I think that is something that I think is quite cool. Obviously, the OP Pathway article got dropped on the Fab TCG site last night. A lot of excitement again. Still, all of this is probably still a little bit of a way off with Corona and stuff, but it is nice to know that LSS is planning for the future and that that there definitely is going to be. Yeah,
very exciting.
Yeah. So I mean, I know yourself. You'll definitely be very keen on Worlds. I
got a few of those overseas pioneers to shut up. Shout out to James Curry.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the thing, right? I mean, as much as I love this community, I played a lot of skirmish over the webcams and stuff. It's going to be really nice.
Early, just tuning into some random Rob Seigel streams, and then there's Ian on the other side of the screen. What's going on? There's some Americans.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I really enjoy playing people from all over the world, and it's going to be really nice once we can do that in person. And
like a different experience, so like a clash of 2 different metas and play styles.
Yes, totally. I mean, and that's the thing. That's the thing. that the pandemic's really done is that it sort of split the world into quadrants, and I definitely believe that we play the game differently than people across the other side of the world play the game, whether or not one way's better or not. That's what Worlds is going to be. That's going to be where we find out who is actually who's got the
Yeah,
style.
I feel like both sides of the coin will be learning something
Oh,
different,
totally.
which will be very interesting to see how they perceive the game, how they set up.
Yep, yeah, and even just character choices and stuff like that. I mean, we already see it now. We already see it now. Like skirmish, really, that skirmish season really saw the rise of Dorinthia.
Yeah,
Like, I mean, Dorinthia's always been a solid option over here, but a lot more
definitely.
people were playing Ira and stuff, whereas overseas, a lot of people were more drawn to, and whether or not that's because they watched our meta and they worked from expecting what was going to come out of our meta to adapt or not. Again, as I said, this is
Yeah.
when
Well,
the international player is going to be where we see
it's interesting to note
who's got the right.
Jason Thompson, one of the premium warrior players from New Zealand, he actually built a really good Dorinthia deck that can just destroy Ira, but unfortunately, he only kind of pieced the deck together after the calling.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and also there's also that some of those issues where you just don't get to play the matchup that your deck's built for. Like
Yeah.
that. We saw that happen at the calling all the time. Is like these people are like, oh, I've got the deck that beats Wizard and I didn't play any Wizards, or I got the deck that beats Iras and I just played against Brutes and Wizards all day. And
I can't relate. I had like the wizard killing deck. Like I played like 5 wizards, and I only lost to Dan McKay.
yeah,
He turned one unmovable my needle, and I drew so bad. I just drew like all blues, which usually
yeah.
against wizards is like a good thing, but he was playing the setup kind of wizard, so I didn't really get to utilize my blues. I was just kind of pitched for one dagger, then a random blue. Meanwhile, he's
Yeah.
setting up Fiendals and potions, and eventually I think it was like Stir Fork blazing, and I was just like, yeah, I can't do anything about that.
Exactly. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, some days you get a dream run. Some days you're just fighting uphill the whole time.
Yeah. Well, also the first constructed calling that we had, so it was just welcome to Wraith meta.
Yeah.
I had a good matchup against Bravo. I had a good matchup against Bravo, and kind of really struggled against Warrior. And I played nothing but Warriors all day. I didn't help that I didn't matchup either, but I was.
Yeah. It is. Yeah, and it's all part of the game. Like, you make a decision. You try and pick the meta. You try, and if everyone else is making the same decisions and the meta shifts because of it, sometimes you just get caught out.
Yeah. It'd be interesting if this event is kind of like a stepping stone for the constructed meta for that day 2 event. Obviously, like people are learning a lot of things now. I'm sure Nick Spence
totally.
and starting to realize maybe some of these non-blood deck cards aren't really worth running. Specifically, Morven Skies outside of just the blues, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, and it's not even so much the card itself. The text isn't worth running, but it's sort of like the number of non-blood debt where you're like,
Yeah. But the thing is, there's not too many
man, I
other
don't
cards.
think too many times on the shackles. Oh, totally, too many other cards.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, the ideal chain deck is just playing 9 Seeds, 9 Rift Bind, then whatever. So, Howl is a good card. I like that. But,
Yeah, and we haven't. I don't think we've seen that being played yet today.
it's quite expensive to play, especially if you're playing such a really red heavy deck, can kind of just sit there and get stuck. Maybe that'll incentivize people to play the iron A for Iron Weave. So you can go Sand Driftbind, pop the Iron Weave, play out the Howl, then a Demigon.
Yeah, well, I mean, I really do like the getting that 2 resources off the Aether Weave is really good. I mean, Carrion Husk obviously amazing for defense, but yeah, I mean, maybe this is where more testing's needed, right? You need to know which matchups you need the Husk for, and which matchups you may swap out to go with the Aether Weave.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, like against Guardian, it's like a clear choice to play Husk. I think it's actually
probably
very
against
good.
like Rhinar as well because of Intimidate.
Yeah. I've actually found that the Husk is quite effective against Ninja as well because it's kind of like a race between the 2 players, but the Husk can block the Magensi on like the one turn where you really need it to hit.
Right.
They just, if I go Surging Gust Wave and those have hit, and then the Magensi gets blocked for 6, I can't just break the scales over it. I need to have a Breaking Scales and a Razor or a Empowerment.
Yeah, totally.
So hopefully we can jump.
I feel like this meta. Is very tough for Katsu. I think Katsu. Yeah. You have to completely go back to the drawing board.
Exactly.
If you're playing Katsu.
Yeah, I haven't gone around to playing it too much. I've been playing a bit of Bolton lately because that deck feels like a Ninja-esque with the Raiden Lights, which is essentially leg tap that blocks for free.
Yeah.
But I think Katsu is in a tough spot because it had quite a bad matchup against most of the decks post Crucible, and Crucible and Monarch haven't really given much new tools. I mean, Flying Kick is the okay card. Fine Center Crane Dance, etc. Good for Blitz. I'm not too sure if it's trying to run that in Constructed. Monarch didn't really get much. I mean, I've seen a few of these Ninja players playing Exude. I don't really like that.
Yeah.
There's the Minimalism Belittle combo, which it's fun, it's cute, but
yeah, it's zero pitch too, right? So like zero cost. So
yeah, there are some cool things you can do. You can play Belittle, you can get a red one, and then play the red one, and then go Surging, and then play the Gust Wave for 7, or you can even, if they don't block the Belittle, you can discard the Minimalism you search to trigger Katsu, or you can just search a blue to pay for resources. Like, it's quite a few things you can do, but I don't think it's enough to, kind of keep up with everything else, especially, like Prism just murks the deck. Like,
it really... Yeah, it does seem like I can't see how Katsu beats Prism.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, I don't play Katsu enough to really have an insight on him. So, but it just seems like a straight tough matchup.
Yeah, it is, because even those auras, like, there's no real way to get rid of them, because you can just you can conduct them at the end of your turn, but they can spit out more auras than you can attack them.
Totally. Yeah.
Genesis is one that, like, you can't let Genesis stick around because they just get too much value out of it. The one where every time they do a source of damage, you take 1 arcane, essentially meaning that if their spectral shields are attacking for 2 each time with the go again weapon.
Luminary. Yeah.
That paired with all the strong cheap attacks, yes. And there's no real way to break them outside, like Command and Conquers, stuff you don't want to run.
Yeah. I think also it's very interesting that at the moment, like, I feel like all four of the Arcane Rising heroes, at least for classic constructed, are really sort of not even being looked at by people. I mean, obviously Azalea is the perennial underachiever,
Yeah,
and
that deck.
I don't think Azalea really got anything that's gonna help enough from
No.
Monarch. I feel
What did
like
you get? What memorial grounds for game breaking?
yeah.
I remember seeing
I
the
feel
post
like
that they were gonna that Ranger players are gonna be super happy, and I was like, oh, are they? Is it
yeah,
actually
because
something that's gonna
they can
make
pick
them?
a new hero.
God damn. Yeah.
It's like they're gonna be super happy because we've now given them nothing, so they can finally decide to play something else. Sorry, Brayden.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's still playing Ranger.
Oh,
Ranger
good.
players, Ranger
Undoubtedly.
players are in a league of their own. They just don't care. Yeah, just play it no matter what.
Yeah, but also, yeah, as I said, like I mean, I feel like Dash feels like you have to go back to the drawing board because you can't play Dash the way you have been in this meta with the new heroes. Wizard always you have to be pretty brave to play Wizard into CC anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
think
Viscerai, I feel like Viscerai probably is the most forgotten character from
no, I have to
K
disagree
Rising.
with you there. There is
Really?
that Viserai OTK deck that's starting to circle around with people realizing that you can use Blood Chief Skeletor and Sonata Arcanix
Right,
to like feel like 10 plus cards and just get heaps of blues. Um,
right.
but I think people are still trying to work out what to do after that. Like you get
Yeah,
all these cards and then struggling to figure out what to do.
yeah. Like that.
Unfortunately,
That's one of those things. I've played other games where people have like got this combo. They get that combo and like, oh, I've drawn my whole deck into my hand, and you're like,
yeah.
cool.
Okay,
Now what
cool.
do you do with it?
Yeah. Unless it's something like where you just draw the exode and it's like, oh, win
There
condition.
you go. Yeah. All right. So it looks like we are getting ready for the next round. So was it 5 rounds today or 6? I can't remember.
I'm not too
I'm
sure.
not sure if they've
I
even
don't even know
told
how
us
many.
that.
I'm not too sure how many players there actually are.
So it'll be interesting to see if we have our third chain in a row
Well,
this
wouldn't that be
round or
something?
not. So Jordan, if you had have been able to get down there today, like today with whatever testing you've done, what would you have played at this event?
I think I would have gone down with Bolton and heavily regretted my choice because the deck just. I feel like I cannot beat Chain with it because I'm
Right.
trying. They can just race better than a lot of decks because they have access
Yeah.
to so many more cards at one time.
I feel like the little bit of Bolton that I've played at the moment reminds me, and this may be controversial to say, but it reminds me a lot of playing Azalea, where you're like, this deck's really fun, this deck's pretty good, but I just can't finish people off,
Yeah, I mean,
and it's got. And I feel like Bolton's probably got we just haven't discovered the right build yet, unlike Azalea, where it's just super tough.
there's no right
But
build
yeah.
for Azalea. Yeah, I mean, the one problem with Bolton is people just they don't block, and you don't have a way to like a react to make anything gain attack power. It's like, okay, cool, turn over. So like Art of War is really important in that deck to turn everything on,
Totally.
or Steel Hand. Beacon of Victory is probably like one of the best cards in the game. I think it's just so versatile. It has such a high ceiling.
I feel like I just haven't seen that card being opened as much as other cards. Like it seems like I don't see a lot of people trading it. I don't see I don't see it on a lot of people's sell lists. Like it seems like
Really
like
strong. Like you can
yeah,
search command off it. You can go like take flight command.
yeah,
You can get your Lumina Ascension. You can get if you play like Axe build and you got like a setup, you can even get your Spill Bloods. So being able to
yeah,
search any action is very strong.
yeah. I love Spill Blood as well. That's so good.
Yeah, I really like the deck. I had a control kind of build setup, but I think it's more of like a card you want to see in limited because 40
Yeah,
health is
yeah,
a lot of like a lot of health to get rid of when you're
yeah,
swinging with Axe for free, then 4 dominate, and then
yeah, yeah.
But Spill Blood is a very powerful card. If I see that pack one, pick one, like chances are I'm just taking it, trying to get a
Yeah.
gallon of gold.
It's so good late game, right? It's such a
Yeah,
great finisher.
exactly. Oh, so we've got Jason Long joining us on the stream. So we'll be seeing
Yeah, maybe.
the
So we do.
talked
So we do
about
have
the
another
chain
chain.
price. Yeah, and we're joined by I know the name Casey. I'm
I'm
not.
sure we'll get the official names put up soon by the production team. But it looks like here we are, a
Yeah,
Katsu player.
that's sparking some joy in my heart. Unfortunately, it's one of the matchups that are pretty tough.
Yep.
But I'm assuming Jason's 2-0 going into this round,
Yeah.
which
Right.
also means
So
that
so
the Katsu player is also
two
2-0.
plays.
So
Yeah. So that's solid. Cool.
yeah,
Well, this
very,
is
very,
very interesting. So this is the second game in a row where we're seeing the old guard characters taking on the new guard,
yeah,
which is cool.
yeah, definitely. I'm very excited to see if we get to see any of the new toys in her deck. There isn't much to play with, unfortunately, but there are some goodies. But thing with Katsu is it's very hard to just have only 80 cards because there are so many cards that you want for certain matchups. Like if you could play,
Yeah.
um, Flying Centers, probably really good against Chain because it's just one less damage to all their attacks, and
Yeah.
also the arcane damage is nothing.
Yeah. Alrighty. I'm gonna quickly Cassandra there, yeah. I'm gonna quickly go and grab a glass of water before this match starts, so I'll be back in a sec.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty nice setup they got here, I have to say. Very nice setup.
All right, we don't want to be hearing what these players are talking about.
Even it is. What would you like to do? You'll start? Okay, sure.
Hey, are you able to turn off the microphone? Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hey, Jason Long's microphone is on, so we can hear them talking. All right. Sorry about that. I just had to let the TO know that the microphone is turned on. As much as I want to hear the gameplay talk between the two players, it's probably not the best experience for people on the stream having to listen to two separate conversations going on at the same time. So for those who just joining us, this is round 3 of the winner case of Crucible of War event, hosted by Dice Star Games. So we've got Jason Long on the left piloting talked about variant of Chain that I've been requesting to get on the stream. And we've also got Cassandra playing my first love, Katsu.
All right, I'm back. Has Jason won yet?
Nah. So we are seeing the Fine Center being pitched. So, okay. Turn 1, Time Snap Potion. All right, I like that.
Yep. I think that's probably going to be very important in this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to help the race.
And that's exactly what this is, right? Like, I think
Yeah,
Katsu's one
well,
shot is that you have to kill Jason before he gets his setup, right?
yeah, well, Dan was going on about how Jason is like a OTK kind of variant, so I'm not sure if it will actually be a race. More so, you need to just kill him before he sets up.
Yeah, yeah.
But there also might be many different routes that the deck can take. Maybe it doesn't rely on the OTK and can just play a more traditional chain game plan. All right, so he's playing the gateway. I wonder if his deck plays a lot of gateways because I know Jason and Dan's wizard deck played a lot of cards that let you kind of set up your deck for like the one turn.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even be.
Jason is notorious for using these sort of opt setup cards to his advantage.
Yeah, like I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw maybe some Whisper of the Oracles in there.
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
just as a play that will defeat three. It turns on your Riftbinds and your Demigons. Yeah, so he's
there we go.
Shadow of Ursa here. I wonder if he's just going to keep that in the banner zone.
I feel like it. Yeah, like I think may especially if you're setting up like a combo, that seems like it's such a key point.
Yeah,
maybe
maybe just get all these shadows banished to each other. Oh, but no, it looks like he's decided to play it. Okay. So he's going to be banishing a mutated mass. All right. So the Shadowverse will be attacking for 2 damage.
Very interesting. Yeah, that is a very interesting card, Mutated Mass. I feel like it is a deck builder's dream. It's sort of like, how am I going to break this?
Yeah. Well, if there's anyone who can maximize the potential here, would be Jason.
Yeah. But I feel like Mutated Mass is the sort of card that James White sees in other card games and like lights up and is like, "Ooh, how can I break this?"
Yeah, exactly. So Cassandra opting to just take the 2 damage here. Yep, no reason to block it. Not threatening any on hits. So now we've got in Grass, make a rune chant, and maybe has he got cards of 2 different cost in the pit zone? If so, is it? I wonder if like part of his game plan is to leave the mutated mass in there for as long as he can.
Again, it looks like he is.
It looks like he's contemplating. Yeah, play it with the chain. Chain will give it a go again, and then so he's opting to swing off the Galaxy Black here for free. We'll create. We'll deal 1 arcane damage on hit.
Yeah. So it looks like he is going to keep that mutated mass there for another turn.
Interesting to note that Cassandra's null rune setup is running the robe and keeping everything else. Whereas myself personally, I want to go Mask Tunic, Snapdragon with the gloves. But maybe she's not planning on letting the game go to, enough turns for the tunic to be used more than, once. But even just 1 tunic use on like an Art of War or a Razor is pretty good. So, Jason has
one block, right? Like 1 block after you use that tunic token.
Yeah. So he has left that mutated mass in the banish zone. Be interesting to see how long it sits there for. So I'm just classic ninja stuff here. Kadachi.
Yeah, rinse and repeat.
And now Jason isn't as inclined to block as he was on the first turn, but he blocks with the gateway so we're seeing a very early razor on the weapon, just trying to push for as much damage as he can early. This is also forcing a block on the head jab. Otherwise, it would trigger the mask to draw a card. So,
And I like that play. I like that play there to get cards out of Jason's hand.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of good things,
especially with the mutated mass in the graveyard. The less options he has in hand to pitch, the less effective mutated mass is going to be.
Yeah, I definitely like that tune. Just playing the Razor to push through damage and threatening the mask for the next attack. Very solid play. I think I missed the banish there. Did he banish a gateway? Or is he not banished?
No, it doesn't look. I'm not sure what card that is. Is it possibly a howl?
So the mutated mass didn't sit there as long as we were kind of interpreting it to sit there. So I guess he pitched to make a grasp. So
right.
He pitched.
Yeah.
How do you know how much mutated mass costs? Does it cost?
Well,
one?
It doesn't have a cost. It costs X. Right?
Does it?
Yeah.
I thought it costed one.
Oh, maybe it does.
It goes off the pitch value of the cards in there, not.
Yeah, it goes off the pitch. So yeah. Yeah. Again, I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
I don't have one in front of me.
I've just looked it up. Yeah, it does cost one. So the mutated mass and the rift one and the pitch both do cost one. So I think the attack is two value.
Right.
Yeah. So Cassandra just taking a lot of damage. Trying to keep her hand to keep the pressure up. Probably the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think that it is that case of she's now at that point where she's trying to get
Soulbeat Strike here is coming in for 4 and will have go again on hit. So he's opting to block for 8. So that will play around Razor and an Empowerment.
But not Snapdragons, right?
Yeah,
so she could Snapdragon, but it
will be interesting if she chooses to try and snappies here. Oh no, I may be mistaking. That Seeds blocks for 2. So he's blocking for He's blocking for 7, which is still the magic number of the Razor Reflex.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, if they have the Razor Reflex and like an Ancestral Empowerment, you just tip your hat to them, you know. And now she's contemplating the Snapdragons.
Yeah.
I mean, she does have 3 cards in hand, a card arsenal. Looks like she's got a plunder run, so she might want to be trying to clear out that arsenal spot to drop the plunder run in there.
Possible.
Mm-hmm. Which is, you know,
and now if that card's a Razor and that she was just trying to get the Razor out of the arsenal to get the plunder run in, it's now does she waste the Razor to set up the plunder run?
A very valuable red card, which.
Exactly.
I don't know. Yeah, she's in a tough spot here.
I mean, maybe I don't know what the other attacks in her hand are.
I think that's a Heron's Flight. I see a Heron's Flight and a Plunder Run, and I have no idea what that middle card is.
What that middle card is, yeah. Yeah, so here we go. So here's the Snapdragon.
Snapdragon and Heron's Flight Vanilla. So this is just free here. No combo effect because there is no Crane Dance, unfortunately.
Yeah, she could. If that is
the Razor, she will be able to get it out,
pitch and play it.
Yeah, get it out, get some value on it for some damage, and drop the Plunder Run into its home.
Interesting. Already one Razor in her discard pile though, so like it's very early to.
We're seeing an early Husk block here. That does play around the Razor. Yep. Yep. So she does.
She just plays out just to get the Plunder Run. Yeah.
Yeah, that is that is a play. That is trading a razor for a husk. Yeah.
I mean, there's worse outcomes to that, but it's still
Unfortunately,
very
Jason
tough.
has banished 2 non-blood debt cards, so
Yeah, and this has kind of been the way Chain
theme for
on.
the day,
Yeah. It's like you put Chain on camera, and he gets a little bit nervous. Yeah. Wow. So did he completely whiff on his Soul Shackle?
Yeah, he banished another a Shadow
Another
Puppetry,
gateway.
which is a premium card that you don't want to see gone, and the dimensional gateway. So I believe Jason has just 2 cards in hand.
After all that blocking, yeah.
Yeah, so it is interesting that he will be taking a Kadachi at the end of every turn now with the husk in there.
Basically, imagine that three Kadachis a turn.
Yeah,
two from the other side, one from your own.
If he can't threaten much, Cassandra's going to have the plunder run. It looks like we've got a torrent of tempo, a red fluster fist. So he's opting to
as well.
So
she's got that time snap as well.
Even hold,
fishing now.
He's even hold Shadow Versa, choosing not to banish anything with the effect here. So he must just want to pitch that
just
card.
Or maybe that one card hasn't got a shadow on it. I mean,
yeah, that is true. Yeah.
I mean, with the sword, flick flack. Nice.
Yeah, that is a very good card in the matchup against a very wide deck. Flick flack shines.
Yep.
Okay, so now we're going to see Plunder Run. Yep, and then Jason takes the invisible Kadachi to himself. Plunder Run. Now, Plunder Run head jab. So this is 6 threatening a draw on hit, which is going to be 2 cards from Jason's hand. Otherwise, he'll be able to draw a card and also
that is a really interesting number too, because this is very much like the brute thing of I'm really just trying to get 2 cards out of your hand, and I get a bonus if I hit.
Unfortunately, he had a card with 2 defense, so he had to use the last proc on the grasp here, and then the torrent comes in, and that's basically saying that's going to be his hand gone, or if it hits,
and she's going to get
draw a card. Yeah. So he's just taking it. Plunder Run Katsu. Yeah, so she gets to see what she draws. A Gust Wave, that's strong. She can throw that away, get a Fluster Fist, and do 4 more damage here. That is interesting, but we see that the red Fluster Fist is a new hit zone. If she's playing it as like a one-off, she might be thinking, damn. That's like, so maybe she just Arsenal's here. Yeah, Arsenal try and draw into a surging. Yeah. Again, putting Jason on the play with Out of War. How double Out of War? That's the second game in a row. Oh my god!
Not in a row. I think the double Out of War was game 1, but that's the second one on camera today. Oh, here we go.
Spice Sonata for X. X is 0. So he reveals
probably
another
one of my favorite card arts in this game. Yeah.
Yeah. So thus he gets the Riftbinder head, procs 1 arcane. It's interesting though. He's got the Howl there to buff things up. So most likely going to see pitch Howl, chain Riftbind, weapon swing. This is just my estimate with 0 knowledge of the rest of his hand. So we saw him reveal the second Sonata of Sonata, so we know he's definitely playing 2, maybe playing 3. It is a very Jason Long kind of card. The Sonata,
and as they said, if it is a combo type deck, it's obviously a key card to that.
Oh, definitely.
Sandra's doing a great job of keeping pressure on Jason's
Oh,
hand, though. So really
excellent job.
restricting what he can do from turn to
Excellent job.
turn.
I mean, she has the time snap potion still as well, so it's essentially a second Snapdragon. I mean,
Yeah, totally.
being able to drop that out turn 1 is just like the dream. She's got another plunge run in hand too. So there's
That's
the third.
last.
Yeah, that's the third
Yeah,
Art
that's
of
the
War.
last. Oof.
That's like one worry gone now.
Yeah. And it's on a turn where he doesn't actually have all that much in his graveyard, so he's not going to get maximum value from it. I mean, he gets 2 cards. I'm guessing he's gone with the go again as the other option. Again, we don't have audio, so we don't know until we see the play. But
Yeah, our speculation game is very high.
Absolutely.
So, from Cassandra's perspective, we know that she has the red gust wave in the arsenal. If she has the surging in hand, it's probably very tempting to just take as much as you can. There is no hush to stop a potential Megensi turn, but it's interesting. Do we just assume that Jason has given Riftbind or all attack actions +1 with the Art of War?
Possibly, yeah.
So that Riftbind is buffed by 3 non-attack actions there. The Howl will give it a
no, because it is 3. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about the Sonata.
Yeah, and also the Howl. So that looks to be a yellow Riftbind. So that's 2 base +1 from Art of War plus Howl. So I think it's about 9 damage.
Yep, that sounds about right. That is
damage. If it's a red, we can up that to 10. If it's a blue, we can round it down to 8. Either way, very powerful. He chained to give it go again, so I don't think he has anything left in his hand. Probably just a weapon swing after this, or maybe he doesn't have the resources even. But I mean, 8, 9, or 10, pick your poison. It's still a lot of damage.
Sandra's looking at her hand like,
is
this good enough to take the damage?
She taking that? Oh, okay, she's taking the siege damage.
The arcane. Yeah, taking the arcane, which I think is the play. I think no matter what, you're probably taking the arcane here.
Oh, 100%. Now, see, I think you just have to weigh up your options and see, is it worth taking a turn off? Because if you take a turn off and try and defend it all, Shane is right where he wants to be, where he'll banish 4 cards, have a whole hand. So I think you just need to try and take as much as you can. Maybe even block with the breaking scales, prevent a damage.
Possibly. So we saw a flick block. So it must have been a blue Riftbind because she only took 4. So, yeah, and then took the whole blade, holding on to 3 cards.
Okay.
Oh, here we go.
So double red to play the surging. Yeah. I mean, I like it because there's no husk, and Jason can't afford to. Well, I guess he can. He can just double block the gust wave.
28. Yeah, he is at 28. So
he's going to take surging, drop to 23. Like, it's so obvious that the gust wave is in the arsenal. Like,
yeah.
I don't think you want to block here. You just take the surging. Yeah, you take the surging, and then you just block the gust wave.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Red gust wave as well. So just a little bit of extra pressure.
Yeah, so that's just 2 cards here. So that's not too bad for him. You just throw out maybe some reds and keep some blues for resources, blue or yellows for your resources to play your banish stuff.
Yeah.
Hopefully he gets some luck with his banishing. Doesn't banish some non-gas.
Yeah, so fully blocks it out.
How gateway?
Oh, another gateway. I think nearly all his gateways have ended up on in the banish zone.
It's one of the most banishable cards, eh?
Right. Yeah.
Right. So he's got the Howl and the Demigod, which is a good combo because obviously the Howl turns itself on. The Demigod comes in buffed by 1 because of the non-attack action being played.
Yep. And of course he's Soul Shackle to give it a go again.
Yeah,
which
he does have a card left.
Probably just going to be a weapon swing afterwards.
Yeah. A weapon swing and an arsenal. Or, oh no, because that's free costs there. So if he has to pitch to play the weapon, which, he's fine doing. You pitch a Rift Bind. Oh, did he pitch? Or what's going on?
No, he had 1 floating because the attack is 0.
That's my bad. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's his dream. So he's probably Arsenal, another buff, another non-attack action. Cassandra's her life total is getting dangerously low.
Yes, yeah. So this is she's really needs a turn to get back into this game. I mean, obviously that carrying out in a way, but I feel bad for Cassandra though, because it just feels like
Prevalence and Scar Red 4.
Yeah,
that's an interesting one.
Just feels like she's never actually had a chance to get value out of that time snap yet.
So the E-Strike here is just for 7. It won't draw a card on hit.
No.
So Jason has no real issue just taking it, in all honesty.
It's interesting that she didn't actually crack the time snap there and draw a card off E-Strike just to have the option to attack again, or arsenal a card, or threat, just the threat to make the blocking a harder decision for him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a universe where he does block it. He would have to have a very bad hand to try block here. Because there's no on-hit trigger here, because he did block the second Hidachi.
Exactly.
And I mean, 13 life is still quite a bit when she's on 7. She's going to have to start blocking and not having a full hand every turn. Yep. So, you just take it. Hopefully Jason has some better luck with his banishes now. I mean, he must be at the point of his deck. Okay, there we go. Double seed demigod. Yeah. I mean, you take what you can get. You get double seeds and a demigod.
Double seeds is very good here.
Yeah, exactly. Seeds, chain.
Because this is going to force Cassandra to at least pitch at least 1 card to stop the arcane.
Yeah, exactly.
From seeds.
And total momentum change throughout this game. I thought Cassandra had such a good, strong start, and then chain things, being able to play with 1,000 cards every turn, just catches up.
Exactly. You can only either just take it or let it come through so long before you actually are getting into a point where it's actually detriment.
Yeah. So Jason now obviously just trying to figure out the most optimal way to put the most damage on the board here. Presumably the most split damage. Try force more blocks throughout different stages of the turn. Jason does know that she has a scar that got revealed last turn with the Rabble. So Jason goes into this turn knowing that she has a scar plus 3 unknown cards. Now the Shadow Puppetry is a very strong card here. This is potentially a 3 attack turn, 2 attack actions plus the weapon. Yeah, this is great. Now he's probably thinking.
It also depends on what that card in his arsenal is, and whether that's an attack.
I mean, Be interesting to see what he plays here. I mean, imagine this is like a snatch. Okay, so it's just another Demigod. So this one will not get a buff because it has not been played from the banish zone. But it will be +1 with go again from Shadow Puppetry, 2 arcane damage from the seeds.
Yeah.
And if it hits Shadow Puppetry, will allow him to look at the top card of his deck and choose to banish it if he wants to. So, I mean, what do you want to do here?
Yeah, it's so tough, right? Like
the fact that it's 4 as well, it's such just a dirty number because otherwise you destroy your mask and your breaking scales at it, but you're still taking the 2 arcane and the 1 on hit.
Yeah. I feel like Cassandra almost she had to take the arcane then.
Now this is this would be a turn. This would be a turn where Flick Flack would be king because you just Flick Flack the first attack.
Oh, tough.
Okay, now Jason will take 1 here from the husk, go down to 12. And then Cassandra's got 2 cards, so probably just poke with the daggers.
One of them Scar, so
okay, Scar, yep.
And maybe double Kadachi if
so he takes it.
Double Scar.
Okay, I mean, Jason's probably thinking I
actually also. Yeah, he's definitely.
Now, hopefully, Cassandra can draw some Flick Flacks here.
Yeah, that's what you need.
Yeah, so we're at the point of the game where Jason's seeing his the stuff that his budget that he's been pitching. Yeah.
So it was a gateway in his arsenal. All right, so that's interesting.
Man, this is going to be a very damaging turn.
Yeah. Now, did he banish his seeds? He's got 1 seeds in there, isn't he?
He's got double seeds that he banished from the Soul Shackles. So double seeds.
So if Cassandra's got a blue here, I think she almost has to pitch it to stop the 3 arcane that's going to come through the turn, because if he shows a card off gateway, that would be 1 arcane. Obviously, he's going to play the 2 seeds, so she has to use a blue to try and mitigate that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a good example of the power of chain and how much of an MVP card Seeds of Agony is.
Right,
like
totally.
The card is just absurdly good. Seeds of Agony. Like, I don't think the deck exists without seeds. See here, Jason taking a bit of time to sit in the tank. You know, he does have a bit of a reputation for being a bit of a long thinker, but there's plenty of time in the round. There's 20 minutes here. There's no rush, and the game's over.
And I feel like this is the turn that he either wins or loses, right? So
yeah, exactly. I mean, those seeds are getting played, so yeah, that's not what you want to see. Double seeds, double Demigod.
Oh.
And that is not what you want to see. I wonder if Cassandra does have the defense resources to just block out and try.
So she hasn't blocked. She hasn't blocked the mask yet. So that's 2 there. I feel like. Oh, she's trying to make a decision on whether or not to block this arcane, I think, is what's happening now.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you kind of have to. Is
Mm-hmm.
all right, so you just take one.
Yeah, I mean, if she didn't have a blue, then that's
Oh,
possibly
okay.
wrong.
That Sonata's
Oof.
very powerful here, but so there's two non-attack action card. Oh, one non-attack action. My bad. I thought that was a static puppetry. So that's another arcane damage, and just a free card to his hand. You know,
Mm,
you
mm,
trade you
so
trade
good.
you trade one card, it replaces itself, and you just get another little cheeky arcane proc in there.
Yeah, now if she has a blue, this is where she has to pitch. She has
I'm
to
really
pitch the blue.
liking I'm really liking Jason's chain build. I think Dan wasn't over exaggerating, hyping it up. It is pretty spicy. Sonata,
I mean,
he's
he's really managed to survive some pretty average soul shackling mid game to come back. Come
yeah,
back.
exactly. I mean, that's like the theme of the day is like, can you
Yeah.
take
Can
these
you live long enough to get up
advantages?
to
Yeah,
kicking? Yeah.
yeah, but
Yeah.
that's like what Chain needs to do. You pitch your blood debt stuff so that late game you just see nothing but gas getting banished.
Yeah. And so you're sort of giving away your mid game a little bit,
Yeah,
in regards to set up your late game. Right. One floating. So was that a blue that she pitched? I think yeah. So it was a blue
yeah.
she pitched. So
Blue Rising
she's
Plus.
gonna have the gas to stop the seeds, which is a bonus.
Yeah,
That means she does have 3 cards to block with plus the mask, so she could like depending on what cards they are, she could survive this turn, which would
unfortunately,
then put Jason on 3.
the thing is, unfortunately, if you play defensive, you survive the turn, but then you have nothing to return, and then Jason just sits
I
there,
mean,
4 cards,
and
banishing 10.
yeah, what wouldn't she give for that time snap to be an energy potion right now?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's not much that energy potion would even do.
Oh, it just means that she could block fully with her hand and at least swing with Akadachi. Because again, that carrying husk is
Thank you,
slowly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
with the like, she can survive 2 turns. Jason's gonna die to blood debt, right?
I don't think she can here. I mean,
yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't think
it's
she
hard
can
to tell
either.
how
But
many
like,
seeds are left. But
yeah, I guess that's probably what she was looking at when she was checking the graveyard.
yeah, like how many more bloody arcane damage can this guy do?
And he's still got 3 cards in hand. This is
Power
what's
of
the sick
Chain.
about it. Sick
So
about Chain, right?
we haven't seen him banishing any of the arcanic crackles and vexing malices, I believe. So
Right.
I like this build a lot. You're not playing these subpar cards that just hurt you from banishing them.
There we are. Make a rune chant. That is so backbreaking. Yeah. It just makes decisions that much harder. So she's taking the rune chant there, blocking up. Go again with the snapdragons. Yeah, and this has been a great show of patience with Jason and his equipment to make sure that he had it all to play on this turn.
Yeah. So now Cassandra's got what, a card in hand or nothing at all.
Nothing in hand. She's fully blocked out there. She just draws up. Jason takes 1 arcane damage.
Hopefully they
Six
remember.
shackles.
I mean,
Yeah,
he hasn't
he was on
himself
4.
yet. Oh, he did.
Yeah, he was on 4, so
We see
so
Kale pop up in the background there, scoping out the competition. Got confirmation from Kale that he's 3-0 now, so looks like the last minute flight's doing him justice.
really living that Lynch life.
The Gaz's lads.
Oh, yeah. Oof, oof, oof. Ursa, Shadow of Ursa's 2, Seeping Shadows,
Yeah,
Mutated Mass,
and he's got a full hand of resources to
full
work
hand.
with. Yeah,
It's not looking good for Cassandra here.
I mean, like, he was just hoping that he's got nothing but reds in hand, and he can't afford to play
Right,
those double
but,
seepings.
but even then, you've got like Ursa's that gives itself go again if you banish a
Yeah,
card. Yeah, it's. I mean, to be fair, those Seeping Shadows do cost 2, so they are expensive. So
I thought
yeah,
it
if he
cost
had a full
3.
hand of red, if he had a full hand of red, he may be in a bit of trouble here. That he would.
I believe they
But
cost 3, right?
2, yeah, 2 or 3, yeah, yeah. So they are expensive.
They are expensive. Yeah, so
I mean, he's only on 3, so he had. I mean, he only has to do
yeah,
3, but he also has to make sure that he does 3. Or it could be that the awful thing of dying to your own blood debt.
yeah, which is like it's such a good game. You don't want to see it end like that. But,
Yeah, because there's
he's
not
just
a lot of arcane. There's not a lot of arcane coming through from this hand, is there?
nah. There's no seeds, and I mean, he's probably thinking like, damn, if I had a seeds, he might have like ripped through realities in hand that aren't
Yeah.
aren't turning on. But I don't think we've actually seen any of those rip through realities in
Yeah,
this game.
I think he pitched one early, but yeah, I haven't seen too many. Oh, hand on head. Jason is I don't think he's
I
overly
mean,
happy with the cards in
he
his hand.
also has
So
to be worried about, a flick flack red here is actually a
yeah,
blowout.
it's backbreaking, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like the thing
I mean,
I'm
hell,
curious on
I was about to say if he leads off with Ursa's, any flick flack is heartbreaking because Ursa's is only
yeah,
to attack, right?
exactly. Yeah.
And Sandra's being very composed, just she's put her hand on the table and she's like, "I'm just gonna wait and let you
Yeah.
make a
I
decision."
mean, I mean, the game's in Jason's hands.
Yeah,
It's up to him, and
but I also like that play because I also like because it doesn't give your opponent anything. It doesn't like if you're looking at your hand, you can almost give some tells that I've got a defensive reaction or stuff like that. Whereas if you're just like I'm just putting it on the table, giving you
yeah.
nothing, you have to make all your decisions based on what you know and not
Okay,
what
so
I'm giving you.
we do see him leading off the Shadow Versa here, and he's banished a Riftbind, so he has to win this turn. Otherwise,
Yeah,
he is
yeah.
he's just dying
Riftbind's
to his
not
own death. Okay, so we see the leg there, which is a good blocker. You want to block with 2,
solid.
something that's worth 2.
And of course, no reason to not use that first because it doesn't get the advantage of a
Yeah,
flick flack. So she may still have a flack in hand.
yeah.
So you're not giving away that information yet. So I like that as an opening block.
Okay, so we see the blue get pitched to play the Seeping Shadow. Now this will be tough because you can play Riftbind here. It will have go again. Seeping Shadows will give it the +1. Okay, just playing Demigon. So this has go again from Seeping Shadows +1, and I believe that's on the Arsenal, so I don't think it gets a +1 from its own effect.
Yeah,
So this is just, I think, four go again.
Go again.
Now, if you've read Flick Flack here, this is just command.
And so taking one.
Keeping shadows.
Uh,
Mutated
shadows.
mass. So
that's going to be big as well.
I think it's 6. I'm not too sure. We can't have a look at that pit zone, but that's not a Flick Flack. It's a life for a life,
No.
I think.
Yeah,
I think that's game.
yeah.
Well, he managed
so
to do
close.
it.
That was a great game, and like
No,
very
well
very close. Yeah, no, Flick Flack that turn changes. Although then again, she had the life for life, so Flick Flack wasn't going to help her that much.
Yeah,
She had the
there weren't
lead
any.
tap.
I don't think there were any combos. There was life lead tap.
Yeah, because she had the command. So the Flick Flack wouldn't have actually even. It would have made him make some harder decisions, but in the end, it wouldn't have actually helped her. So well played both players. And that is, to be fair, that Katsu did a lot better. I mean, we were discussing Katsu maybe being a bit outclassed, but no, still very viable. After that. So hopefully we should, once they sign the slips, we should get to have a quick chat with Jason on the stream.
Now, that timestamp posting didn't do anything. It was just
again, as I said, how much better would it have been if it was an energy potion?
or even a potion of strength. Crazy, bro. Hey,
How's
Jason,
it going,
how you doing?
Yeah,
Thanks
good.
for joining us. Well done on that last turn, man. Very exciting game there.
Thanks.
Gotta say, I'm a big fan of your build of the deck, as we were talking about through the game that if anyone's going to be able to utilize these gateways and sonatas, it'll be Jason Long.
Yeah, no. To be honest, I kind of just built the deck last night. Was testing it. It felt really good, so yeah, just decided to play it today.
Yeah, nice. So what we were saying with the gateways, you got a bit of tough luck with those. I think most of them got banished off your soul shackles, which isn't the best way of using them. But how have you found them so far throughout today and your other matches as well?
Yeah, so because the deck has so much blood debt in it anyway, the fact that you have some misses like that isn't the end of the world, because otherwise you actually end up with perhaps too much in the banish those. So, and also it's really good with Ebon Fold, because especially the red version, because you opt 3, you get to banish the one you want, and then you get to draw the one you want. It also really works well with Sonata, so you can just set up so you guarantee draw. And basically the idea is the deck is just to make as big a Riftbind as you can, you know. So I've played one game where I came in with a Riftbind for 7 and a Riftbind for 9 on one turn. You can just get some really ridiculous turns going.
Riftbind is very Riftbind and Seeds is like the deck, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Shadow Versa into Seeds is like a free go again.
Yeah. I mean, and to be honest, sometimes the deck actually has so much go again that often you want to be using your Art of Wars for +1 attack just to increase the damage they do. It's quite
Fortunately, we did see Banish the double Art of Wars, which has happened twice today on stream.
Yeah, that was pretty disappointing. It's the first time that's happened to me today, but yeah, obviously that's not what you want the card to be.
It seems to be the theme of today is just seeing Chain just kind of, shit the bed with the banishes early, but setting up, pitching the blood debt stuff so that at the end of the game you're just seeing nothing but gas.
Yeah, exactly.
It was interesting to see you blocked with the husk quite early there, but you kind of wanted to get into a spot where C isn't having a full hand every turn.
Yeah, and I suppose the other thing there on that particular turn was I knew she had the Razor Reflex, because the Soul Bead Strike play doesn't really make much sense there. And so it's either in her hand or in her arsenal, and I suppose from arsenal it's possibly okay, but if I'm just coming back with a full hand against her, she's probably just going to have to discard it anyway. So, and it sort of tends to turn off a bit. So,
I'm guessing that was an easy read for you to see that she wanted to clear up the arsenal for the Plunder run, right?
Yeah. I mean, it was a clear read that there was a Razor Reflex there. As to what was in the arsenal, I mean, probably Plunder was probably the scariest thing she could put in there and what she wants to be doing.
Yeah, that's what we saw. Yeah, she Razor just got no value out of the Razors to clear up the arsenal spot of the Plunder run in, which is like you're trading like your husk for like a premium red card there.
Yeah, and I suppose I like to start going off on about turn 3 or 4. So while it does seem early for the husk, I mean, you can just snowball into a 2 big turns in a row, and then they're just pretty much dead. So the one life that you take is actually pretty irrelevant at that point. It's more just about making sure you're not so low that you can't afford to take a bit of damage from the husk, and blocking some sort of on-hit trigger is usually what you want to be doing.
Cool. So, what else have you faced today, Jason? Obviously, this is the first time we've seen Katsu on the table, but are you seeing a lot of other chains? And how does the mirror match work out for you?
So I haven't actually played any of the mirror match, but I think everyone I've seen is on quite a different build to me. So I've actually got no idea how it's going to play out. I haven't actually played any mirror matches, so it's going to be quite fun. But I've played so far a Dorinthia. That deck, I mean, it feels very hard to keep up with chain. There's certain turns that matter when you've got Steelblade Supremacy and stuff like that, but otherwise you can kind of just not block, and sometimes their attack reactions get a bit awkward, and then you just come in for stupid amounts of damage and they just can't keep up.
So you can just gum up their hand, right, if you're not blocking, and they've got like the Iron Song responses and stuff, and they just can't get them out of their hand.
Yeah. And so the other matchup I played was Prism, so I've got some spicy tech for that, so if I get back on camera playing that, we'll just see how that goes.
Oh, no.
We had Dan on the first game, and he said that there was some spicy tech in your deck for that. So hopefully we'll see it at sometime today.
Yeah, who knows?
So Jason, are there any matchups in particular that you're not looking forward to playing?
Probably Guardian, I think, is probably the scariest because Crippling Crush is a real beating. CNC not so bad, but obviously Spinal Crush is the worst, right? Like if they ever get a dominated Spinal Crush on, it can just absolutely ruin your entire turn. So you've got a husk that you basically have to save for that. But if they have 2 in a row, I mean, that's when things start getting real hairy because you can start just really killing yourself with Blood Debt, and if you can't tap back, it's quite bad.
So what I'm hearing is that you don't want to see Kale in top 8 and hope that he gets eliminated by someone else with a better matchup.
Yeah, well, my mate Dave, he actually bet Matt Rogers playing the old Chain. He's playing Guardian as well. Bet Matt Rogers, who was playing Chain. So there's a couple of good Guardian players out there that I'm really not too happy to see, and hopefully they get kicked out by someone.
Okay. Yeah. Kale did mention that there's almost just as about as many Bravos as there is Chains at the event, which is definitely not something I expected, but.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just the way the meta's changed, right? Like, there's not as much dash around anymore. Well, basically none, because it's very hard for it to beat Prism, I think. And I think it also struggles against Chain because, again, you just can't really look to block it out completely. If you're giving them full hands to swing back at, they're going to leak damage somewhere, and eventually you're just going to die.
Yeah. So, if you had to rate the MVP of your deck, is it Seeds or Riftbind?
Oh, it's got to be Riftbind. The deck's basically unplayable without Riftbind. I mean, Seeds is just an enabler. Seeds, it's basically, if you've got 2 Riftbinds out, it's buff 3, go, well, it deals 1, buff 2, go again. So it's the enabler. But the key card of the deck is Riftbind for sure.
Yeah, some pretty big Riftbind turns, especially with, Howl.
Yeah, Howl's again very good card, the red Howl.
This is +3, then +1 for being a non-attack action.
Exactly. Howl's very good. I'm only running the red versions today. It might be correct to maybe run the yellows as well, but to be honest, as I said, I kind of built this yesterday, so it's not exactly tuned as of yet.
I don't think there are that many people with a lot of constructed Monarch experience. Everyone's all over the show with practicing seals and running drafts, and
Yeah.
you know, so many things you got to test. And
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, definitely.
some decks are superior in other formats. You know.
Yeah, definitely. I want to try and play Chain and Blitz as well, but haven't really done too much testing there. I mean, basically, just been testing for this tournament a little bit, but mostly the calling. So I'm really excited to play in that in a couple of weeks, and hope to see everyone there. It's going to be great.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be a big event.
Do you think Chain and Blitz is going to be a little bit disadvantaged with the 40 card hard cap, or do you think
I
there's
mean,
just
it's hard to know because they've got half the life, and you have got
yeah?
Husk, which is basically worth a lot more value in that format. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Alrighty, well, it looks like the round timer has finished there as well. So best of luck for the rest of the tournament, Jason. As we said, hopefully we'll get you back on screen versus a Prism so we can see this spicy tech. And yeah, all the best, and yeah, good luck.
Thanks very much. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, good luck on your next round. See you, mate.
Bye. Huh?
So it'd be interesting to see if we can actually get a metagame breakdown of how many of each character there are. Because as we said, multiple Bravos. We've seen a Katsu player just this turn. So there definitely has been two thought processes going on of the adapting what that people were playing and the trying something new, which is always exciting.
Yeah. So if it is a 5-round event, we can almost guarantee that Jason Long and Kale should be locked. If it's 6, I think they need to win the next round to be locked in for top 8.
I believe so. Yeah.
I'm sure Dan McKay, who we had on round 1, is probably doing well. Not too sure who else is there. I know Liam Spronkin is a good player who should be there. Daniel Real and Nick Spence.
Yeah. And Jason just said that Matt took a loss, so that'll be interesting as well.
Yeah, against Bravo. So we need. I've messaged Gregory because I think they need to turn off these mics after the games. Get that ugly mug off the screen. We've already had one, Kale. We don't want to repeat. Such a
I'm going to love a top 8 draft. What? I mean, less so the more good players there are.
We'll be back shortly with this next round, which looks to be Kale versus Dan.
All right. Cheers.
Alrighty, so this should be very interesting. Prism versus Guardian. Of course, talking to Kale at pre-release, and since pre-releases, obviously everything has a focus on for him on the Guardian matchup, and I believe he believes this should be a fairly easy matchup for him. With just the phantasm and stuff. But it'll be interesting to see how it actually plays out.
Yeah, this is a good game to have on the feature. So we have Dan McKay piloting Prism against the best Guardian player that's allowed to play at these events anymore, KO the Creep. The thing that makes this matchup so interesting is Bravo just has a lot of things that have 6+ power that, they just play naturally. They don't need to force things in to try and break Phantasm. They have these strong attacks anyway.
So and absolutely, that is such a key to this, is that you're not having to put in stuff that goes against your regular game plan to deal with it.
Yeah, sort of like Brute, right? You don't have to water down your deck. You just play what you're going to play anyway. I'd be interested to see what kind of approach Dan wants to take with this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, we saw him against Chain in the first round, and I would imagine this game is going to play out quite differently.
Absolutely.
On his side.
So we're seeing him pitch a Showtime and a Disable to the bottom. That is worth noting that he only has access to 2 more Showtimes in the immediate future.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is like so Dan McKay opting to just take 6 on the first turn. So he gets the Genesis in play. This is huge.
Yeah.
That Genesis is such a valuable card. And the one thing with Guardian, it doesn't have a lot of, attacks. It can't effectively deal with all these auras.
And that's where the new rousing majestic that attacks for 7 with Go Again is so important for this matchup.
Yeah, this should be a good one. So start of turn, you get a free soul from Genesis, and it replaces itself. And there's the next aura. Yeah, so that's the aura. Which one does that do? Is that whenever an aura is blown up, you take damage?
I believe so, yeah.
I honestly have no idea which one that is. I don't believe it's... Oh, that might be Parable of Humility, which will give -1 to defending and attacking attacks.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, that would make sense in this matchup. That he'd want to get that out early.
No, so that isn't Parable of Humility. I don't know what this
Ode of Wrath, maybe? Is that the one?
No, I believe Ode of Wrath is the one which kind of has the
this is the
of the sword.
This is the problem when with a new set coming out, and we don't have exact like we're just going off what the artwork is, so we're making some guesses here. Sorry, guys.
So, this is kind of what I expected from the matchup, where you just play auras, attack for split damage.
Totally.
Whereas if you play just heralds, you can just sort of have it broken by Phantasm.
Yeah, and I guess part of the way to deal with this stuff is that, or at least to deal with the spectral, is going to be having to use dominate in places where he may normally not use it, just to make sure he gets to crack those spectrals.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it is definitely tough for the Guardian player with the this many auras so early.
Yeah, 100%.
And we're seeing
He did
Kale
a good
just
job on getting rid of that Genesis before he gets too much value out of it.
we're seeing Kale taking a lot of damage early here, and the pace of this game is, you know, I
Yeah.
mean, anyone who's played against Kale knows that when he gets into a zone like this, he will play quite fast, but it does mean
There's a second Genesis.
that is
That's
tough.
not what you want to see. And Dan McKay's just stocking up his souls here. If he has left like a Celestial in there, he's
Well,
going to
we
be able
know
to
he
have...
plays it because we saw him pitch it in the first game of the tournament. So
Yeah. So now it's just all these different attacks for one split damage.
yeah, now it's that four and an aura on the field. That is
There's just
tough.
no effective way to deal with them all. I mean, we need like an ARG smash for our auras. That is one way to keep yourself in the game, is if you can blessing effectively null 3 attacks per turn. If you can maximize the the life gain from it, but it's just
Totally.
one
Another aura again.
another one just replaces it. It's
This is clearly the game plan Dan had for against Bravo players, because with the speed that this game's going at, like, he very much knows what he wants to do, and Kale is just sort of, treading water here at the moment.
Kind of just reminds me of Dash a little bit. You just look at all these auras. There's so many shields. Like at some stage, you need to just do a big dominate attack to just clear them out. But if you do that, Dan just has like a full hand. He can make more.
And all just chipping away for one go again with the
one. I mean, if that's Ode to Raft, I think each one is actually dealing 2.
Oh wow!
If I remember correctly. Yeah, so that aura is Ode to Wrath, which means whenever a source does 1 damage, they lose a life. It isn't arcane damage. It isn't even preventable. It's just raw losing a life.
Wow.
It means that each aura is essentially, if it hits, it's going to be 2.
Wow. That is brutal.
Yeah, so you want to get rid of that Ode to Wrath as soon as you can. I mean, but what's the chances Dan just pitches and makes another another aura, and then there's another one there. I believe that's the one that does an arcane damage each time a source is destroyed. So
wow,
if he does manage to do those shields, each one is gonna just proc again. One. This is rough.
This is going to be this is going to be the quickest game of the day.
Yeah, this is crazy. And Dan hasn't even hit below 30s.
No,
he's taken 6 damage this whole game. Meanwhile, Kale only has 13 life points remaining. Insane. And I don't see how Kale can get himself out of this trap, because he's pitch. You make another one.
Exactly.
That's on Luminous.
Yeah, no, this is insane.
Yeah, this is the other version of Prison that I don't enjoy playing against.
And that's the Sentinel, so he has to attack that.
Man, yeah. And then that's turn, and then Dan all he has to do is pitch a yellow to make another shield to turn on Luminous. Oh, he's got Dreamweavers now.
Oh.
Man, this is rough to watch.
Yeah, this is.
Why'd they have to feature this match? Oh, poor Kale.
And early morning trip's not going to feel as good now. Oh,
Yeah.
oh, and the pummel as well. Just insult to injury, getting hit with your own card.
Yeah.
Oh, and Celestial to finish it off for 7.
Damn. Well, that's the ball game.
That is insane. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that is just such a when that snowballs out like that, it's just such a huge wall to climb.
Yeah, and it's rare we see Kale on the receiving end of a near 40-0. Usually he's the one giving the 40-0s to people, but
Yeah. Yep, that was
he just has no way to out all these different auras. You know,
no, just the fact that Dan got all like just turn after turn, got all those auras early. Really, just it's like that would have been the game plan he had going in, and it just worked perfectly. It's
yeah,
like
exactly.
some days it's just it as Hannibal from A Team used to say, I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, exactly. That is execution at its finest form. And we need some removal for auras, like a heavy storm, Raigeki, dark hole. It's like a board wipe. Token Thanksgiving. That's one of my favorite cards. You blow up all the tokens on the field, you gain life for each one.
Fair enough.
I guess we're about.
So Dan, I was just saying it was like watching Hannibal from the A Team. I love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah,
That seems like the perfect game plan against a Bravo player.
Yeah, get real lucky and draw my good cards. Yeah, I think it's
Yeah,
a good
yeah.
plan. I think I put one of the Ode to Wrath in this morning because I was like, oh, I don't actually need this other card, and I want it for Guardian because I think it's really good there. I probably should have two because it's really good there. But it's kind of like it's good if you're doing good stuff, and you kind of have to hit a critical mass, otherwise it's kind of bad. And if they're winning, it kind of does nothing. So
Yeah.
basically, drawing real well is a good plan for winning games, I think.
Yeah, well, it was like he takes a turn off to get rid of one aura, and he just replaces it with another one.
Yeah.
And there's not much he can really do in that spot.
Yeah.
He's overwhelmed by all the split damage. 100 times a turn.
I had the pummel in Arsenal for a while, and I think that was maybe wrong. It's not that good, but obviously because I can Dreamweavers and he's taking so much damage, I can just kind of push it through and then be like, well, come in with this and pummel, and then because everything has go again, I can come in for another 8 one at a time as well, which is, yeah. If it comes together, it's obviously broken.
Yeah.
Yeah. That majestic weapon is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I was kind of initially not on it for this matchup because it's a bit awkward, and sometimes it's nice to just be able to be okay, come in for 4 with go again, maybe come in for 4 with go again. But yeah, basically I want 100 cards in my deck, so I had to trim Iris. I don't have room for this card.
Fair enough. I mean, and obviously we saw how powerful it was once you get out those multiple spectral shields, and because he's having to deal with spectral on the auras, he just never catches up, and you can just chip away. It's like a thousand light daggers.
Yeah, being able to play a deck where you have 6 or 8 Kodachis in play, if you get to do it, it's obviously good. I don't obviously if Kale had been drawing more of the Rouse the Ancients and being able to come in for 7 and then break a shield, that'd be a whole different story.
Well, I mean, that's what we were saying is that like he needed to get one of those sort of big turns with a dominate so he could clear a bunch of the shields out, but he just never had the chance to do it.
Yeah, well, also, like, obviously, if he's, like, breaking the shields, but leaving me the auras, like,
Yeah.
there's a lot I can do with those.
Yeah,
exactly.
Genesis, that card just gains too much advantage. Just leave that there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can ever, like, leave Genesis in play, and I don't think you can Ode to Wrath either, because having all of my things hit for double, having everything,
for 2.
like, I mean, it gives my Illusionist attack action cards go again as well, which is, maybe it's attack action, I don't know, it does something else as well, but that's not that relevant.
Yeah, double damage is pretty insane. Just a lot of split damage. Guardians of deck that just wants to defend with all their cards, but when it's split across so many different attacks, it can't really do much.
So I think Guardians actually like can be a pretty hard matchup for me. I think like that was like literally some of the best draws I could see, and I think Chaos deck didn't line up super well against it. Just kind of like he just kind of drew not the right cards to deal with what I drew. So I think like I don't know. I would be reasonably worried still playing KO in the top 8. I think it's not a great matchup for me necessarily.
Yeah, exactly. Like if the Auras don't line up, they have a lot of cards that can just trigger Phantasm that they play anyway. They don't have to water down the deck.
Yeah. Like the deck has like a million, not just 6 attacks, but like 7 and 8 and 9 attacks and 11 attacks.
Yeah.
So there's no way I can be like, okay, well, like maybe I can shrink his attack and then I can get in with my like Herald of Triumph. It's like, it's not good. Like, I think it's a pretty hard matchup for me, but obviously, if you draw Mental well, then it's pretty good.
Yeah, that was insane.
It is nice though that in the Prism deck you do have the like we saw there the plan B that actually is a great help because as you said if you just had the heralds the Phantasm becomes a liability, whereas being able to shift gear even though it was with some really good timed cards and stuff like that, it's really nice to know that the deck has that option to try and play around it, and it's not just a straight auto loss. So
I mean there's a lot of cards in the deck basically for Guardian because you need this plan against them. You can't be just like trying to come in with heralds. That's just going to lose you the game. So like obviously if you can get like if you can ever get like 2 Genesises down, that's like a pretty good path to victory, but it's kind of dream scenarios.
Is that also the sort of same sort of technique that you'd like to go against Brute as well, or do you find?
No, Brute's like
No.
I don't think that's good against Brute. I think the problem with Brute is that unlike Guardian, where they come in with 1 attack, Brute can be like, okay, well, I can roll Scabs. And you're like, well, that's terrible because if you hit well off of Scabs, you can kill 2 auras in 1 turn, and that's crushing. Also, like, they have other ways of getting go again as well. So they can be like, on a beatdown, Blood Rush turn, they can be like claws, and then throw the last attack at the aura. So they can be like hitting you for a ton of damage and killing your auras and doing other stuff. And you can't block well because they're intimidating. Like basically everything Brute does is like amazing against you, and it's a terrible matchup. And like
it's almost like they don't believe in fairies.
Yeah, it's a lot like that. The Brute matchup is really hard. I think like if your opponent maybe doesn't know the matchup super well and you kind of get on like a few slightly techie cards, then maybe it's okay. But mostly it's garbage and you don't want to be doing it.
Do you know if there are many Brute players at the event today?
So I've seen one hanging around the top tables who, don't mean to wish anyone badly, but, I hope I don't play in the top 8.
That's the one you're trying to avoid. Is that Liam Sprunken by any chance?
I can't really remember anyone's name.
That's fair.
Yeah, it's Liam.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah, he's one of the good Brute players that should be there.
Yeah, basically me and Jason decided not to play Brute, and like I'm real glad Jason's not on it because like I reckon I can sometimes beat Chain. I reckon Jason playing Brute is, I mean, that's an auto loss. It's so bad.
Do you know what made him not play Brute?
Yeah, like we did all the, like we were testing like last night and this morning and stuff, and basically Chain was performing really, really well, and also we tested Brute against Chain and it got crushed real bad.
Right.
So like, yeah, I mean when you're playing Brute, like you want to dodge Ninja super hard, but if you also want to dodge Chain, that's a lot of decks to dodge.
Yeah, a lot of bad matchups.
Yeah, like also like the best thing about Brute, I mean obviously now it crushes Prism as well, so that's like another nice thing. But like, was that like it absolutely destroyed Dash to the point where like Dash basically couldn't buy a game, and like no one's playing Dash, so like it's
it's tough to commit to the deck when one of your good matchups isn't relevant anymore.
Yeah, it's
I mean, you know, like if there's a deck that's super good against Ranger, who cares, right?
Yeah. I think basically like I don't think Brute is the medical for today, and I'm hoping other people have also thought that and will not be playing it against me.
Well, it seems like there's only one player that you need to avoid in the top 8.
Well, I mean, so sort of. I think like KLU at X1 now, right? 3-1. So yeah, Kale's probably in the like almost certainly in the top 8 as well. And even though like that game went really well for me, I don't think that's necessarily indicative of how games against Guardian will normally go for me. And also like my friend Dave is playing Guardian as well, and he's quite good and like knows the matchup pretty well. And I think that could be pretty difficult too.
Okay, and how is he doing? Is he in the top 8 hunt as well?
Yeah. I think he's at table 4 at the moment. So I think he lost the last round, but so he's 2-1 going to this round. But like, if he wins here, he could be in with a grin.
Yeah. So there's potentially 2 players that you're trying to dodge here.
Well,
or 3.
Yeah, so
Kale.
up to 3. Like it looks like most of the people are playing things like Warrior and Ninja and Chain and stuff, and all of those I'm absolutely happy to play. Like I've been pretty lucky with my pairings so far today. I've played mostly decks that I think are pretty good matchups for me. Also, I've been drawing pretty well. I played against a Ninja player in round 2, and I attacked for 30 on turn 1. So that's pretty good.
Oh, must be nice.
Yeah, it was.
Well, how the hell did you do that?
Well, he didn't block out Herald of Erudition, and then I drew another Herald of Erudition, and he didn't block out that. And one thing led to another.
That's a must block.
Yeah. I mean, it's got Dominate, so like he didn't want to lose his mask.
Yeah.
And then like, next thing you know, he's on 16.
That's rough.
Yes. I think I've been running pretty hot today. It's good.
Do you know if there is 5 or 6 rounds for today?
5, so
okay.
Yeah, one more. So I think I'm 100% locked now, and I think Kale's locked as well.
Yeah, you're definitely locked.
I think
if Jason also won his game, he's locked.
He's still playing. I can see him from here, but I think he's probably locked as well based on how Fab tiebreakers work.
And are you able to tell us how many players are there today? Because we don't actually have much information at our disposal.
Yeah, I can ask. Hey Jesse, how many players today? 29, says my opponent. There's 29. There's 29 in the event today.
Yeah, so we get an understanding of how top 8's starting to shape already. And
yeah, I think
this should be a good top 8. Got a couple big names in there.
Yeah, I mean, Fab in general is very interesting because like it's a little bit more. I mean, obviously there's still a lot of luck in it, as I've just demonstrated for you now, but like, it tends to be a bit lower variance than some other games, so like you tend to see a lot of the same people in top 8s regularly.
Yeah, especially when it comes to constructed compared to Blitz.
Yeah, that's true. Blitz is. I mean, I'm pretty steamed on Blitz, but I'm hoping that the new format's going to be a bit more fun and a bit less aggro.
Yeah, I mean, as a great Saw once said, when it comes to Blitz, any fool can win on the day.
It is a bit more kind of. Like, I mean, there's still obviously a lot of skill, and like especially in some matchups, there's like the person who knows the matchup better will usually win. But there's a lot of matchups that aren't like that, and a lot of ability to just kind of win the game off a lucky draw. Where you know, if like Brute or Wizard or something is just coming in for lethal on like a first turn or two, and your hand doesn't line up well, like okay.
Yeah, the dice roll can even decide games before they even start.
For sure.
Reminds me of another trading card game, the one with the 3 words. What is it? Yu-Gi-Oh.
I thought that was one
dice
word.
Never heard of it.
Game sucks.
Yeah, never mind that game.
Are you able to tell us how Matt's doing? You know, is he near the top tables or?
So I talked to him after the last round. Oh, was it Matt Rogers? I assume we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I talked to him after the last round, and he had just won that, but he lost to Dave Marshall just before that. So he was 2-1 going into round 4, and I'm not sure how he's done.
Okay, be quite a good turn of events if he doesn't end up making top 8.
Well, Matt's a friend of mine, so I don't really, I wouldn't say it's a good turn of events, but I will make fun of him for it. So,
Well, I mean, Kale decided to go at 1:30 a.m. today. So if he makes it and Matt doesn't, he's going to have a lot to fucking talk about.
Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Matt! Yeah, he's nodding his head, so I think he's 3-1 as well, so I think he's going to be into the top 8.
Man. Hopefully Kale sorts him out. The drunken master.
Yeah, and then Matt's on quite a cool chain list. Be worth a coverage slot, I should think. But you have to maybe do some work.
He didn't break up this infamous Azalea deck that he keeps talking about.
No, I think
for months.
I'll tell you what.
The non-existent.
If he's talking about Azalea, it's just to raise the demand up for singles that he's obviously got stocked up at card merchant. Nobody wants to be playing that deck. It's bad. Get it out of here.
In the bin, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Thanks for joining us, Stan. We'll leave you to it if you want to go enjoy the rest of your time.
See ya.
All right. Good luck. See you in top 8.
All right. So we are getting a bit of a vibe of how the top 8's looking. So a couple of chains, maybe a couple of guardians, a prism.
Yeah, I mean, if we get 2 guardians at top 8, that'll be
that throws some spanners in the works for people.
So it's looking like it's going to be Chain, Prism, Brute, Bravo, and surprisingly, there's no Ranger in the top 800.
Who would have thought?
Well,
I'm sure that I thought they were due, right? They were due. But yeah, also it'd be interesting. As I said, I really like to know the breakdown of things to see if anyone even actually attempted to play Dash, or whether or not Dash literally just got benched by players.
I got thrown off because I was trying to chat to my boy Nick Spence before the event a couple of days ago. He said that he was just going to turn up on Control Dash, and I just said, look, if you do that, you're going to get destroyed by these new decks. So please don't. But he turned up on Chain, which seems to be one of the decks to beat at the moment. And you got
I definitely think Chain is probably a little bit harder to play than Control Dash as well. Like so while we are seeing it being a popular deck, I think it's not sort of as simple as like picking up a Dash deck and loading up your chamber and shooting your gun a couple of times. I think there's definitely a lot of more decision making going in it. So you need like, and that's what I feel about this season of Classic Constructed is there isn't the deck that you can go, oh, I haven't played in a while, I'll just play the best deck and pick it up and go. I think you really need to commit to learning what your deck does and
what to play, what not to play. So we just got word from Greg that there was a fire in the rubbish bin outside at the beginning of last round. So I'm wondering if Matt Rogers accidentally threw away my Bolton list, because that's fire.
Fire, is it?
Yeah.
not a flaming piece of insert.
So we have the round 4 standings actually for us
Oh,
at
yeah, cool.
uh, so we know Dan's 4-0, Kale's 3-1. Daniel Richards is 3-0 going to that round. Jason.
I actually wonder how many other prisms there are there as well.
Oh, so there's actually Aaron Curtis here. We've got a full list of players here. So
Did you say Aaron Curtis is down there?
yeah, he's 2-1 heading to round 4 along with Matt Rogers. We've got Stephen Steele.
Nice. I'd be interested to see what Aaron's playing.
Yeah, definitely. Unfortunately, my boy Nick Spence has dropped. Daniel Real, yeah, they're probably off to go get some burgers somewhere, knowing them.
Maybe they're setting up their next podcast.
Yeah. What is it? What's the name of it? Is it the Art of War podcast?
Art of War that they record live. Well, not live. They record it in at Dice Jar. So that's so if you haven't checked it out, you guys definitely should. They had Liam on their last episode, so they were talking about their sort of nationals and callings, experiences and stuff like that, which is real interesting to for any new players to get an idea of what it's like playing some of these bigger competitive tournaments, because obviously we are leading into it. We're 2 weeks away from the next calling here in Auckland, and then I'm pretty sure straight after that we're gonna get the announcement of when nationals is, and we'll start the long run of roads to nationals, which is always a fun time.
I'm looking forward to it. There's so much events going on this year.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess now we're making up for a year of pandemic where we couldn't do as many live events, so sort of throwing in as many as we can now.
We had quite a bit, let's be real, compared to other places.
Absolutely.
So we have the round 4 pairings there, so we can have a look. Matt Rogers beat Stephen Steele. Liam Spronkin got paired up against Aaron Curtis, and Liam took that out. So Liam's 3-1. So it looks like the top 8 we can kind of predict is going to be Dan McKay, Kale, Jason Long, Daniel Richards, Matt Rogers, Liam Spronkin, and I think there might be one wild card pick. So maybe I want Cassandra Hancock to make it in, and hopefully she has a better matchup than what was it, the chain one?
Yeah, I mean, and she did very well in that match, so it would be great to see a Katsu in there. Although I don't know how Katsu is going to go against Prism. That seems like it could be a massacre.
Yeah. Oh well, do you want to take a little break before we head into the last round? There's quite a bit of time left, about
it sounds
20
good.
minutes.
Yeah, so we'll take a bit of a break, and then once the next round is paired, we'll be back ready to go with the final round of Swiss.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, who's that guy in the back? Is that guy that won nationals? What's his name? Nick Butcher? Is that his name? I think that's Nick Butcher, right?
Right. I'm sure Nick Butcher is going to show up somewhere at some point today. Spoilers.
Yeah.
Alrighty. We'll see you guys soon for round 5.
Right, folks. So welcome back to the last round of Swiss for the Dice Star Games winner case of Crucible of War. This is Liam Spronkin against Sasha Skelton. So this will be a Brute versus Guardian matchup. Welcome to Raid Classic.
Excellent. This is what we want to see, a brute player.
Yeah. I've had my Katsu fix for the day. Time for you to get your brute fix.
That's right. And I'll be interested to see what Monarch stuff has gone into the deck, because obviously there's some very interesting stuff that can be added. It's just at what level.
Yeah. I was watching Liam last night on the Armory stream playing the club still, which, I mean, the club's always reliable. I am pretty sold on the meat axe for like the extra chance of an intimidate.
Yeah, I do like it.
You can never go wrong with a romping club, especially if you want to play a bit more of a long, grindy game. You know.
Yeah, well, that's exactly it. I think if you're playing a little bit more control-y, the club just gives you that guaranteed extra damage if you're just swinging with the club. Whereas, like, you could be swinging for 5, but you could also be swinging for 3 with the meat axe. So, but
it'll be interesting to see what new tools he has.
Yeah.
And then again, we got gold foil Sasha over there.
Mm-hmm.
I believe these players have 3-1 going into this. So these guys are
about right. Yep.
Three. Well, what round is this? Round 5.
Round 5. So this is the final round.
So I believe this is their winning in. So whoever wins this is locked in for top 8. The other one still might be able to get there depending on how the tiebreakers line up.
Still mathematically, It also depends on where they took their one loss. Because that's actually what I was when we were talking about it before. That's what could play against Matt Rogers making the top 8, is that he took his loss in round 2, so very early.
I mean, very surprising for Matt to even drop a game in the Swiss. Because he had a very impressive running at Nats, and even the latest calling, I believe he went 11-0. Then momentum ran full stream into a brick wall by the name of Jennifer.
Yeah. I mean, even more so than that, I'm pretty sure, bar the last event that Jacob Pearson won, is that Matt's won every big event that Dice Jar's hosted. So
yeah, he's got a bit of a rep at that shop, eh?
Yeah. Oh, here's an interesting thing. So Liam on the mandible claws.
Oh, that is nice. That is what I like to see. I'm very high on that weapon.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a sideboard specific for this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if we get the chance to have a chat with him, we can ask him that. I'm expecting this to be a very aggressive game plan from Liam.
Yeah, it should be. This is not going to be about finesse. This is going to be about two big guys swinging as hard as they can at each other. And here we go, starting out with the hammer.
Classic. Yep. Man, those are some interesting sleeves.
Those
like
are the screw down sort of display slab type stuff. Yeah.
Gotta protect the slabs, bro.
So rolling a 2 there on Scabskin, so he gets a refund.
So what's intimidate for?
No, I think that was just Sasha. Sasha was preempting, but no, and comes with the Command and Conquer, which is good here. I like this because it's going to force a 2-card block if Sasha wants to hold on to that arsenal.
That's fine. Bravo's happy to do that, and then just pitch and hammer for 6.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Crippling Crush in the hand, so that's a card that he's going to want to keep. It looks like he's got a blue unmovable. You can't block that, bro. So we'll see. I mean, it also depends if he values that card. Blocking with the Crippling.
No.
Opting to keep the Spinal Crush in hand. Interesting play. I
Which is
guess if
the final.
that's the red. I mean, if it's red unmovable, the spinal crush doesn't get over either.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's weird to see him value the spinal more than the crippling, but the deck obviously is going to have access to remembrance and stuff, so
Yeah,
it's
of
not gone.
course. And of course, you've got Showtime as well. So
We got a nice springboard somersault there.
yeah,
One
I
card.
like that. I like that. I mean, it pitches for yellow, so it works with all brute weapons, and if you get to use it as a defense, that's fine.
Yeah, it's a very good card. So see life from life coming in, 4 go again. This is on lower life here.
Yeah.
Sasha, I mean, you probably want to
Go
block.
again's always solid in brute.
Yeah, exactly. You don't really want the on hit trigger. Okay, yeah. So you got the defense check. You might as well use it on the on the 4, and then you just block the claw for free. Yeah, you don't want to let him have life for nothing. So
Liam's doing a good job at keeping Sasha with only 2 cards, which makes some of those bigger attacks a little bit harder to pull off in Guardian.
Yeah, exactly.
So, there we go. This is a mango. Is it
This is
mango?
mangle. Yep. So that will destroy an equipment with a battle worn counter on it. If it crushes.
But I don't think he's blocked with anything.
No, so he just takes it all.
Yeah.
Which is
And
I mean,
that's not a terrible one to get out of the way because like losing your scab skins could be.
Yeah. So right. It's a good turn when they start off with a barraging and then even a blood rush to follow it off. So he discarded the beast within, life for a life.
1, 2, 3.
So it's 3 life. So he's playing non-red Savage Feast, which is interesting. I'm assuming it's just a blue. Like it isn't the worst blue.
I guess it is. Yeah, I mean it's not a bad blue, especially when you've got claws.
What's this roll for? Did he roll for scab skins? Okay.
I think he rolled. Oh no, I think he's rolling for the what the random discards are. Is what he's rolling for.
Oh,
so he's truly randomizing the intimidate and also his discards is what he's doing.
So does he have an action point here? Like you don't want to play the Savage Feast when you have the 2 claws.
Maybe the first roll was scab skins.
Double blood rush. Oh man, those claws are what 7 apiece now.
Jeez, yeah.
7 apiece. Another Savage Feast. He must have
another Savage Feast.
He must have a lot of action points. Like otherwise,
yeah, he must have rolled on scab skins. Yeah.
Did he have a 6? Like, did we miss something? Or maybe he's just not
running to play the claws there. That is a big turn though. That is a lot of.
2 blood rushes gone now though. But...
Yeah. That and also 2 Savage Feasts, which are quite key to Guardian strategies.
It's funny how the tide of a game can shift so fast. We had a very slow start where they're just, doing standard blocking for 6, attacking for 6, and then coming up with the weapon.
I wonder if that turn though might come back to haunt Liam. Like perhaps he should have just swung twice with the claws and kept that second blood rush for the next turn.
Yeah, that is a good possibility. So he's going all in with these rolls. He's thinking about cracking the gloves here on a 2.
Okay. I see what he was trying. Yeah, I see. He was just trying to clear his hand out, which, oof.
No,
yeah, this is a big one.
Yeah. Crippling.
Oof. So he's just taking it and taking the crush.
Yeah, I can't tell if it was dominated or not, but either
Well,
way,
he only blocked with one. Yeah, I mean, maybe he was wanting just to hold on to a card so he can have some sort of swing back.
yeah, but
Yeah.
Sasha's fine just taking this, or even just one card blocking it.
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world either way.
Yeah, I would almost think Sasha's just going to take it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
And that is where the clause v the club is like the difference between 3 and 4 is actually quite big.
yeah, throughout the
And
course of a long
and
game.
drawing a block out of people.
So you see the Sand Sketch playing here. What do you think he wants to add? I mean, it depends
If
on
he
the rest of
doesn't,
the
if
hand.
he, yeah, if he doesn't have it already, you definitely want to throw in Beast Within, right? Like because
Yeah,
that's the key.
or even
Like you hit a Beast Within, and you get a card back. You get that card back and 2 actions. Otherwise, that or you go for like a blue Wreck-It Romp just for
yeah,
the
for the resources.
yeah.
It's
Because
hard to
with a
tell.
blue Wreck-It with a blue Wreck-It Romp, you discard a 6, then your claws are turned on, so you can attack twice with the
Oh,
claws. There we go,
so
and
he
he
got
hit
a
the
Beast
Beast
Within
Within.
off the Sand Sketch. I saw him add one at the far right of his hand.
Yep.
So he hit double
So
Beast
that's
Within.
good.
So that's a good chance. Yep. So
Yeah.
now we're going to see. What do you want to
As
see
long
from
as
this? You want to start seeing.
I want to see like a massacre or like a Alpha Rampage, possibly.
Hopefully, he doesn't take too much damage here.
Oh, that's his third Blood Rush
Yeah,
Bellow gone though.
it's
That
very
is that
unfortunate.
is that is tough.
That is very
Now
unfortunate.
now he
I
has to
mean,
do it
he has
with
2 action points, though. We know he's a Beast Within and a Massacre in hand.
yeah. And of course, he's got the claws there as well.
In the Beast
So
Within.
he's going to lead
So
up.
Art of
That's
War.
Art of War. Okay, I don't hate that.
Yeah, it's too bad he can't dig
He
for the
just
butterfly.
he banished the massacre though. That's interesting. I'm not sure I would have done that. Like massacre is just so good. Like coming in for 8. Or, I mean, I guess now that you've lost the Blood Rush Bellows, massacre's not as advantageous. But if you know, just
Yeah.
massacre into a Alpha Rampage, that's 3 intimidates. So all right, so 1 block there. So taking 2. So he's got 1 action left here.
1 action left.
But I'd go claw. I would probably go
make him
claws. Yeah, I'd probably swing with the claws here to get that last card out of his hand, and then come in with the next attack. Yeah, because the claws obviously already have go again because 6 has been discarded.
Yeah.
And so if he doesn't block here,
He just takes it, and then does he have?
So
if he has a
depending on the resources,
well, it looks like
yeah,
he's about to pitch his last. No, it looks like he has 2 cards in hand. So if we can see
Yeah,
another
so-
claw, then like another attack that doesn't require a random discard.
Yeah.
Maybe like another Command and Conquer would be good, or another
yeah.
copy of Massacre would be pretty good.
Yeah.
So the players just
I mean,
realizing
he's got that energy. He's got that energy pod as well. So
yeah. I mean, that would explain why he wanted to banish the Massacre. You don't want 2 of them in the hand.
they're ending with a Command and Conquer. That is
That's
massive.
It's not a bad way to end the turn.
That is well played.
I don't think Arthur can block this properly. Does he have the equipment to block it?
No, he's blocked 2 with equipment.
Yeah, so we've seen Liam with 2 very big turns.
Yeah, there's a stamp of authority.
Wait, so is that Towering Titan actually in play?
It looks like it must be.
Well, it dies, and then I don't think. Oh, the save.
Oh no,
for a lock.
Tough. That is
that might be the momentum back again.
Yeah. Oh, and losing his tunic over
He's
it.
opting to just block 2 and taking a lot here. If that's the blue Talentine, I believe it's +7 disables. So that's a lot of damage. 14 damage from.
Yeah, down to 2.
2. They're just trading big turns after big turns.
Oh, here we go though. This is like if he has like triple. Oh,
Oh,
Alpha
well,
Rampage.
is that gay?
So that's a double intimidate. So
That should be there should be 2 intimidates. So
yeah,
they just rolled to see what party kept. So yeah,
yeah,
that's
they just rolled 2.
9 and the barraging
Oh,
buff. Yep.
and does
there we
it?
go.
Oh, what
Yeah.
a
You're jumping for
what
joy,
an
aren't you?
absolute barn burner. That is
Yeah.
amazing. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. Man.
To be fair, we didn't see all that much new from
no new
in the
toys.
Rhino deck.
Sticking with what he knows works.
Yeah. Hey Liam, congratulations. It's Ian here from Right Time Gaming. Congratulations on the win. Always happy to see another fellow Brute player take it out, especially against Guardian.
Yeah, no, thanks. It's good to get the win there, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen you and Sasha trading quite a few big turns one after the other.
Yep.
Yeah. When you seen that third Blood Rush Bellow getting banished from the beast for Finn, was that a bit of a kicker?
Yeah, that was pretty rough. I thought that was my last win condition. That's what I was drawing to. So, yeah. Hoping not to banish that one, but... Oh. And then I knew the Remembrance was on the bottom from pitching, so I couldn't get back the other 2 anytime soon.
Right. So, just out of interest, have you been playing the claws all the way through, or was the claws just for the Bravo matchup?
Claws all the way through. I only switched to Claw for Ninja. That's it.
Right.
Claw loyalist, eh? Yeah, I've seen you on the Dice Jar Games Armory last night, and you were playing the club, but you were against Ninja, so I wasn't too sure what your game plan was. So.
Yeah, that's the only one you have to switch because you can't keep enough cards to make the claws effective.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, and you haven't been tempted by the meat axe at all?
Nah, I hate the draw off the top and discard mechanic, man. It really frustrates me. Yeah.
You don't want to lose another Blood Rush unnecessarily, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a very different build that plays the meat axe, and I don't know, haven't tried to work it out yet.
Yeah, I think you'd want to go for like a build where you're doing like quad intimidates every second turn with that.
Yeah, as often as possible, as much go again with like your assaults. What are they called? Oh,
yeah,
Breakneck Battery. That's the one.
Blood Rush Bellow. Tell us something we don't know about that card.
Blood Rush Bellow.
Yeah.
Man, it's just
what a card, right?
It's just worth like 7 damage minimum every turn. It's like so insane.
It has like 3 effects, right? 4 if you combine it with Rhino.
Yeah.
And they're all good.
Yeah. And you can trigger Beast Within off it, and it's a draw 3, and it's just that's the reason I play the deck, right?
Yeah. Like Blood Rush Claws are like the turns. You see like the barraging as well.
Yeah.
Swing.
Yeah. No,
so are you playing anything or much? Have you added much in from Monarch, or is it pretty much still close to what you were playing pre-Monarch?
Still exactly the same list I was playing pre-Monarch, actually. I think I've missed Pulping as the big miss. Should probably be in the list somewhere. Just normally has Go Again and Dominate, so it comes well with those beatdowns.
Yeah. You haven't been tempted by Tear Limb from Limb?
Nah, against that draw off the top,
it's a little cute.
Too rough, yeah.
A little cutesy.
I'm tempted to try it in a pure club build where you play a lot more defensive and then set it up for the late game. Right. That's a lot rougher without drone now, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, no, drone definitely was a big loss for some of those other styles of play.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, just not having a guaranteed 6 late game for Reckless.
Do you want to talk us through some of your matchups that you've gone through today? You played much of these new classes?
I played Prism round 1, and that felt very Rhino favoured. You can just blow up their things whenever. And then your damage potential is massive. Although I did set up a Blood Rush and Arsenal with an Art of War in hand, so I was like, I'll take gold turn, and he did 25 damage back with heroes, which was pretty scary. Yeah, and then what else have I played? I played one Guardian, which was my loss to Kale. Well, it was very similar to this. We just trade big hits, and he had the red...
Drunken Master.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yeah, and he drew all 3 red pummels in the top half of his deck, so smashed me with that one.
Must be nice, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and then I played Aaron Curtis last round on Chain, and that's I just try and I use claws and try and pressure the early turns as much as possible because they don't do much before turn 4 or 5. So just try and get those Blood Rush turns in early. And then
okay. Does it feel like you're trying to rush them, or
yeah, I feel like that's
race them?
how it goes because you don't have enough armor like some of these bigger classes like Guardian to block out their late game turns. They just do too much damage to you. So
yeah, and soul split damage as well.
Yeah, so I've been very tempted to go for like club and try and outlast, but I think it's not this build at least. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it definitely feels like you do need to put pressure on their life, but also pressure on their hands, so they just can't pay for for all the stuff in the blood debt. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to sit on like 2 intimidates versus them and try and make them have to block with those 2 blues, and then they can't play a turn. And then sometimes barrages, just worth like 4 damage because they can't. They're forced not to block it. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
no, totally.
The lack of inclusion of the pulping, is that due to not testing it enough, or are you just wanting to stick with what you know works?
Yeah, just not testing enough. I haven't done much testing post Monarch, to be honest. We got Monarch pretty late down here, and then I've been busy with work and stuff, so just no time. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think much people have tested constructed that much with the new set. A lot of people tending to focus on the sealed and the draft aspect for the upcoming cooling.
Yeah, which unfortunately I can't make. I'd love to go, but well.
Oh, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. The same. A few of you South Island boys, they aren't able to make it. I know Nick Spencer's unable to make it.
Yeah, that's how we're going out with Nick and Daniel. Yeah.
Yeah. It looks like there's a lot of events coming out this year.
Yeah, should be good. It sounds like Christchurch is getting a couple of skirmishes, which is great for us down here. So we'll definitely travel up to those.
Far shorter travel time, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's kind of longer actually. 3-hour plane flight versus a 5-hour drive, but a bit easier, but cheaper, really. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right, dude. Well, congratulations on the win, and we by our maths, that makes you into the top 8. So best of luck for that too.
I think so. You should have the option of choosing first or second heading into top cut, which is always
I hope so. That should be very handy.
An advantage.
Yeah, now I just have to dodge Matt's chain list because I feel like it just rolls over me. Just higher damage potential.
And then make them like regret their blocks because they won't be able to draw back.
Yeah. No, awesome. Thanks, guys. Leave you to it.
Good luck in top 8.
It's a bit mate.
Awesome.
See you, mate.
See ya.
So I guess we can take a little bit of a break till we get the top cut underway. There might be a little bit of a break for the players in between the end of Swiss and top 8. We might want to go over a player meeting.
Sure thing. Yeah. Well, that's good. So, from what we think is looking like a prism, 2 chains, 2 guardians, a brute, possibly a 3rd chain, maybe.
Yeah.
And then that 8th spot. I'm not 100% sure what.
Oh, that's a ranger spot, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure if there was a ranger that was close to top 8, we would have seen them on stream by now.
Oh well, stay tuned, folks. Hopefully we won't be too long, and we can get some top 8 footage going underway.
Yeah,
and we might have a special guest joining us.
Exactly. We'll see you guys back for the top 8.
All right. See ya. the fuck is this? Fuck is this?
I think they're doing pack wars. Yeah, it looks like pack wars to me. So I'm guessing we're still waiting to start.
What the hell is Packles? Get these scrubs out of here.
Where
Who
you
the hell
literally just open a pack and play.
Who the hell is Matt Rogers? Aaron Curtis? Who are these jokers?
Yo, whoa. Yo. Hello?
The hell is... Yeah, we can hear
Hey,
you.
Nick, how's it going?
Oh,
And we're live.
mate. What an event it's been.
What's this
Or has it been?
garbage?
I don't know.
Well,
I haven't watched.
we got Prism 5-0.
Oh.
Dan McKay smoked Kale on the stream, like 34-0.
Which is interesting because I always thought that that matchup was awful for Prism.
I don't think
he
the
opened up.
typical way that matchup was going to go, though. He just got so many auras and so many spectral shields and just rolled him.
He had like an aura every turn. Like Kale would take a turn off to destroy like Genesis, and then he'll just replace it with another one.
Oh, so luck beats skill, right?
Sometimes.
I mean, it's better to be lucky than to be good.
I mean, yeah, that's what I'm hoping for at the calling, huh?
Yeah, I think we all are.
What is this?
I think they're playing pack
Hey,
wars.
scrubs.
Fuck Pack Wars. Get the top cut.
Hey mate, no swearing on the stream, please.
Mate, it's muted.
No, it's not.
Ah, isn't it?
No, we're live, boy.
Why do people care about this?
We don't.
Okay.
That's why I was like, why do you want me to jump back on?
No,
I was like-
this one. No, I didn't even know we were live. I didn't even know people could hear us. Nah, surely they can't. Because
So Matt 9th place.
how pathetic.
Unlucky you.
How pathetic. Is this?
Did we
No,
get a
it's-
breakdown of the top 8 in the end or not?
Let's have the.
I mean, we got the top 8, so
Yeah.
we can
Do we
work
have a
it out.
breakdown of the decks though? Like,
what the list? Because we can work out.
not the list, just the characters.
Well, Dan's on Prism, Jason's on Chain, Kale's on Guardian, Liam's on Brute, and David's on Bravo. So this leaves Daniel, Richard, Elijah, and Rory. So we know what 5 out of the 8. Oh, what the hell? Azalea. It's the only time Azalea's ever going to be on the stream.
What's up with that arms?
What arms?
The braces thing. That arm piece. Is it meant to look like that?
What, bullseye braces?
Yeah, is it meant to
Yeah,
look
there's
that? Is the arm meant to be the other way?
I think it's just a shadow.
Okay.
The arm's always that way on bullseye braces.
Oh, okay.
You probably just never played it because it's an Azalea equipment.
Oh, when you say probably, it's more of a definitely have not. There's no probably about it. So yeah, can we play Top Cut yet, or?
No, I think we're waiting.
I mean, Swiss just finished, and they said they were going to have a 20-minute break after.
That was half an hour
Swiss.
ago.
Yeah, so this
Yeah,
should be
but
just
they were-
before.
I messaged Greg. They were still waiting for like a game to finish, like 10 minutes ago.
But, okay.
So like, yeah, there was still a game going.
Oh, that's depressing.
Okay.
No, I said come on chord because I didn't know if people could hear us. I just wanted to
Can we call
It's
Greg
been
and
like
tell?
40
Can we
minutes.
kick these people out of the store? What the hell is it? Pack Wars. It looks stupid, bro.
Isn't Pack Wars like you each buy a box and whoever gets the better box gets the whole pool?
Well, that's what I thought, but Ian seems to
That's
think
real
it's.
gambling. This isn't real gambling.
Yeah, we're definitely live.
All right.
We've got a couple of fan messages.
True. I mean, you get those all the time, don't you?
Yeah,
Yeah, it makes sense.
man. Like, imagine if Aaron just pulled up like a 2011 Tengu plant deck. Just played that.
Yeah, me and you going at it. That'd be fucking mad.
Yeah.
That's what the stream. That's what the Flesh and Blood stream would really want to see.
I joined some guy on Dueling Book for a. He put on the description 2011 format, and I joined, and he's like, "What? You can't play agents? They went out then?" And I was like, "Huh?"
All right.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh no, bro, Edison format." 2010,
All
bro.
right. Okay. Why didn't he say that at the beginning?
Nah, he got the years mixed up.
Yeah, because wasn't Edison 2010?
Yeah, 2010 with like super nimble.
Blackwings and stuff. That's Black.
Yeah, Blackwings. Blackwings in like, quick draw synchron.
Yeah, that's. I'm trying to get that together in nice high rarity, but it's expensive. You need like 3 ulti Avarice and all that other stuff.
Because Avarice at 3.
Yeah.
Jeez. Hard to imagine, eh?
Yeah,
What a card.
I got the Kaises and stuff and the Dandelions. They're all expensive now. It's so crazy. I don't care about the price. It's just, yeah. I got them so cheap and now they're so expensive. It's like, all right.
Crazy.
Makes me happy, I guess. Not that I'd sell them because they're kind of cool. They're just cool. I like having.
Must be nice.
Yeah, it is. Just having a nice ulti maxi in your deck just feels good when you just hit them with a maxi. You know, feels good. Feels a bit good. So yeah, I wonder. At least there's no cold foils in this pack. You don't want those Americans to get triggered by having an unsleeved cold foil, right?
Unslabbed.
Yeah, and unslabbed. I can imagine Levia being the most underrepresented hero of all time in America.
I don't want to unslab.
Slobs. I assume all this stuff will get cut out of the final thing, right? Because realistically, no one's gonna.
I hope so.
Watch Matt and Aaron Curtis just touch each other.
I mean, Gregory's probably like not even like trying to get him on the stream. They're sat at the table with the camera on.
Yeah, it's a bit, self-absorbed if you ask me.
Yeah, well, Pack Wars on the camera, G. I thought I want to do like a Monarch Shield or something.
Yeah, at least, yeah. I want to roll out of packs because allocations got cut or
Vega once got them.
Delays in shipments or something, Look, they got it's fitting really, These two got knocked out of top cut and, their allocations got cut. So it's kind of there's a lot of cutting going on. So I don't know what's happening. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. I don't think we're supposed to know. So what's been happening in the events today? It's what's been happening? Who's been winning?
Dan McKay, 5-0 Prism.
Yeah. What about any
Yeah.
other cool techs?
Jason Long's got a sort of interesting chain deck that we didn't quite see its full potential on the stream, but he pulled out a win against Katsu.
When you say
Got,
interesting, the word interesting is very polarizing and has a broad meaning in trading card games because normally when you say interesting, it's just like freaking terrible. That's not.
I don't think it's fully developed. And
yeah,
as he said, he only threw it together last night. So
that's fair. So it's still in puberty.
yeah.
That's fair
But
enough.
but it's got some cool stuff in it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he told
Sonatas
Matt
and
Rogers
stuff.
didn't, so you know.
Yeah. Then
I think
we
Matt
saw
Rogers.
Liam win with a Rhinar deck that hasn't been changed post Monarch, which was interesting.
Cool.
And
Really,
a couple
I
of
mean,
Bravo
maybe he
decks.
didn't have access to the cards.
No, he just hasn't had time to test.
Yeah, hasn't been testing.
Oh, true. Hey, he's a G in my books. I got a Crazy Brew set off of 800 New Zealand. I was like, cool. That was pretty cool. So I hope he wins. He's my pick to win just because of that. He gave me a good deal on cards.
Fair enough. A couple of Guardians. Kale's Garden. It was fun. Although he got rolled by Prism, which again, as we said, is a weird because we thought he should have had a far stronger matchup against him. But
Yeah,
it'll be interesting. That's actually going to be very cool to see if they actually match up again in the top 8 because I can't imagine the game's going to go the same as it did in the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, probably not.
Hopefully not.
But yeah, they I don't know. From what I saw from that game I watched, I only watched a little bit of that last game because, I mean, Dan McKay's opponent just got rolled, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks similar to what I have with my Prism deck. A bit similar, like a few differences, but the concept's the same. So interesting to see how that goes. Even though I've never played a game of Constructed yet, because like, why bother?
Yeah, it seems just like we're not quite into that season yet, right? Like,
yeah, Road to Nationals was announced, so
have you guys got a date for you? Have you guys got a date for your nationals?
No, but Road to Nationals is starting at some point with Classic Constructed, according to the leaks.
Yeah, that's pretty standard from what we've been hearing.
It's got a breakdown of the top 8.
Oh, there's the Katsu in top 8.
Oh, really cool.
Yeah, so 2 Dorinthia, 2 what's yellow? Bravo. Okay. And then one of the others, one chain. There's only 2 new decks. All right.
Yeah, I don't even know if there was a Bolton and Lever being played today.
Yeah. I don't think they were as popular on the early days.
Yeah, I think Lever probably takes a little bit of working out to play in Classic Constructed.
Yeah.
I feel like while you're working it out, you're just going to kill yourself to blood debt while you're working it out. So a lot of people don't like putting the time in to just die to their own cards.
Some kind of strategy that I'm working, or we're not working around with in my head about Levia, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm very interested in trying to get a Hexagore build up and running.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That's like, it seems so hard to pull off because it just takes so long to get 6 banished.
Yeah, well, I think the key is that you don't wait until you get 6 banished. I think you just accept that sometimes you're going to take a little bit of swing back on it, but like running with stuff like Primeval Bellows and stuff, so it's swinging for 11, so you're just taking the cards out of their hands that they would have been attacking you with, and you'd be like, well, I probably would have taken 3 from a swing back, but if I can get 3 cards out of their hand, I'm happy to take 3 on my turn to do it.
Yeah, but then you take another 3, right, from the blood deck cards because you didn't banish a 6 power.
Possibly, yeah, I guess.
It's like about
Yeah,
constantly getting out the 6 powers in the ban. I don't know. My
yeah.
idea was just like you have a minimal thing.
I
You
think
just
you run
loot.
it. I think you run it obviously in a Dread Screamers deck is how
Yeah,
you run it.
yeah. Yeah, it's good in that type of deck because then it's just like a couple of cards. That's
Yeah,
12 damage
yeah,
pretty easily.
yeah. Dread Screamers, and I think you run it. I think you
Like a
actually
whole
run it
yeah, like a whole bunch of
with
the bellows that gives you
yeah,
+4 or
and,
whatever.
and I th and I think you run it with Scabskins over Hooves and just
Oh, you always
roll.
run scab skins, right?
Roll aggressively on Scabskins to get those extra actions. So you have that action pre or post the Hexagore to try
Yeah.
and turn off theirs.
So I don't like stuff like pulping or stuff.
What did
Stuff like pulping, I don't know, I'm not a big fan of personally. Like
Yeah,
draw discard, that's like not great. That's not what I want in my Levia deck. I just want to have all the cards that banish, so I never have to take blood debt.
yeah.
But in my head,
I also think Blood Tribute's not terrible in that deck either.
yeah, and like when you get pulled with your pants down, you just have it like the headpiece that
Yeah,
banishes a guy.
yeah,
But in my head, my build is like, so you just have a minimal grave. You just have like a small grave,
yeah,
and like you just constantly banish deep rooted evil and hell from beyond
yeah.
with
It's not
like
terrible in that deck either.
convulsions from the bellows of hell and dread screamer and the bellow, and then it's just like you keep reusing them. You can just keep reusing them over and over again. And it's just like so much damage, just consistently.
Yeah,
But I don't know how to get that off that much because like you don't really need more than one deep rooted evil, right? Because
no, because it
once you
just
have one, yeah.
reuses itself, right?
So yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I guess you have the shadows of the other majestic that kind of tutors it.
The Shadows of Blasmafet.
Yeah. But realistically, you because your deck's fine once you get Doomsday. Once you get to Doomsday, it's just fucking mad,
Yeah,
right? Because you never have to your blood debt's always turned off because you keep banishing. You can just keep banishing a card from your hand.
yeah.
So that's kind of cool, but I don't know. It's pretty hard to execute, especially because like what I like is that it has probably a good matchup against Prism, like really
Yeah.
good against Prism, which I think is why it's not good yet. But I think Prism and Constructed's way better than people. So I think all people are hyped on Chain, and Chain just flopped this event completely, right? I'm pretty sure Chain is just not good.
Not really. When there's one at the second spot.
Yeah, but only one top versus like Matt scrubbed with it, 5 other people scrubbed with it. It just seems like a pretty lucky kind of deck that you banish the wrong cards and it's just like lame.
Yeah, I mean that is one thing we did see in the Swiss rounds was that there was in 2 different games like just sort of some heartbreaking like banish both Art of Wars off the top one after another and stuff like that, and
Yeah, that's the thing.
getting turns where you're like actually no usable blood debt or very little usable blood debt is actually quite backbreaking.
Yeah, that's the issue with it because you don't know what you're going to banish off the top. You don't know how many cards to block with, and
Yeah.
that. So if you don't block at all, and you're just like, oh, I'm going to destroy them with my my 5 cards I'm going to banish, and it's like, oh, night whiffed. Huh? Well,
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah,
But
yeah.
that's everyone was like super hyped on Chain at first, and everyone's like, oh, this is the deck to beat. And I really think Prism is actually the deck to fear the most because it's just every turn you just have go again on your freaking herald things.
Yeah.
And if they hit, it's just like cool into my soul.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know. It does a lot of damage just for no reason, and
Yeah,
doesn't require
no,
much work at
definitely.
all. And it can play library, which if you're playing against a deck that isn't a light deck, not many. If you don't play a light deck or brute like Rhinar, you don't play many yellow
Yeah.
cards, so not easy to kill.
Yeah.
And so like, I think Prism is the real like oppressive deck, and then there's just Rhinar Levia, which will rise as like the counter to that deck. Well,
Yeah.
and then yeah, I think Guardian's good against it too, but I just think might take a bit of work. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see how it goes in the top eight because I'll be interested to, as I said, I'll be interested to see if Dan and Kale get a rematch because I think that matchup will be very different second time round.
Yeah, I didn't get to see the first one, so
yeah. The first one was just like plan B done to perfection by Dan with just the auras, and he just because the auras were hitting and he's hitting with heralds and getting spectral shields. I think he ended the game with something ridiculous like 6 or 7 spectral shields on the field. And it's just swinging for one. And it's just like, ugh.
Yeah, that's mad.
Yeah. And because Kale never saw like the rousing, he never actually got the go again turn. So literally he was just like kill an aura in turn, kill an aura in turn. I mean, I guess rousing doesn't even help with that because
you just hit them.
You hit them, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he just plays it a bit differently because like it's so easy to block the herald in the deck, which is just one card, I destroy your herald, and now you need to pay a resource to get another action point, which you're pitching yellows, so you need to pitch a card.
Yeah, I mean the thing was by the time, like he wasn't even actually playing all that many heralds because, as I said, just the auras and spectral shields with Luminary. It was just like attacking with like 6 or 7 Kadachis a turn.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like the Iris against if I'm playing like a shield strategy. I kind of like the Iris over the Luminaris because even though it's 4, right? So like you can just attack for 4. It's sort of like a dash deck in a way,
right?
But because like once is whatever.
So top 8's about to start. We got Kale McCree here playing the Bravo deck against Elijah Hewlett
and Katsu, I believe.
Oh, is he the Katsu man? All right.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's teach this drunken guy a lesson. For those who aren't aware, maybe they didn't join the stream to hear the story. Kale McCree messaged me at about 1:30 a.m. this morning, drunk off Cody's, and he's like, "Gee, shall I book a flight to Dunners?" Like, oh yeah. Talked him into going, and then man booked himself a 6. No sleep. Managed to make top 8. What a guy.
Man, a lot of the fans PMing you now, huh? Your biggest fan, Kale, top 8.
Well, at least someone made top 8, eh? From Auckland.
Yeah, I know. How embarrassing.
Port Auckland was the dominating city.
I think they were all washed up, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think they're all too worried about practicing sealed for the calling.
I mean, I'd also be doing that, except there's no product, so no product in Australia outside of first edition, and I mean, can't open that sealed product. You know, it's got to stay in the vault. So not much testing going on here for sealed.
Damn. Why do you practice with first edition?
Man, I don't want to have the heartbreak, the absolute despair of opening a BGS 9 library with a slide off center. I might have to complain to LSS about it being damaged.
Who's in charge of the replacement program? I think that's Sas's job, eh?
Who?
Some guy. I think he won one of the first callings.
He
stole my deck.
Yeah, I don't want I don't want one singular. I don't want to open a singular scratched iron rod, or I might just have to go to therapy and report LSS and complain in the fan page about the fact that I have one small scratch on my cold foil. You know, so I'd rather just keep them sealed, so I don't have that happen to me. So you can see this. They're going their heavy sideboarding. I mean, I assume both players know what the other's doing because these are old classes from set 1. I assume they've both been playing the same hero for 2 years.
Well, we definitely know
Kale's got out muscle, which is a new toy. That's definitely one.
And that's a Bittering Thorns in this Katsu deck.
Sure is. Yeah, I'm not particularly big on the card. Hopefully he sides it out. I don't know what matchup you'd want that in. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Chain the Triforcer block. That's the only reason I'd ever want to see it. But against Guardian,
blocks 2. So you see, they just love having their cards face up. Okay, now I don't know what's going on. Now he's shuffling. Is he just playing his full deck?
Liza doesn't want to hide anything. He's just saying, you know what equipment I'm going to play. Why bullshit and put it face down?
Yeah, I can't believe that Ninja's chosen these 4 equipments. I'm shocked. Truly.
Crazy, yeah. I was expecting to see a
super out of the normal.
Yeah.
I mean
Snapdragon scalers,
best, right?
Where's the edge of autumn?
Where's the Mage Master boots to give E-Strike go again?
Oh, well, I mean, you have Snapdragon to give your Tome of Fyendal go again, right? So, I mean,
I guess so.
That's the same one. Yeah,
I mean, as also super surprised that not playing Needle against a Guardian because notoriously few defensive reactions in Guardian builds. So
yeah, well, I mean, you just need one card to kill the Needle because just attacks for 2 in a Katsu deck. So I don't think defense reacts matter with that in a Katsu deck versus Needle.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'd play Edge of Autumn.
That's true. I mean, and that way you can play good blue. You can play great blues like Blue Unmovable and stuff.
Exactly.
So you don't have to worry about that go again.
Yeah.
That's the thing about some of these decks. They just lack innovation.
All right, settle down. Settle down, Mark.
So you see, Kale has his cold foils in singular sleeves, which absolutely triggers me and all of my freedom fighters in America.
So Kale, I believe, was the highest seed here, so he gets to choose to start or go second.
Wants to go second, right? They just go first. Kale's maybe he did choose second. All right.
Yeah, Kale's third. E-Strike off
using that E-Strike, turn 0. Okay. Let's go.
Bit of a controversial play there because Kale can just block with 2 cards. And
yep, 2 cards. I guess it was for 7.
That doesn't sound right. Maybe he just didn't have the best hand. I mean, I would have liked to see the E-Strike getting pitched at least, so you can see it later. But
there you go.
I didn't make top 8, did I?
Yeah.
So what do I?
I don't know. You're here. You're here in top 8.
I'm here all the way to the.
To be fair, the greatest player who have ever lived, Matt Rogers, did also not make top 8. So we can tell, we can say safely that this field is.
All right. So Elijah doesn't want to play defensive at all. He's taking the Anavos. So let's see what his swing back turn looks like.
I mean, quick game's a good game, right? We don't need to dawdle around. hit hard, hit often.
Yep, that is definitely strange strategy though from Elijah. We'll see. We'll see how it pans out for him though.
Yeah, you've been watching too much dodgeball. You've been watching dodgeball before hitting on commentary, Ian.
I haven't been known to see that movie.
Just once,
or
huh?
twice.
Once or twice.
Once or twice. I mean, I may have an Average Joe's T-shirt. I may not. Who knows?
Here you go. See, look at it. No blocking. It's not a plunder run. This is
plunder run from Arsenal. That's a good way to start your turn off.
Pitching for Art of War.
Plunder run, yellow leg tap for 6.
It's just 6.
Okay, so that's just 2 cards here. I mean, yeah, there's 2 cards. Do you have the natural Rising Knee Frost? Yeah, get blown out, Gale. Get blown out. Yep, draw from plunder run. Hey, draw from plunder run. Draw from plunder run, Elijah.
No, all right. Maybe he'll keep saving it for next attack, I guess. Or can he order the chain?
He can order the chain. So I guess he could.
It's frozen.
Yeah, so I guess he could Katsu and then draw after he Katsus for the plunder run.
Makes sense.
So what?
That is
what
a
did he?
Big ass deck.
What did he banish? The Rising Knee. Right, let's hope he didn't miss.
Yeah, banish Rising Knee and
now he's drawing off the plunder run. Yeah.
This is going to be 5. Is it 5?
Yep, 5 or 6 if you're breaking scale, but Sakao just takes it. Yeah, there's no on hit here. And now you need something nice to follow it up.
That's another draw.
Yeah, you need a. I mean, if you have the
he's got Bearing Thorns. Yeah.
Okay.
So this one's getting blocked for sure.
Yeah.
It's an Arsenal.
I mean, like you push him. It's okay. Like you push a little bit of damage. Kale goes back up to 35. He probably just pitches and swings at you for 4. So.
Yeah, Kale didn't have a great hand there. 2 yellows, a red, 2 reds, a yellow, and a blue.
I mean, I would have liked to have kept the plunder run for this turn in the dream world, but I guess he didn't have the 0 block. I mean, the 0 cost in hand.
Yeah. Got a Razor in the arsenal, so another card that can just get KO off guard. There's 0 cost. Another Bittering Thorns. So that does 3. Hits. Your next attack. It's
demanding a block.
That is demanding a block, and we knew he had the Razor there, so.
I mean,
it gives him the go again.
And now the next attack gets +1.
Is that a good Razor? Because
I mean, the next attack gets +1, so it's basically a Razor for 4, right?
Effectively. What's he going to get here, though?
I must have a leg tap.
A Rising.
I must already have another leg tap, right? That'd be sweet. Because otherwise you get Fluster Fist Reg, so that's the most.
Well, he's going for Rising Knee. So does he have a leg tap in hand? That'll be juicy. A leg tap for 5.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, this is
leg tap for 5. Yeah, okay. I like the Razor now.
So he's got his own little Ira in there. He's got his little Ira combo in there. And he's going to block again.
Hummel 2.
Rising Knee for 5. Man's pumping the brakes here.
Yeah, Kale takes that, and then is he left with
nothing? That's it.
1 card. He's got 1 card in hand.
Yeah, he's got 2 cards.
2, yeah.
Bless him.
Hopefully he draws a yellow or blue. And he does.
Yep, 6.
And that's the way the Guardian really shines. That sort of 2 cards can still swing back for 6 is pretty
odd
solid.
Choice for Elijah to have kept the Flick Flakes in this matchup. Unless he doesn't have Sinks or Fate
Maybe
in
he
his
doesn't.
deck.
Maybe his deck space is thin, so he's just.
Yeah, I mean, if it's just like a red react for 0 that blocks 4, I guess it's fine. Maybe he knows about the outmuscle tech or rouse the ancients.
Yeah, true. A simple turn. This is an Ira type of turn.
Yeah, just dagger, attack. So that Kratos is gone.
Oh, gains 2 life.
So what's he got there?
Hand.
Double
That's not a good
Showtime
next hand.
pummel.
That next hand is not good.
He's got another blessing. All right, so you're going to draw the
Showtime. There's that Rouse the Ancients in the pitch, so that's a new card. It has 0 attack, but
wait, where'd that come?
Out of nowhere.
All right then.
Dominated Crippling Crush.
Wow.
So yeah, Rouse the Ancients is a new card. It comes into
Yeah,
7
I like
with
it.
Go again if you reveal 2 cards in your hand that equal 13 or more damage.
Yeah. And that
And
is
it's a blue
fairly,
pitch 3.
yeah, fairly easy to
Cost.
do for Guardian.
Yeah, definitely. Breaks the normal mold of Guardian, just having 1 attack per turn. So,
Yeah.
which is definitely what that deck needed, because it was so linear in its
absolutely.
plays. Its only real play that was out of the ordinary was, do I have pummel or do I not? Oh, he's spookier, you know. Other than that, it's just, here's my 1 attack, that's it. Next. So Elijah's sweating here. He's got Art of War. Okay, that makes sense.
All right, let's go. Big turn incoming.
So I assume he's going to be able to, is he going to do the whole +2, +1, and then you can play your attack actions from Arsenal as defensive cards? Maybe. Okay, yeah, he is doing that. All right. So that's 7, right? Is he blocking 7? Oh, Solar Runes blocks 3, huh? Okay.
Yeah, so it should be 8.
Yeah, I thought it blocked 2. All right. That's a head jab. Oh, the command for just 6. This is not
not 7 in this deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no Arsenal, so I don't see any reason for Kale to care.
Yeah.
He's going to
Well,
gain
Kale
back.
has a pummel in his hand, so I assume he's going to.
He's going to gain back 3 life here, so it's just essentially vanilla damage, free attack.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. He doesn't care.
He's got a pummel in his hand, so
yeah.
we'll see what he's got cooking.
One
outmuscle.
Oh, there we go. So one of the new cards from Monarch here. There's, if not defended by a card equal to the attack strength of the outmuscle, has go again.
Yep.
Unfortunately,
Katsu, except Command and Conquer can stop that. Right?
Yeah, the Command and Conquer
just played that. And he's just played 1 command.
Unless he's drawn another one, would be the dream.
But Flipspike's good here because you get that extra value. He's going to attack.
Just for 4 with the hammer.
As you can see, Cal's put his cold foil equipment in the graveyard.
Crazy,
and, isn't scared of it getting damaged.
Isn't proxying it?
Yeah, isn't using paper. And I know he can afford
as per the rules of the game.
As per the rules of the game, absolutely. So
it's crazy world we live in,
nothing like that. Just enjoys his cards, so he plays them as the game should be, as all card games should be.
Right, that's what they were made to be.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of decision making coming here.
Oof. So he doesn't have a card with combo, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah, no value out of that flick flack.
Unfortunate. So he's stuck here with just a 2-card hand, which most likely is going to be okay.
Did have a combo, but yep. Just wants to attack on 4.
I don't agree with that play.
It depends what his other card is. I assume it's just another, or a card that doesn't do anything. If he kept the ancestral. Yeah, it's good. Disable, pummel in the arsenal.
It's just debilitate.
Yeah, he's got pummel in the arsenal, but yeah. I think he does, at least. He should.
I mean, I know he pitched the blue pummel last turn for out muscle.
I swear it was a red pummel he showed off the.
Yeah, well, there's a good chance he had double pummel.
Yeah.
Pitch 1, arsenal 1.
Well, his opponent would know. It's hard to see the colours sometimes. Well, the debilitate is pretty good against Katsu, so not bad.
I wonder if there's a flick flack in his discard. I mean, his arsenal.
Yeah, potentially.
Because that would have made.
Well,
it's probably.
He's potentially just weighing up his turn because the turn's going to go to 3. So if he has an audible, he can do a bit of things. Not too sure what the debilitate crush is. I think the first attack game's -2.
Oh, -2? Okay, maybe, yeah. Oh, there you go. Red pummel. Oh, wow. Shocker.
So, yeah, crush and a discard here. So
his first Kadachi's blanked.
Yeah. Discarding a plunder round.
He gets rid of an E-strike too. It was a red open the center. That's not a standard card you see in Katsu, right?
Not since Arcane Rising was released.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, I think even in Welcome to Ray format, it wasn't a hugely popular card.
Yeah.
Like,
but the dominate. So there's another out muscle.
Here we go. Yeah.
You're just putting on a clinic here, just the power of these new cards, just showing that Warrior can go wide. I mean, Guardian.
Unfortunately, he didn't find the first edition foil out muscles, so he's playing the non-foil.
Yeah, unfortunate, true.
Like a scrub, like that he is. Yeah. Can't even decide that he wants to go to an event 10 hours before it starts.
At least he rocks his cold foils loud and proud, you know? Doesn't need to Roxy them. Because he's a law-abiding citizen, and it is obvious that in the rules you have to play with official cards. As you see from his opponent, he has the unlimited versions of the cards for people who also just want to play the game and play on a budget, you know?
Well, you know, if unlimited is for the players.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've ever heard of a game where the cards aren't for the players. You have to get a specific type of product for the players. But
yeah, play what you like. That's the message. So he's down to 2 versus 19. This game just went just sort of real quick.
Yeah, it really is just a matter of time now. I can't see Elijah being able to fight his way back into this.
Nah, especially when...
Oh, Audible was a start, though.
Yeah, it's a start. I don't know why he's pitching for it when turn except 3. I mean, yeah, it's whatevs.
Bait his opponent, you know?
Yeah,
possible.
Trying to make Hale forget about it.
There we go! Into what we do, head jab.
Head jab for 7. Let's go.
This is the call. The shout out to Jordan Nelson Fussell.
Who's that?
My biggest fan.
I don't know. Google him.
My biggest fan. You should, yeah.
The thing is, yeah, Kale still has equipment here. Now,
yeah.
What now, Elijah?
It's a shame that this.
So you'd assume he's playing the belittle too, right?
Yeah.
to search because that's like the combo, which is
I don't
think
think
it's
you
a sick
play
combo
one
though.
without the other. Yeah, we like it.
I'm not a big fan of the red minnowism. I just like the blue one because then Doolittle
Yeah,
can search a
it's a
blue.
searchable blue. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so strong. It just in the game.
Yeah.
I think people will be exploring it sooner rather than later.
Just
But
rotor
yeah.
a blue. All right, legs out for 5.
He must have a bad
another
hand,
one.
so he's just gonna.
Yeah, refresh.
Yeah.
Now this is when you're coming off the snatch.
So I guess the minnowism you can also use for pitching for Katsu's ability as well, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So
It does everything the deck wants.
I think
now
it's
this
good in a lot of. I think
lethal
that
on
combo is
board.
good in a lot of decks. Just being able to search a blue with a red that does 3 is just so ridiculously strong.
Yeah, you just need to play the little weenie so you can reveal something 3 or less.
Yeah. Obviously,
Which
you're not going
is,
to play in the Guardian deck because you know
pretty good
but,
for pretty good that red rift binds 3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if your deck plays a bunch of little weenie guys, like Chain sort of does, a lot of their blues. You can also build your blues around it too, but it's just like playing a red, pitching a blue, searching a blue. Now you have like 5 resources available to you for and 3 damage. It's just so good. I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's pretty
3 go
solid.
again. So going to 1 here, I mean, there's nothing that threatens lethal on 1. No shunt, no arcane damage. So what's the difference between 2 and 1?
But also, he hasn't used it. Like he hasn't used the block on his breaking scales yet, or obviously he still has his mask
and still has Snapdragon. So he's still got gas in the tank. I assume Kale just wants to wear him down a bit now.
Yeah.
And come in with Hatsuit. Hurricane technique. Did not have the rising knee thrust there. That would have been.
Well, Kale just eats it, right? Yeah, I mean, now, like Kale, all Kale has to do is just play a dominate attack and it'll get over a mask.
Or just like threaten a pummel. Well, that's a good way to stop it. Sink below. So we've got 2 cards, so I assume he's going to pummel, right? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Oh, he's got the second defense react.
It's the blue pummel. Oof. Brutal. He got baited. Cal got baited there. Then again, if it wasn't a blue pummel, that would have been GG right there. So now he's the comeback ready. He's still got his equipment. Still got his snappies.
He's still got the powerful Snapdragon available. That Tunic's been sitting on a 3 for a while.
Yeah.
He's been waiting to draw that last Art of War in his big pile. Look, there's the Blue Minnowism. Beautiful.
Nice.
He's been listening to the Nick Butcher podcast.
Yeah, even though he's been playing the game. That was not what I expected.
Yeah. Game over.
Oh, no, just 6.
Kale's just toying with him here.
Although he is repping a pummel again.
Yeah.
There comes to a point where you can't play around it. If you can't play around it, then you can't play around it. Elijah is sweating.
Yeah, well, he's been on the back foot a majority of the game, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of been playing into the kind of play style that Kale wants the game to go.
Yeah.
It's just something you can't do against Guardian. You've got to make them uncomfortable.
Kale probably saying, "You don't have the pummel."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a classic one-liner, right? You're not going to pummel, so.
Pummel kills you here, so play around it. Chaos sitting there chilling.
Thinking about what kind of boxes you're going to get afterwards.
Yeah, get some silver bullets, maybe. See, I was in New Zealand for 2 weeks, so I know the alcohol culture.
Maybe he's thinking about the goat format decks that he's been talking about. He wants to get back into the game.
Yeah, that's not a good idea, but I think he's probably thinking, I topped and Matt didn't. I'm the greatest. Look at him.
I decided to come here at 1:30 a.m. and I did better than the goat.
Just shows that Cal's the real top dog of Auckland. He's blocking for 6.
Yeah, what is that?
He's going to pummel. Oh,
no.
Does he have a flick? So this time he did have the pummel, which I guess.
I mean, aside if you have the react or not, if you don't have the react, it's game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what he's thinking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's probably just like, man, this sucks.
Well, if you have the red flick, you live. If you don't, it's game.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So,
he was probably thinking about, do I fist bump him or do I handshake? I
was about to say, the only thing that he could have been thinking about is if he had an Art of War, if he was going to go fishing to see if he could get the defense reaction, but or defend from. Oh no, you can't even defend from Arsenal then because it's past the reaction step.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
well, Kale finds himself in top 4.
Yeah. Played his Guardian deck well.
So I guess we'll might be doing an after-match chat with Kale briefly.
Yeah, well, I'm down. I've not spoken to Kale since a while.
Yeah.
See, he's got his Nulrunes there. Red Staunches. He started out. He's sorted. Yeah, Guardian looking bit decent, I think.
A bit better than before, that's for sure.
Yeah, I just think that it has like nice matchups against things like Prism and Chain. And now it has new tools to go wide. That's all it really needed, to be honest. Oh, here you go. He's putting on the headset. He's putting on the headset. Is he? Because he's not very technological, so we'll see if he can figure it out. There you go.
Yeah, I
he's got it on. Yeah, there you go. He's figured it out. Yeah. So Kale, that was a win there. How was that?
I think I was pretty lucky there. I think there was a point where my opponent defended with the wrong defense reaction. But I think as well, dying with his equipment still in play, I think had he used them, I probably would have been under a bit more pressure. So I think I kind of dodged the bullet there, I think.
Yeah, so I have a question that has nothing to do with the game. So I see that you actually play with your cold foils and they're not slabbed, and you actually don't have to proxy them. You just play with your cards. So what's your decision behind that?
Oh, look, I know what you're pushing for, mate. No, look, I think if you got cards, you play them.
That's a great answer. I like that one.
Yeah.
But what happens when the cold foils get destroyed? Do you like putting them in the graveyard, or do you often have to call the judge to try to get a proxy made up, or what's the story?
Just don't play slabbed, mate.
That is great advice. I think a lot of people in the Northern Hemisphere should take that advice on hand.
So, talk us through today, Kale. You decided last minute you're going to book a flight, go down, and your friend Matt Rogers, who's been planning to go to the event since it was announced, really, he bubbled out at night. What's your thought process?
Well, my thought process is if I didn't get drunk and decide to come down, Matt probably would have came out.
So what you're saying is alcohol is a good thing and makes you make the right decisions?
Oh, yeah. Look, after my many years on this planet, alcohol's finally working in my favour instead of against me, right?
Must be nice.
You'll get there, mate, when you grow up.
So, are you officially better than Matthew the Goat Rogers now that you're a top event and he hasn't in this new format?
I don't know. Rumour has it that anyone that does better than him gets hired by LSS. So we'll see if the offer comes. That's how we'll know.
True.
So
I hope they pay well.
Are you gonna split? Work at LSS while managing the yard, or?
Nah. To be honest, I think those boys would get sick of me pretty quick. But yeah, no. Look, I don't know. I think I'm quite happy just breaking shit.
Like breaking the format, with your Guardian deck. So you've seen all these new decks. What's good in these new decks? People have been hyped on Chain, but it seems a bit weak. And people were like, whatever on Prism, but it seems really good.
Well, I don't know if you're watching before, but I got absolutely smacked.
I wasn't, but yeah.
By Prism.
Yeah, that was a bit of a
7
one
hours
road.
in the first 6 turns.
One road.
But look, I think a lot of these new classes, people are still figuring them out. Give it a couple of weeks, and I think some of the builds will be more streamlined. People will know where they're meant to push and where they're meant to
still going through puberty.
Yeah, like Jordan.
Yeah.
Hey, cut it out, mate.
But yeah, look, I think getting drunk, deciding at 1:30 in the morning that I was going to come to Dunedin, I think has been a pretty good idea.
So do you know who your top 4 opponent is?
No clue.
All right.
It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, you're going to win the event anyway?
I'll probably die to Prism, but I'll see what I can do.
I mean, it seems like a pretty good matchup if things don't go unlucky.
Yeah, if they draw the nuts, like any matchup really.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think I'm just kind of benefiting on the fact that I have played the one deck for the last 2 years. So.
Yeah, it's very interesting and patience game of you.
That's what I was saying before, that there is definitely advantage for sort of class loyalty. So you're so tuned into what the class does that you can make the tweaks when the new stuff comes out without actually having to relearn how to play your deck.
Yeah, look, to be honest, I don't really think it's anything to do with that. I think it's just a case of I'm too bad to learn anything else. I just stick to the one thing.
What do you think of Guardian's new cards, Outmuscle, Tech, and Rousing of the Ancients?
Yeah, look, I've been trying to keep the Outmuscle Tech a bit quiet, but the card's insane. Even the thing with the Guardian builds, you've got so many ways to get up to a 5-card hand. So if you're playing with a threat from the arsenal and you've got 5 cards, you can just do some really dumb stuff. Like a Outmuscle or a Rousing with a pummel going into a disable, or Rousing into a Outmuscle into a weapon swing or something.
Yeah, and I think you have the positive part of your deck. Well, you got destroyed by Prism, but ideally your deck should have a good match against Prism because you have all these high power cards to pop their things. Yeah, and then Chain seems a bit of an easier matchup too because you have stuff like Staunch, so you can block them out pretty easily. So I think, Guardian's in a pretty good spot and you should be probably happy about that.
Yeah, it's about time. It's taken 2 years.
Yep, it's true. So is all the other games finished? Do you know?
They're just about to do the top 4 now. I've just been told to wrap this up.
Okay, well, yep. See ya.
Yeah.
All right, best of luck for the
final scale.
No, cheers for talking to me. I'll see what I can do.
Well, hopefully see you in the finals.
Hopefully.
Yeah. How much for a box of crew when you win the case?
It depends how many boxes of Cody's you can get, mate.
I'll do a 2-for-1 trade on Cody's for crew. How's that sound?
2 boxes for 1.
Yeah.
Math, that's a good deal, right?
Yeah, right. I'll get you the big cans though, right? The big cans.
They do big cans.
I'm sure they do. I'm sure if you go to the right place.
20%.
Yeah. I better get going, boys. But,
all right.
Good luck, Cal.
Best of luck. All right, we'll see who we're going to get in the top 4. We should start real soon, right?
Yep.
I heard Rory and Daniel. That's what I heard.
Depending on if that's Dan or Daniel, we may be getting the Prism deck.
I think this is Daniel Richards.
Daniel, which I think, I believe he's also on Guardian, perhaps? But
Yeah, we'll see.
it's interesting, and we were saying this earlier, Nick, where obviously this is fairly close to the release, and a lot of testing hasn't gone in, but it's interesting to see that it's sort of a breakdown of new heroes from Monarch, as well as old heroes from WTR, but it's sort of like very, very few actual heroes from Arcane Rising being represented in this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's pretty indicative of Arcane Rising in general, to be honest. Just didn't get the love that other heroes got, except Dash, but Dash is really fallen by the wayside with these new heroes that seem to just do pretty well against that deck.
Why do you think that is to the people who haven't played that matchup that might be watching? Why do you think Dash struggles against these newer decks when it had such a good matchup against everything else prior to that?
So Prism has the only losers to cards that have 6 power, so pretty much just Red Throttle is the only thing that you can stop that deck with. And then you also have like the auras as well, which completely shut down your entire turn unless you get to high octane. And you can just keep poking. You get to do the same amount of poke, and then you get to hit him with a big, thing, like a big herald or a phantasmaclasm, and it just becomes a bit hard. And then because you literally can't do anything for the first 4 turns as Dash besides sit there and hope to get your chambers out. Chain just gets to play the early game for free, where Chain's early game is terrible, and so you can't punish Chain with Dash. So that's why I think I've not played a single game with in Monarch constructed, but in theory, that's what I would say is the problem with it. And those 2 decks are super popular. Also, like Bolton just has a lot of combos as well, and you can't really, if you just let Bolton put their stuff in their soul for basically no punishment, gets a bit hard.
Sure.
So yeah. Looks like we're taking a 5-minute break before the top 4. So I'm interested to know who's actually our next feature match. Let's see what's sent a photo. Oh, no, nothing. I heard something about a David and a Rory. So if that might be the next feature match, potentially.
Yeah, I think so.
Unless it's Daniel McKay and Rory in the top 4, maybe. I'm not sure. We'll see. Hopefully it's a new hero, so I get to see what's going on.
Okay, 5-minute interval till the next round. Rory Milne versus Daniel McKay. So Prism versus unknown to us hero. Probably the Dorinthia that made it in.
Yeah, could be cool. A lot of people are flying out. I've seen that Dorinthia is a pretty good matchup into Prism, but I tend to disagree a bit about that one. All right, here we go. People are going to sit down. We'll see. So that must be
all right. Awesome.
So yeah, Daniel McKay,
the Doctor,
Dr. Dan,
the man with the plan, the man who can.
I think his plan is to mess people up with these herald attacks because Warrior cannot stop them at all. Unless they play the cheeky Nourishing Emptiness.
What a card.
Oh, I think it's good. I think it's great.
We have got a Dorinthia in top 4, rocking the Team Adept gear.
Yep, shout out
the team that doesn't want to give me a shirt for the calling.
They're probably too
even
big.
though I did. Yeah, I mean, I only came 3rd.
Yeah, well, only.
They were right. Yeah.
Well, you were just that ninja player who thought he was good. So,
yeah,
I don't blame them.
Turned out to be pretty alright at the game.
Yeah. But that was a coming out party. So we'll see how this goes. A lot of people are. This matchup has sparks a bit of controversy. Two of people's preferred waifus. I think this is our matchup.
not
No
gonna do that.
unfortunately.
I prefer Bolton, but that's just me. So I see Prism being heavily favored here because anytime Warrior wants to get a bit cheeky and do a Supremacy Valor, they can just Arclight Sentinel, and then every other turn you just come in with Heralds that they can't block. So
Yeah, that Arclight Sentinel, if you get the timing right on that, it can be really heartbreaking for the Dorinthia player.
yeah, like any turn that Dorinthia doesn't have go again, Dan could probably just take it and then come in with 2 Heralds, and then that's 12 to 13 damage. And then they go in the soul if he doesn't block, because I don't think Warrior wants to block. So and the fact that you can do that consistently is just so good. We'll see what some defense, if there's some defensive game here. So I don't think you want auras against Warrior besides the Sentinel. But we'll see how this goes. Should be interesting, because has this matchup been played on stream yet?
Not on stream. This is the first time we've seen Dorinthia today.
First time. See, whereas before, Dorinthia was like every round, huh?
Yeah,
every round had
really,
Dorinthia.
really
The Rod
popular
Seigel effect.
at the end of the last sort of run of tournaments.
In the thorough shuffling going on.
So what do we reckon?
Are they both wearing Adapt shirts?
Possibly.
Nah.
No. All right. Jordan just make Jordan feel a little bit worse.
I'll be interested to see what leagues.
Unsolicited by sponsorship. He's his own man.
So just the Refraction Bolt is the on Dorinthia, which I think is the right call in this matchup. Always interested to see if the Dynamos are getting played, but
probably not going to get a lot of 2 hits off.
No. Although with the I mean, I guess you don't know what weapon the Prism player is playing before you pick your equipment, but with the Luminaris, there is the ability for multiple attacks coming at you.
So Dan McKay's chosen second, which makes sense. He's probably just going to flop his whole hand out. Yep. All right, now the game will begin. Because he's got a pummel in his hand. So
yes, that was
aggressive. He's going to want to be aggressive in this matchup, I assume, with that card.
So we've seen him both times on stream be very patient with that pummel and just one particular.
So I think he's got a classic double herald, double yellow looking hand. So we'll see if he wants to actually pummel.
Nah, he's usually quite conservative with the pummel, arsenal it for a few turns to the perfect moment arises. So
yeah, he's going to put in I think he's going to pitch the pummel and attack again. See, that's why it's so powerful about this deck, that it just can do this. Just constantly pump out damage. And he's going to, there you go, he's got a command to instant pop it.
Nice.
Which is surprising he didn't just do that on the first one, because that would just end his turn.
Yeah, that is.
He does have the option to gain the action point from the footsteps, but then he would not be able to
extra mana, and then
he would not be able to afford to play the next attack.
Interesting. So he's come Soul Shield. This card is, I don't know what you've got. This card is broken. Like, there is no downside to it at all. Versus like the Shadow one that has its own weaknesses. This one's just always insane. So it looks like he's just going to pass his turn with an Arsenal.
Block the Dawnblade and then it pops into your soul.
Oh, so good.
he's going to need a 5-card hand here, is Rory. So we'll see what he can muster.
Well, it's tough, right? Because he's going to be able to just put the yellow attack with a Herald, go again.
He's going to Supremacy here. All right, this is... He doesn't have go again, so... Dan might just not care. He's got the Sentinel, I think. Oh, no, he doesn't. He does not. Okay, well, just take it. You don't have go again.
Yeah.
If you flip the boots here, it doesn't really matter.
It just played on a Steel Blade, right?
Yeah, if he did have it, probably a decent idea. But then again, not really, because if they just attack with the Steel Blade, it's just like, all right, if you have to flop the boots, then go ahead. I'm still on 40 life.
Yeah, take your shoes off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it looks like he's opting to just... Yeah.
So he's got the glint? No. Okay, he's gonna actually use the bolters on when it's on 40.
Bit of a controversial move there.
I guess you just have to, right?
Trying to stay aggressive here.
Well, he's still got the command in his hands for his opponent's next push. So I guess he's got a bit of security there and can get the tempo back. So he's going to attack again. Not going to give the +1 off the braces. So he's going to twinning, which...
Well, where's the second action point coming from?
He just wants to get rid of it. That's fair enough. So now just pass this turn.
Seems like a waste of refraction bolt.
Maybe he just wants to get the pressure on. I swear I saw another overpower in his hand to just get out some extra damage because he's going to draw extra cards no matter what. Okay, now I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I'm confused. Okay, is his turn ended? All right, cool.
Yeah, I think so. I think it was just clearing it up. All right, that's fine.
So he's got the command here, so just pop it.
Yep,
and just
that will trigger the Phantasm and break the Water and Herald.
Yep.
If that is Water and Herald, I'm not too sure.
It is Water.
It looks like it. Bit of a controversial pick, that card. I wouldn't elect to play it in my Prism deck if I was to sell my soul and join the meta sheep.
Yeah, that makes sense. You are the originator.
Yeah,
he's just taking this one as well. So that's the command.
It was the little turbo.
Now he's going to Herald of Erudition.
Yeah, well, this is a good one to break.
Yeah, but
not.
It's such an early one. It's not that threatening because he still has the equipment up.
Oh,
see,
what a turn!
All of this could have been prevented.
Exactly.
Does Erudition attack for 5? I thought it attack for 6.
No, it's 5. 5 would dominate.
Can't be too broken, right? Okay.
Yeah, so he's just... there goes the equipment. Dan got off a 5 damage War Tune. So...
And we know that Dan plays with Cat.
So he's just spoils take for 6. Yeah. Oh, okay.
All right. I guess that makes sense. Just get rid of the counter. Arsenal pass.
Yep.
And he's got a 5-card hand again. So.
Oh. Yeah, he's got a decent window here. But
I think Dan probably just waits until he sees Celestial Cataclysm and then just has a big 20 damage turn.
Yeah, he does have triple souls.
Dan's got the look of confidence, completely unfazed the way this game's gone.
Looks a bit sleepy.
I know
Is
I am also, so I can relate to
Is that his poker face?
that feeling right now.
You know, very calm and collected.
The calculated look. I can respect that.
Dr. Abacus.
What?
Dr. Abacus.
All right.
This rapper's name over here.
So we see another supremacy five without the go again threaten unless he opts to play blood. But a bit of a
imagine it's
easy. He's just doing damage. Hit hard, hit often. That's been the top cut in a nutshell.
Oh, double razor.
Okay. Double razor. All right,
get yourself a command.
Get yourself an arsenal. All right, and now I think Dan is just gonna do a big turn here. Yep, Dreamweaver.
Yeah, to do that he did.
What happened to the camera?
I think there was an earthquake in Dunedin.
Did Kale bump into it?
Yeah, he's probably drinking.
Kale McCreeper's bumped into the camera people.
All right, so
this
cannot.
He pitched that Command and Conquer last turn, which he may regret as well.
And he's got the pummel in his hand to get the draw 2 off. This is as Cal would say, huge.
Huge, yeah. He's definitely drawing 2 this turn.
And then he's going to get another attack off. And he might have if he draws a Celestial Cataclysm, that's huge. So there's the pummel.
Yeah, so what's that?
Oh, he did! He drew it. Pretty cool. There we go.
Must be nice.
He's putting on a clinic.
As
we said, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, right? And it's better to be both.
Why not both? Yeah.
yeah. Well,
and he's going to attack
again.
Both. He's going to attack for 1. He's going to attack for another 7. He's going to get that's going in the arsenal. He gets another spectral shield. This is Prism right here.
Yeah. And this is why I think a lot of people are interested in building this deck. It can have some pop up like that.
Dan's feeling himself right now. Hey, and he's got 3 cards. He's got. He's gonna Dawnblade.
Dan has really had a pretty good run this whole day.
Yeah,
it's really his tournament to lose.
Another Soul Shield in hand. Ridiculous.
Card's good. That's the thing. If your deck doesn't have 6 power cards, it's so hard to stop this deck.
Yeah,
you can't tempo it out. It's going to do way too much. He's going to take He's just going to take the whole thing. Does not care.
Yeah, reduces it.
He's going to be able to Phantasmaclass.
Keeps his whole hand.
So if he has a 6 power here, it could be a swing back because his hand card is Phantasmaclasm. And so if he has to pay a resource for Footsteps...
I was about to say, we've already seen him use one CNC and then one about 2 turns.
Yeah, so if he has the 3rd one here, this could be the swing back because he ends his turn. Dan ends his turn if he has a 6 power. But you think he's banking on him not because it's very unlikely.
Play by now.
Well,
yeah, he would have just slammed it now.
That's Herald of Triumph. That's Herald of Triumph, right? So even if he blocked with a 6, it would go to 5 and not break.
That is a good point.
Is that one? I can't tell. I can't tell which ones they are.
Yeah, that's Herald of Triumph. So even a
I can't tell
6
which
power
ones they are.
attack isn't going to do anything. So
isn't Herald of Triumph the one they can't play from Banished?
No, it's Herald of Judgment.
Okay.
the Prism specialization card.
Yeah.
It's basically is saying, "Go away, chain. Take a turn off."
Not even Chain. That card's nuts against Katsu too.
Yeah.
I mean, irrelevant matchup.
That's
Who
true.
cares?
Bad deck for bad players. Nah, you're just kidding. You're just messing with Jordan, the Katsu king.
The ninja player who thinks he's good.
Yeah. This is like the big boy. So he's got the nuts hand. Rory does, and now he doesn't. So
If he's, yeah, I was about to say if he survives.
oh,
He
you
was
can
real
sing
good.
it. Cool. He must be loving that.
He was real good. He would have just drawn the Command and Conquer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, tough spot to be in. Tough spot to be in. Dan McKay taking full
All his
advantage of
equipment's
that majestic weapon.
all his equipment's spent.
Hasn't
extra
even
block
touched
from
his.
hand.
Hasn't even touched his skull cap.
Yeah.
So he's on 1. We live in life, warrior on life on the edge, and he's got the 3rd Herald of Erudition in his hand. So that's going to clean it up if he doesn't win right now.
Yeah, spoil Stormblade for 6. 1 card in his hand. So even if it was I don't know, Ironsong response, it's not really threatening much. Yes.
We haven't seen him play Glint at all this game, so
We're going to take it like a man. Respect that. He's going to pitch that and come in for another 4. He'll probably take that as well and get 2 counters.
Who cares at this point? You got to draw your command now.
And this is lethal.
yeah. So
Show
needs
the
the
command.
6.
Show the
If
command.
he draws the 6, well, he didn't. Otherwise, he'd just slam it. And he didn't. Wait,
Nah.
what is that?
Has he got 5 cards?
Is that what's that card?
Oh, he's got plow through.
Oh, okay. I thought that was like a random. I thought it was like maybe a 6-power card. Okay. I was like, what the hell was that card?
The classic Dan McKay, no handshake, just a fist bump.
I do the fist bump these days, you know. It's just, yeah, I do the fist bump. I did the fist bump when I was playing events in New Zealand. It's just like, you just never know, you know. Better to be safe.
What we
than
do
sorry.
know is that Dan McKay has moved on, and he is, as I said, he has just been rolling through this tournament all day. It'd be very hard to bet against him at this point. He really has been doing a great job with that Prism deck.
I'm still rooting for Liam, who gave me a good deal on Coldfield Crazy Brews. So I don't know about.
Well, it will be an interesting matchup if those two do see each other.
That's true. Wait, where's the standings? Intermission, please. Who did he verse? Oh, he versed Rory in the top 8. Oh, no, he's not even in the tournament anymore. Never mind. He lost to Rory in the top 8. Unlucky.
Who's that?
Liam
Jason
Sprocken.
Long. Oh, unfortunate.
He played Reiner. Yeah.
Well, hopefully Kale can win his matchup and have a better showing than the abomination that was the Swiss matchup.
Yeah.
Probably the worst I've ever seen Kale lose.
I've taken him to the cleaners a few times.
I mean, to be fair, so have I. So I mean,
yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I mean, the right time Kenderdine.
That's right.
I mean, you did shellac the Matt Rogers before he was washed up in this event in a whatever it was called. What are they called? Skirmishes. All right.
Skirmish. Yep.
Hey
Yeah.
guys, it's me
Hey
again.
Dan,
Welcome back,
well
Dan.
done. Good to see. I was just saying, you're really having quite a run of form in this tournament. It really is yours to lose from here. Well done. That was another pretty straightforward clinic for people who want to play Prism decks.
Yeah, I mean, the warrior matchup's like I think pretty good for Prism. I'm not really sure how I'm meant to be sideboarding, but like, you know, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah.
There's like, I'm reasonably happy with my list as well. Like over the course of the day, I've been kind of like, oh, I think I should maybe have one more Ode to Wrath in my deck. But apart from that, like, you know, it's running well, and I feel like I'm getting pretty lucky, so it's all pretty good.
So what do you think of the auras that aren't the Majestics? Because they not that I've played any games with Prism, because I mean there's not much point in playing Constructed, but they all seem a bit underwhelming. But I guess in matchups they're good. They're really good.
Yeah.
But as I see in your deck, when your opponent has no 6 power cards, you can never lose tempo.
Yeah. So like, yeah. I mean, Chain is one deck where you kind of actually can, because they can actually like race you, which is pretty scary. But like, yeah, and against like Ninja and Warrior and stuff, like you can just kind of get way ahead, and like maybe you have to block out real occasionally, but not very often. I think basically Ode to Wrath is way better than I thought it was. I was kind of like thinking, oh, maybe this is not that good, but it's quite good against Guardian if you have the Spectral Shields, and you kind of have to have them in order to win. So basically it's good when you're doing the plan you have to do if you want to win the game. So I was kind of thinking of it as like a win more card, but like you need to win more, because otherwise they will win. Like if you just win a little bit, it's not good enough.
So have you tested much for Constructed, or you've been mostly on the... okay.
I mean, I wanted to. I tested, you know, when people were available, but just obviously getting people free at times when I'm also free is like a little bit awkward. I think Parable of Humility, I was initially like, oh man, this card seems really good. And I think it's not. I think the card sucks. I think it's...
Which aura is that one?
So that's the one where their attack actions are -1.
Oh, yeah.
I think that card's, like, not good.
Yeah, worst of the auras, right?
Like, it's good against, like, maybe Ninja, maybe, but, like, you don't want auras against Ninja. Like, you want auras against, like, the Mirror, I think, and, like, Guardian and stuff. So, let's not play them in, like, matchups where they're bad. And the other one is also, like, I mean, it's really good against Guardian, and that's the only matchup it's in for. The one where when your stuff dies, they take 1, and then it goes into your souls. It's really good.
So we see them changing the names, and your opponent in the finals is Mr. Kale McCreath.
So Jason didn't take it out.
So you're gonna take him to the cleaners again?
Yeah. I'm certainly gonna try. But yeah, I mean, Kale's a nice guy. I'm slightly disappointed Jason didn't win though, because he's my bud. We're staying together down here in Dunedin, along with Dave Marshall. And it'd be nice.
Well, now you just need to get revenge for your fallen comrade, and just.
So did the 3 of you just come down together, and all 3 of you made the top 8? That's good showing.
Yeah, we drove. Jason drove us down last night, and we just sort of like talked about Flesh and Blood basically the whole way. Just like, man, I think this deck's good, and I think this card's pretty good, and like, you know,
the excitement of the new set, and a new event, fresh meta. Yeah, I mean that's a dream where everyone you come with just tops 8.
Also, last time we went on a Fab road trip, like my girlfriend was driving, so we had to like keep the Fab chat to like acceptable levels. And like talk about, you know, more like normal life stuff. So we were like, oh, she's not here. Fab chat, 4 hours. Ah!
I think we need to talk about the real world.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it was only 3 hours of Fab chat, but it was good. It was a good time.
So how badly are you going to beat Kale in the final?
I mean, I think it's not...
Because those Aucklanders are really up themselves.
I think it's actually a bad matchup for me. So, like...
Yeah, I agree, actually.
Like, I think... Yeah. I mean, if I get lucky again, 3rd time in a tournament, then, you know, maybe that's fine.
I mean, everyone needs a bit of luck to win, so
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've been
win an
having
event.
a pretty good run of luck today. Like, just like I haven't played any brutes, and that's kind of pretty critical to success with this deck, I think.
Yeah, Rhinar seems like
Yeah, I mean, in terms of
not
like
good.
people who want to play Prism, that's my like number one tip is just like don't get paired against brute, and you can like
Yeah,
win games.
I like that's good advice.
I feel like every time I end up on like any kind of interview like this my advice is just like get good pairings. I don't
mean,
know. I don't know how to play this game.
Yeah, I don't think anyone knows how to play the format right now. It's just like Prism's quite simple, so it's like such a good choice early.
Yeah,
Whereas things like Chain are more complicated.
Oh, see, I feel like Chain feels way simpler. Like, I mean, like, maybe a little bit. I mean, they both get a little bit tricky to get the list right, but that's kind of true for any deck. But like, once you've got Chain, I don't know. It feels like, you know, you just like play a sweet combo deck. Whereas like with Prism, you're kind of like, I mean, it's easy against Ninja and stuff. You're just like, oh, well, my attacks are bigger than your attacks, so let's just go.
Yeah.
But like in the matchups like Guardian and obviously Brute, where like you're not favored / massively behind, then like I don't know. There's maybe a few more like things you have to kind of do in order to try to maximize your chances. Like play to your outs a bit more, I guess.
Yeah, I personally hate Chain. It just seems like such a.
See,
I don't know what's coming. Like.
See, I love him so much. I'm trying to trade for some Chain cards right now because basically I saw Jason Long's list of Chain. I was like, man, this deck seems awesome. He's like, oh, should I play it today? I'm like, look, if you don't, can I? So I had to play this Prism deck because Jason has the Chain one.
That's fair enough.
He's like, oh,
well, it's worked out for you.
Yeah,
so
it's worked out okay for him as well. But you know, he's top 4, so it's not too bad.
So if Kale offers a split, will you just say no? I want the whole case for myself.
No, I won't say that. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Even though I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to ask or anything like that.
I assume you're allowed to ask, but probably not at the table, right?
Yeah.
It isn't an LSS official event, right?
Don't worry, Greg can't hear.
Yeah, this is probably something that needs to not be discussed online. So
I mean,
comparable deniability.
I don't think anyone's going to be offering any of that.
So where is your opponent right now? Is he outside the shop drinking a 6-pack or?
Nah. He's just having a chat. I assume all of that stuff is fine, but you know, we're gonna play a game of Fab, and
yeah, it's gonna be a great game.
The winner will be
decided. I hope it's as good as I didn't watch the first one, but I hope it's as close. I hope it's a lot
I'm just
closer
being told to
before.
wrap it up so that we can get on with the next round. So, you know,
sounds awesome.
All right, well, best of luck, Dan.
Yeah, sure thing.
Good luck.
All right, see ya.
All right, this is exciting. We've got our finals coming up. Dan McKay on Prism versus Kale McCreef with the Welcome to Wraith original. Bravo, the showstopper. Can he stop the show of Dan's incredible luck?
That's right. It is old school versus new school. This is going to be. I think this is a really nice, a nice final pairing for a first birthday event. You got the where it began and where it's going, which is a nice
last minute decision to go to Dunedin and worked out incredibly well for him, didn't it?
That's right.
Who have we got winning this game? Who's the favorite?
Well, after what we've seen in Swiss, I mean,
it's hard to after what we saw in Swiss, it's hard to bet against Dan. But to be fair, that everything went perfectly for him in that game, and I don't think it's going to be nearly as one-sided this time round as it was in the first game.
Hope not, but Dan is going to be able to force Kale to go first, like he did last in Swiss, or did Kale actually win the role? I'm pretty sure Dan won the role though, and
I don't remember.
Elected to go second.
We'll find out.
Which is like what he wants to do, so he can pop out an Aura, Hope, preferably Genesis, and then draw back up.
I'm picking Kale. That is. I love a comeback story and an underdog story. So that's who my pick is. I don't know if you gave your actual answers, but that's my solid pick.
Well, just for one of the good commentary banter, then I will go with Dan. And Jordan, you get to be the kingmaker. Who's
well,
yeah.
I mean, my heart
Like
wants
Jordan's
to say Kale,
time
but
limit draw.
like, I mean, 34-0 is, 34-0. You can't argue against the evidence.
It should be an interesting game. I didn't get to see the first one, so it should be fun.
Yep.
Looks like Kale's taking out all his defense reacts, which makes sense because you need one card to pop their aura things. So
I feel like Kale had a plan for this matchup that he didn't get to come to fruition in the last game. So it'll be interesting to see if he can actually get his game plan up and running this time around.
yeah, he probably just never played against Prism before that, so it's kind of just like, like I'll see what this goes, and if it doesn't work in top card, I'll try something else.
Yeah,
and so it's probably here where we are. It's probably going to try something different. That's the thing. Matchups like this, cards like Genesis are just so good because you have to hit them. The card is
absurd value.
You have to hit them, otherwise it just keeps generating cards. But yeah, you don't want to hit it because then it just ends your turn. It's just like, oh, cool. So they're shuffling up. I assume they're both for 60 cards because it's not a game that's probably going to go very long.
Yeah, I definitely know Kale is playing 60 cards in this matchup.
This is for all the marbles. This is for a
this is
how much are cases of
$8,000?
An $8,000 Crucible case. So the stakes are high here.
Remember the good old days
tunic
when they were only 440 NZD? I remember.
Yeah, not a bad come up, but we see he's revealed tunic for the Guardian matchup, so I'm going away from the vestige of soul. So I guess we'll decide who's going first.
We got a handshake from Dan McKay for the first time today. Surprised he didn't
Great sportsmanship for the camera.
To do a bro fist.
Oh, there you go. Crippling.
Well,
unfortunately, it's not dominated, but
that's a good way to start the game. Yeah. Maybe he was hoping to catch Dan with a couple auras in the hand.
Yeah.
Unlucky use.
He's got Soul Shield, Invigorating Light.
Well, Soul Shield seems like a pretty good card in this matchup. So here comes a Triumph. It needs to be blocked by a 7 attack or higher.
And it is.
So already a better start for KL in this match than the first one.
Yep.
The other thing that we did notice in the Swiss rounds is that Kale was playing extremely fast.
He's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if he just slows the pace down and thinks about his moves a little bit more in this match after the blowout from the Swiss rounds.
He's going to play Merciful Contribution. Merciful Retribution.
Is that the one that does extra damage, or
No, that's Ode to Wrath. I think that's the when it dies. When your card dies, you deal an arcane to them.
Okay, when an aura is destroyed, or
I think it's any action. So like he'll
so
deal an arcane
if
here.
they pop your
Yeah, so it'll go in the soul and
Phantasm
it deals an
card.
arcane to your opponent.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So he's getting rid of it, which
Yeah, that's the right play. You don't want these auras sticking around.
okay, because that one's like not the biggest deal.
It will trigger its own effect, though.
Yeah.
Nope, and
There's
this
another one
replaces
of
it
the
with
same.
another one. Yep, and
It's fine.
triumph.
7 power or higher will kill it. And put in the soul.
Well, he's thinking he's got the spinal crush. He might be trying to think if he can get that to hit. But like the thing is, if he does that, Dan can still just make one big attack,
Yeah.
and he doesn't really gain too much of an advantage from that.
Yeah, it's not as big an advantage in this matchup as it is against some other heroes.
Yeah, like Ninja or Chain.
There it goes.
So he's popping.
He deals
decided
one
to just
arcane.
pop it. Yeah, still goes into the soul though, but. Yep, so Kale,
Killing it.
I said
Oh, he got the
PTSD.
Genesis.
He's got PTSD from all those auras. He wants them gone as soon as he can get rid of them. Don't
So he
blame
just
him.
Genesis and passed? Oh, no, sorry. He did it in the end phase. Like, wait, I'm so
Yeah,
confused.
it did in the end phase, yeah.
Oh, but he used the tunic. Okay, did he have 3 already? All right. Okay.
Yeah,
so
he had
quick, I didn't
3,
see
so
what
he
was
used
going
the
on.
tunic to
yeah.
tunic to help pay for the spectral shield.
And this
Okay,
isn't
that's
where this isn't where Kale wants to be, where the auras start piling up, the shields start piling up, attacking for one.
That's
So
what happened
here,
last game.
You
Yeah.
need to get rid of that. You need to get rid of that Genesis as fast as you can.
That's the value card. This is good, though. Double blessing.
Double blessing, yep. That'll pretty much negate the shields for a turn.
Kale's not an awful
Look at
spot.
Kale. He's not even breaking a sweat. He's playing like he's played this matchup 100 times before, but in reality, he doesn't know what he's doing. He's just trying to figure it out as he goes.
Meteor Celestial Cataclysm, that's a good card. He's taking
Very good.
Just taking it
He's
to the
taking
face.
the whole thing.
Yeah, but controversial. I guess he's wanting to
So
save his
1/1/1.
armor. I guess he wants to use his armor for the Dominate Herald and possibly soaking up the shields late game.
Boy, this is
It's
so.
that light-
Let's see what he's going to gain. He's going to gain. He's going to gain
6 life.
6 life.
Nice. That helps out a lot.
That was a solid turn.
Yeah.
Oh, and a Spinal Crush.
Spinal dominated.
Is it dominated, or does he just have 2
I
floaters?
don't think it was. I think he should have. That way he could make sure that those spectral shields get cracked, whereas
I think he wants to pummel.
dominating.
He might want to pummel. Maybe.
Possibly.
Maybe it is dominated. But yeah, normally they push the card forward. Okay, yeah, there you go. It's for 9. Pummel.
Yeah, no,
that's huge. The red one too. So he's going to take 1. So a card is going to get discarded.
Yeah. Unfortunately, won't get crushed, but getting rid of those shields is still top priority here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a strong
And
turn.
to be fair, getting rid of the shields and getting the cat out of his head is as good as the crush.
I hope. Did Dan discard? I didn't see him discard.
Yeah, he did. He discarded a something.
Okay,
he's going to put the erudition in the arsenal. Oh no! Oh, sorry, it's a
Just
water.
make a shield.
Okay.
Attack for 1.
1.
Yeah. Now let's see if Kale can keep up the pressure here.
That is pressure.
I know.
That'll do it. we have to assume this one's dominated then if
Yeah,
he's got no
definitely.
cards left. So Dan can't block with
Well,
Skullcap effectively here.
I don't know if it is dominated because knowing
Has
how
to be,
Kale
right?
plays, he maybe tried to get cards out of his
Nah.
hand.
No,
No,
but like
he
you couldn't
definitely
pitch
in
the
this
9,
spot.
right?
In
You
this
couldn't
spot,
pitch
you
the 9.
need to dominate.
Yeah.
Yeah. This will turn off to go
Nice.
again.
So he's
And,
taking the whole thing.
Yeah, the dream here is just to crack the one attack that he throws at you. Or maybe here's an aura
if
he can just play.
If he cracks it, he can actually just footsteps. So
he might have an aura here like that he just wants to play out.
Yeah, if Kel can get baited if he uses a 6-power to destroy the card because he can get around the Spinal Crush effect by using footsteps to get an action point.
So he's got Cataclysm and Free Heralds in hand.
Yeah, looks like it. This game's looking a lot different than when you described it in the first one.
Yes, a very, very different outcome.
Yeah.
So far.
Oh, so he's just
play
playing
red.
Aura. Interesting, he's deciding to end there. That you still have an action point.
No, he's not. He's playing
never mind. He
Herald.
puts his card at the bottom straight away.
All right, he does not have a thingy.
Yeah, well, now KO has a 2-card hand. Most likely going to be Surge, Hammer.
Kill the thing, Arsenal pass.
What? Let's see. What's wrong with the Surge token? No, there's nothing wrong. Yeah, just get rid of that aura. But now Dan has a 4-card hand. It looks like he's got another dead Cataclysm in hand, though. But it's fine. He's just pitch it, see it again later when he gets the souls back, right?
So is Dan not playing the shield creators?
The prismatic shields? We haven't seen that, no.
Yeah, okay, interesting. I can't pull that card, so, does it even really exist? Alright, he's pitched a Sentinel and he's played Genesis. So,
well, that's one that KO needs to get rid of.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So he's going to hit the 2.
Yep, 1-1. Make another shield. Coming for another one. It's like Kale might be getting like the war flashbacks of Kadachi's coming at him. Just one. Yep. Yeah, obviously so target the Genesis, yeah. There's no reason to go after him when you have a card like that on the field. It generates advantage.
He got his erudition. He must have the pummel in hand, right?
Be interesting to see if Kale can bait the pummel and maybe unmovable from Arsenal. That'll be the dream.
Yeah, potentially. So he's going to
blocking for 2, 4, 6. He's blocking for 8 there.
Okay, yeah, he's playing around the pummel. Sure, makes sense.
I mean, a red pummel would still get over, right?
Yeah, well, he only plays yellow, right? Because it's a. You wouldn't play the red one in a.
We can assume that,
deck, right?
I don't know. I don't know how to play Ninja, right?
Yeah, even then.
So what aura is that? That's Retribution again, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the.
Yep. So he's coming in for 8 with pummel.
Yeah, just trying to clear those shields. I mean, Kale's doing a really good job compared to the last time we saw him in Swiss. Do you reckon he maybe was throwing or?
No, I don't think he was throwing. I just don't think Dan's deck hasn't been as just as explosive as it was in that Swiss round.
Oh, Kale's thrown. He used the 6-power card to stop a thing that gave him
-7.
So
yeah.
Oh no!
See, this is what I say about Cal. Just needs to slow down his play. Like he's sort of
it's
just not really thinking about.
Yeah, it's a bit out of pocket to play a control grindy deck like Bravo and playing full pace.
So I think this would attack Dan with the out muscle and then attack the aura with the weapon.
Well, I guess because Prism's one of the
gonna...
few decks that you can actually block and from out muscle.
Surprised he has it in the matchup.
Alright, that command could be annoying here. Depending on how much Kale values the arsenal. Yeah, well. Must like it. Oh, there we go.
The out muscle.
Muscle.
So he won't have go again if he uses a 6 power or more, which Prism has
that's
a
pretty,
lot of.
That's a pretty easy block, right?
Yeah, but it's still a 6 power. It still comes in for 6, so.
Yeah, I mean, if he
so you still want to block it with another card.
If he can pummel it, it makes it get through. But
okay, he's taken it. Okay, yeah, I guess he's not attacking with the weapon. I guess he doesn't have a blue card in his hand.
Yeah, because if it's not blocked at all, it doesn't get go again either.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because it only gets go again if it's blocked by a card with less.
Okay, that's a good insider knowledge to know.
Oh, is that even good then?
Apparently not.
I thought.
So you can block with non-attack actions.
No. Like he just didn't block at all, so there was no card for it to check against to get the I believe. Now you guys are making me second guess myself. Let me pull that card up.
It doesn't sound like that great of a card then.
Yeah, it doesn't seem very good then. Damn.
3 costs for 6 damage. Cool.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up. I mean, it'd be it'd probably be in the release notes.
Probably.
So Herald of Ravage is coming in.
The other point is he may not have had a block.
Yeah, red. Oh, yeah, might not have blue to take in.
If this Herald hits, it will deal
while it isn't defended by a card with equal or greater, so it would just get the go again, right? Even if it isn't blocked.
Yeah, well, I guess Dan knew that he couldn't really do much after it anyway, so he just elected to take the damage.
Yeah, Ahmad says when it isn't defended by a card with equal or greater power, let's go again. So if you don't block, so let's go again, right?
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
All right. I was going to say, that card just does not seem good at all, if that was the case.
Interesting, he's decided to block with the pummel there. Well, here's a command. Yep.
They're playing at a lightning speed. When they're playing for $8,000, playing at this speed is, man.
Oh, so he's lost a pummel and a spinal crush. He's going to gain some life here.
3 life.
Yeah, 3 life, but...
If I was playing for $8,000, I'd be thinking a bit, you know? These guys...
Just a little bit.
By the sounds of both of these guys are working on little sleep from the night before, both having travelled at extremely early hours of the morning to get down here. So it has been a long day as well. I think you get swept up. You can also get swept up in the pace that your opponent's playing as well, which I think is what's happening in this
matchup. I think if you try slow down and make them feel uncomfortable, it can work to your advantage. Play the game at a small pace.
This is the magnet, so you have to attack it.
Yeah, but Kale was planning to attack the He'll be planning to attack the aura anyway.
Yeah, so he's gonna block these attacks because he has to attack the Sentinel either way. So you're not gonna be able to use the cards. There you go. Nice. Well, these guys are having a good time. Cal, not so much. He's probably dying from no sleep and hangover, but...
So let's see if Kale learns his lesson here. If you block with the 6 power, it will be...
With the 6 power. And so he's going to take 1. All right. I guess he doesn't care that much about 1. So... One.
Game's a lot closer than it was in Swiss.
Wartoon Herald.
Absolutely.
Which is good, because we don't want the finals to be a slaughter.
A blowout, yeah.
Coming in for 4. I assume he just says, I'll take it. He's going to block that one.
He wants to keep those shields alive.
Remembrance. He's going to pull back those cripplings, I guess.
Spinals. The spinal's a lot more value than crippling in this matchup, isn't it?
I guess not.
Yeah, I guess not. Well, shut up,
Blessings,
Jordan.
one blessings, and that's why you play ninja.
I wonder if Kale was beating a pummel there, saying, "Yeah, I got pummel. I got pummel."
Well, Dan's got
Yeah.
Soul Shield, so I don't think he cares too much.
Yeah, Soul Shield is pretty overpowered.
I wonder if Newsom designed that card. All right, Kale.
So he's
don't
hoping
block
he
with
uses
a
a card
6.
with 7 power.
Oh, no,
he's going to block. He doesn't have a thing. Unfortunate.
He's taking the daggers.
And swing for 6.
Yeah,
he has pummel.
Patented Guardian.
So I guess pummel doesn't matter that much because you can't really get it off. Swing for 4.
So now slowing down a little bit, double checking everything.
This is crunch time.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah. You know, the game starts when both players get to around 10 life. So the real game of Flesh and Blood begins.
Yep, they're fatiguing out, whittling the resources. It's anyone's game. Coming with a War Toon Herald, which gets blocked out easily enough.
So he does use Footstep to get an action point there.
And then
a command. And there's unmovable in this man's hand, so
what's he going to do? Double block here. Hits our movable, swing for 4.
Oh, taking it.
He's taking it.
That is a big risk.
That is the second CNC from Dan this game, I believe.
That's just gone straight through. Cow's just, I don't know.
What is this? Spinal Undominated here? 3 cards?
I saw Crippling Command Unmovable.
What's the play?
I could be wrong. I think he maybe has the Sentinel. He might have the Sentinel here, so he might just play it. Yeah,
Draw phase.
There we go.
Draw phase Sentinel.
So you're going to Crippling in the arsenal. I guess I see that a good play because he gets to attack for 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kale should have a 5-card hand here.
He's going to block 2 with that thing.
I guess he just doesn't want to get too low life with stuff like
or maybe Glisten. Maybe play around Glisten or something.
I'd be more worried about the aura that just does arcane damage when stuff die, including itself.
True.
Yeah. Includes shields. So
and get another one.
Another Sentinel. But that's fine here. Kale just takes another turn off.
We see Sentinel value though. Like he's going for a big play. You dominate.
Excuse me.
He's going to do it again, I guess. And there's a Crippling Crush with Dominate.
There it is.
Is it dominated or does he want to go for the pummel?
It's dominated. Cal got his serious face on. This is the turning point.
Could it be dominated? Oh, yeah, I guess there was a surge. Yep.
All right. So, reaction. No. All right. Oof. All right. Doesn't have the thing, so he's going to discard 2 cards.
This is a big...
Two cards that block for 2. That's unfortunate. So he's going to pass and draw back up, and Kale's...
So there we see Kale just choosing to roll which card he gets to keep instead of rolling
so
twice.
So if he gets to dominate again, he knows his opponent's not going to be able to do much. Oh, another dominant
There it
crippling.
is.
That's it. That's game.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
Fist
well
bump.
played.
Redeems himself.
As I
The
predicted,
1:30 a.m. decision to fly down,
as I
paying off
predicted at the start of the
dividends.
game.
Oh my god! Awesome job. Oh my god.
I think both players can be pretty happy with that match. It
Yeah.
was well played and definitely a lot closer than the Swiss round. So well played to both men on that.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's better to leave. So. Yeah, it does.
We're here with
So,
Kale,
so
the winner.
Kale, as we said in the last round, 2 boxes of Cody's for a box of Crucible. That was the deal, right?
No, that deal's broken.
Agreed.
I predicted a Kale victory to come back from his loss in Swiss, and you're out here bagging him out, Ian, saying he's got no chance against the powerful Prism deck.
Mate, what a turn of events. Holy shit.
Yeah, that was very different.
How's that
How
1:30
did
a.m.
that feel?
decision feeling now?
Oh, I still miss the time skippers, but yeah, no, I just had to sit there. And I had the rouse for so long, just never needed it in.
Yeah. So how did that feel compared to how the Swiss round went? Obviously it played out quite differently.
Like, you know when you go to town and you pick up a girl and you take her home, you know, you think she's a 10, and then you wake up in the morning and realise she's a 3. It's like
We can't relate.
It's like the same thing happened in reverse today. I got the 3 out of 10 in Swiss, but I got the 10 out of 10 here, I think. Are you there?
What was the MVP of your deck today, Kale? What do you feel like was the MVP card from your deck?
Probably the out muscle. Like, the thing was insane.
Are the first edition foils going to spike?
Yeah, I just hope mine turn up.
Is there anyone you want to give a special shout out to for convincing you to go down?
Yeah, I'll give a shout out to that belittle guy, Jordan Nelson Fusel, talking me into buying a ticket at bloody, what was it, like
1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, no, it was bloody crazy.
What did you tell me? You told me something that was damaging to your rep, that you're only 6 cans deep.
Yeah, I know, I should have had a few more.
Yeah, well, my prediction was that you were just going to drink the box to kill time until the flight.
Well, I had that idea, but it was already like 2 o'clock by the time I went to bed, and I had to be up at like 5, so...
You slept?
On the plane,
Oh, okay.
I did not sleep through the night, though.
Are you staying in Dunedin tonight? Or are you flying back tonight?
I'm staying here tonight and flying out in the morning, so no doubt I'm going to go get wrecked.
As you do, well deserved.
Mate, that game, I had to think for that. Oh, shit.
So what do you think was the main difference between that game and your game and the Swiss? Were you throwing in the Swiss?
Nah, look, in the Swiss, he just got the very early Genesis. Like, he didn't have the early auras, and they kind of came up like a turn or two in between, so it gave me enough time to, like, you know, take the 1 hits, and then, like, because I have all the 6 power stuff, I could keep popping and then attacking the auras. And then, like, at the end of the game there, I just had to keep baiting out the Sentinel by going, like, dominate and seeing what he does and all that type of thing. But,
did you side deck any differently between the 2 games?
Yeah, I did. It was only like I think 1 card different. I think I took the Stonewall Confidence. Oh, sorry, no, it was 2 cards. I took the what do you call it? The 2 Staunch Response out. Like, I just didn't need them.
Early game, we saw that you went to trigger the Phantasm on a Triumph with a 6 power. Did you?
Yeah. No, I just didn't read it. But,
not knowing what the card does, just
mate, you know, like,
jumping the gut, thinking, haha, I got one on you. And then...
Yeah, I've got to, you know, take another look at that card. And,
do you think that is
slow down a bit?
Probably one of the better heralds then?
Oh yeah, definitely. But you know, that's why you play yellow disable, right? So even if you do punt, it's still 7.
Yeah, exactly.
Just next time I'll actually block with the yellow disable. Yeah, no.
Oh well. Congrats, champ. Is there anything you want to say to the people that might be watching or that might be watching it later?
Depends how upset he is. But, Matt Rogers, who? I think I might owe him a beer after that. But yeah, no. Man, I'm shattered.
Yeah, we can only imagine.
Yeah, fuck.
Are you going to buy any GOAT format Yu-Gi-Oh cards with your winnings?
Oh, no, look, I don't even have enough time for Fab as it is. You know, like, I think I'll just stick to the one game for now. And just keep playing online or something.
All good. I guess that wraps up the stream then. All right. There's to everyone that's joined in and stuck with us throughout the day.
Congratulations again, Kale, on what was a very hard fought win and a change of fortune from Swiss. So well deserved, and get some food in you before you start drinking tonight.
Yes, Mum.
All right. Shout out to Gregory from Dice Out Games for hosting this event and inviting myself and Ian and Nick Butcher onto the stream, some commentary.
Happy birthday to Dice Jar Games as well. So that's what this was all about. So we
Great
look forward to many more tournaments.
Definitely should be getting a spoiler next spoiler season.
Yeah, they should be.
Well deserved.
All right, we'll catch you later.
Well,
all right, have fun, dude.
Kia kaha.
Well done, mate. Well done, mate. I did hear the Matt Rogers Who comment though, you fucker.
Where should I put this?
Just pop them down there, yeah. Awesome, that's all yours. No, legit, dude. Well earned. Fuck. The Guardian, there you go. It's like a plastic.
Yeah, well done, Cal.
The old block the neck on here.
Yeah, that's just plastic. I think that just goes around here. Solid plastic. The order of this is
Let me just quickly close up the stream.